Chapter 16. The world had turned to blood. Avarest spun as her lightsaber danced before her, blocking and parrying blows that weren't there. She moved with the speed that would be blinding to most, but, still, to the Sith Master, it wasn't enough. It had never been enough. An angry snarl escaped her lips as she went from drill to drill, sequence to sequence. She had practiced these movements for years. Since the tender age of 15, they had become almost second nature to her at this point, which was why she had failed. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. I failed. It was not an easy thing to accept. As a Sith, she understood the price of failure, what happened to those that failed. It was not something she liked to see in herself. She had prided herself on her skill, her cunning, and her arrogance. She didn't want to think about it, but it was true. She had been arrogant, and now. Someone she had sworn to protect had paid the price. What does it matter? The darkness within whispered as she moved faster and faster through her drills. What does the life one mundane matter? They are nothing, barely worth noticing. A credit for a dozen. It matters, she thought, because I told her that I would keep her safe. She moved faster, letting the dark side carry her, her hate and rage at her failing filling her with power. She had not realized how far she had fallen, how much she had let her skills falter. She had gone through these drills so often, they had become almost second nature. Her emotions had become almost devoid from those drills. She had been too sure of herself, too confident, overconfident. This is where that path led. It doesn't matter, the darkness tried to reassure her. No, she murmured under her breath. It did matter. The ship had only just returned from their last mission, from the doomed colony out on the fringes. They had gotten what they had been sent for. The key was here now, locked away by Master Jazz. That should have annoyed Avarest, but the key had barely been on her mind since she stepped off the ship. She had stayed close to Zay, her servant. The girl had not come through the mission unscathed. She could not even be angry at Shira or Tara Valentine. They had done nothing. Zay had trusted her master to keep her safe, and Avarest had not done it. Since leaving the colony behind, she had not left the girl's side. What had happened it. Avarest had no words. She could still hear Shira shouting at her, telling her stop, but she hadn't listened. Not until she heard them, those three little words. You're killing her. That did it, despite the savage joy of destruction, the glory of annihilation. You're killing her. In that moment all joy faded. The success she had been writing crumbled away. The sweet taste of victory turned to ash in her mouth. She remembered standing over the girl, her small body shaking, frost covering her eyelashes. Not really hot or cold, but something terribly in between. It had stopped the Dark Lord in her tracks. She had made a promise, the girl. She had swallowed hard, shocked by how she felt in that moment. Fear and guilt. She had no words. What have I done? What have I done? You did what needed to be done, Darth Fear's voice said from the ether. You accomplished your goal. True, yes, but the girl, she had promised. Avarest had swallowed hard then. What have I done? A gentle wind blew across the plains of the world that the survivors called home. The long grass moved like waves, reminding her of Kira's home world. The grass, the wind, the red glow of her blade, it took her back to before she was Avarest, back to the life of a 15-year-old girl, the night she lost everything, and, at the same time, was put on the path to have everything. That pain, that hate was always there. Even if Kira Lilas no longer was, the girl was gone, crushed beneath the heel of Darth Avaryss when she had finally risen back on Ordana, back when she destroyed the spirit of my Lilas, and took the Emperor's power within that spirit for her own. In the crimson light, she saw the faces of the colonists, the fools that had tried to keep the key from her. Those gaunt haggard faces with their radiation burns. They had not understood what they had found, what they had held in their hands. She had showed them, and taken that power for herself, but at what cost? The Dark Lord snarled in fury. At what cost? The colonists had made their home beneath a large structure, likely a bomb shelter built during the earliest days of the first Sith invasion. Avarest had paid close attention as they had made their way down. It was a guess, but given what she had seen, she suspected that the place had been a museum once, or would have been had it been finished, had this colony thrived. Interesting. As they emerged into the main chamber, the one that the people here called home, she felt a familiar thrumming in the force, a sense of malice, and a rage long denied. The Dark Lord drank in everything around her. What she saw surprised her. Weapons cases, supply crates, even a makeshift medical bay, common enough in a shelter, but that is not what caught her eye. The 30 or 40 people who lived here watched with cold, angry eyes, but their gaze quickly left the newcomers and fell on the large statue that took up most of the back wall. Avarest regarded it thoughtfully. She had never seen anything like it, but recognized the design. She had seen it enough times in the Valley of the Dark Lords back on Korriban, and, more importantly, she could sense the aura of the dark side emanating around it. The statue was that of a human male. His robes and armor were of a different time, his long hair pulled back into a long ponytail. He knelt on a stone dais, a Sith war sword in hand, his head bowed, not in reference to any man, but to the power of the dark side, the power that he was both master and slave to. Avarest knew the feeling, and considering what had been said outside, she could guess who the man was, who the statue represented. Exar Kun. In his name, we welcome you, Sith, the one who had greeted them said, bowing respectfully to the stone icon before them. In the name of the Dark Lord reborn, we offer you his protection, and the choice to serve him or be cast down. The man raised his fist and looked out over his fellow colonists. For the darkness, he called out, for the Dark Lord Kun. For the darkness. The others exclaimed, their fervor echoing of the walls of their home. For Kun. Avarest only just kept the sneer from her face. All this for a failed Dark Lord, she thought with contempt. All this for a dead man. Avarest knew of Exar Kun, of course. She had first heard his name during her school days back on Ardana. The Republic had never realized just how much the Empire had infiltrated their world. Their history was known to the Empire, especially when it came to the Sith who came after the so-called Great Hyperspace War and the fall of the old Sith Empire. Yes, Avarest knew about Kun. A fallen Jedi, it was said, one who had traveled to Korriban and been both seduced and trained by the ghosts of the Dark Lords of old. At least, that was the story that the spies had brought back to the Empire. Exar Kun had believed the Empire dead. He had not known of Darth Vitiate and the survivors who had sought shelter on Dromund Kaas. He had sought to resurrect the golden age of the Sith by himself, to rule over the galaxy as a true Dark Lord of the Sith. He failed. Yet, his actions had not been in vain. He had weakened the Republic, made it possible for Darth Revan and Darth Malak to strike at the Jedi 3 decades later. It was through them that the true Empire had tried to finish the work that Kun had started. Had Revan not chosen to betray Vitiate, things might have been far different now. The Sith might have finally ended the Republic and their Jedi dogs. Yes, Exar Kun had served his purpose, but now, these people sought to bring him back, claimed that he was already back, somewhere among the stars, waiting to return to his throne. Avarest frowned. That would not happen. Exar had had a shot. It was her turn now, the throne, and the galaxy would be hers. She would suffer no rivals. Her eyes took in the shelter, its defenses, again. She was not impressed. A Sith assault team would make short work of this place, killed all these heretics, and brought the key to her. She found herself missing her war master in that moment. Bleez would not have failed her. She would have led Avarest's forces and conquered these fools. Sadly, Bleez was not here. She had scattered with the rest of Avarest's house. Those who had not fled were now under the command of Beric, and he under the control of Acina, and what remained of the Dark Council. No matter, she thought, scattered was not destroyed. When the time come, she would gather all her followers to her, and her enemies would fall. She looked up at the statue of Exar Kun and sneered. Are you back? Are you just the fantasy of these radiation-burned fools? Or did you find some way to cheat death, as I did? Could these fools have resurrected Kun? The dark side offered so many mysteries, so many possibilities. It was possible that Kun had found a way back. His body was never found, or so legend said. A Sith spirit could sustain itself for centuries, if the sacrifices had been enough. No, Avarest did not care. If Kun was back, it didn't matter. If he had been reborn, and was some boy hiding out in the galaxy, she would find him, she would peel the very flesh from his bones. He would die before he could ever threaten her power. I will suffer no rival. I've sacrificed too much to stop now. This galaxy, this universe is mine. No one else will have it. Do you hear that? Avarest glanced at Shira. The beast girl was sniffing the air, her lips pulled back into a snarl. Do you hear the music? Avarest nodded. Yes, she had been hearing it since they set foot on this world. Her eyes fell on the statue again. At the offerings left at its base, she was surprised to see so many Sith artifacts here. Most looked pre-return, from the days of Revan and Kun. She had heard the Jedi didn't allow such things to remain untouched in the galaxy. The Order had gathered everything of Kun and Revan's reigns, and locked it away or destroyed it outright. They considered such objects dangerous. And to some, dangerous meant valuable. She had heard that many of the rich and powerful had coveted Sith artifacts before the Empire's return. To own the forbidden was seen as a status symbol. Some of those wealthy beings had, in fact, been Sith sleeper agents, ready in the galaxy for the Empire's return, waiting for the activation order to come down. Was that how this cult of Kun gotten started? Has the sleeper died after converting these people to his side? Did it even matter now? Avarest reached out with the Force. As she did, the song grew louder in her ears. She shuddered in pure pleasure. There it was. She could see it among the dusty bones of what had come before. A three-sided pyramid as big as a human fist. The first of Hikita's keys. The one who had escorted them down here noticed the look on her face. He smiled cruelly. You admire the gifts we have offered our Lord, Sith. She took a deep breath. Centering herself, she wanted to lash out, kill all these fools, and simply take the key, but no. There were too many and there were alternatives to fighting. A blade was not a Sith's only weapon. Again, the Sith Lord looked over as Shai revealed. The mongrel was staying close to Zay, shielding her, as Avarest had asked her to do on their way here. Unlike the Zakul, Avarest was no fool. The knights had landed at the spaceport and simply tried to march on this place, letting the Force guide them. They had arrogantly assumed that the fallen colony was no threat, and that they could simply swagger in here and claim the prize. They had paid for that arrogance with their lives. It was not a mistake the Sith would make. Cunning and betrayal could be as lethal as brute force, if wielded by a skilled hand, and the Darth of the Sith Empire was more than skilled. Far more. She gasped. The key had acknowledged her touch. She could sense it through the Force. It was awake now. The information she had acquired from Zay's late master, as well as other sources, had suggested that this was possible. Hikitas had been a brilliant alchemist, an impressive achievement for one first trained as a battle rager. The key whispered in her head, offering her advice. It yearned to return to the hands of a skilled Dark Lord, to be used as it was designed. The plan it offered was exciting. Avarest accepted without a moment's hesitation. Shield the girl, she murmured to Shira, low enough that only the mongrel could hear. Stay back and don't interfere, whatever happens next. The Jedi's eyes narrowed. What are you going to do? Don't interfere, Avarest repeated as she stepped forward. She spun around, her eyes glowing golden with the dark side energies in this place. The key offered aid, and she accepted without question. She spoke the words. Servants of the dark side, she called out, hear me, and rejoice in this moment of joy. She reached out with the Force, and the key rose from the dais. Blasters went up, all pointed at her. Stand down, Sith. Their escort growled. All that is before you belong to our Lord. As do I, Avarest lied. She gave them a cruel smile. They hesitated. Some lowered their blasters. Good. They were giving her the rope she needed to hang them with. She continued on. The Dark Lord of the Sith has chosen well. I hear his voice even now. He applauds your courage. You are brave to wait in such a place, and wise to hide here from the light, but an even greater destiny awaits. She let the key float into the hands of her escort. The man looked up. He seemed confused. What destiny? He asked. What has the Lord shown you? The path to greater power, she continued. The secret now sits in your hands. You stand at the threshold of something far greater, a chance to step into the realm of those touched by gods. Avarest turned to the man, her smile as sweet as a rare wine. You serve he who is master of the Force, and he has seen fit to reward you. It shall be granted a great boon. She purred what she said next, her voice becoming more seductive and sweeter. You shall all wield the Force in his name. That is the gift that he offers, and it begins with what you hold in your hand, the key to salvation. She knew she had them. Even before her eyes fell upon the colonists, she could feel their hunger, their greed. They wanted what was being offered. Greed was something she understood very well. She was the Lady of Greed after all. The holocron, the man who brought her here, said, how could it? It is no mere holocron, she said, stopping his question. It is the key to power, the doorway to the darkest of miracles. She slowly turned, letting all in attendance hear her words, and look into her eyes. In the old days, the legendary marker Ragnas could grant the Force to those that served him well. The item that your man holds has a similar power. It can grant this mighty gift. All you must do to receive this beautiful gift is to open up your spirits and minds. Give your hate and rage to the key, let it drink deep, and you will find glory. You will feel the Force rush through you, as only a Sith can understand. Avarest looked at Shira. She could see the confusion and distrust on the Jedi's face. They looked excited. She had never heard her master speak like this. She was curious. Avarest caught the Jedi's eye what she wanted passed between them and the Force. Shield the girl, well, mongrel. That is all that I require. Avarest turned back to the leader of the colonists. Do you accept this gift? Are you ready to not simply serve the Sith, but to become Sith yourselves? She smiled wickedly. All you have to do is open the door. She stepped forward, her eyes never leaving the small glowing pyramid. Turned the key. That was all it had taken. She felt it, as much as she heard, and seen it, the nods and whispers of acceptance. These people had worshipped the dark side, had been abandoned by the Republic and Jedi. Of course they would accept. Even the one who had brought them here, the one who had looked upon her with suspicion, was lost in the moment, lost to his desire to be more than a mere servant, to become a master. I accept, he said, his eyes wide and hungry. In the master's name, I accept. Avarest's smile widened. Good. And in the name of the true master, you shall have what you desire. You shall all feel the Force flowing through you, as it flows through me. She reached out again to the key, whispering the incantations under her breath, the one she had learned from the holocron that Zay had acquired for her, the one that Avarest had killed the girl's master for, when he dared try to jack up the price. The key heard her words, and it responded. It rose from the fanatic's hand and began to rotate, glowing brighter and brighter. Look into the key, she shouted to all that could hear. To have Force open to you, you must look. Give it your rage and hate, in all its glory. The power is yours, seize it, and do not look back. Again, she felt the key call out to her as it touched the minds of the colonists, the ones that worshipped Kun and wished to be his acolytes. Avarest felt it, the shift in the Force, the rising heat and freezing cold of the hate of the colonists. The key drank it up, and returned it 100-fold. The Force opened to the colonists. They felt it as Sith would. Avarest laughed maniacally. Fools. Did they realize that power was not simply given? And besides, did they actually believe their mundane bodies were strong enough to contain such power? All the keys were needed for maximum effect. A single key could open the door, but it could not control the flood. The colonists received their reward. The Force flowed unchecked through their mundane bodies. The result was instantaneous. Some burst into flames, turned to blackened bones in seconds. Others froze solid where they stood, their cold rage converted into raw frigid power. A young woman paused in mid-gasp of ecstasy. Icicles grew from her upraised palms. Children weaned on the tails of the Sith fell asleep consumed by the cold. They froze to death in seconds. And in it all, the heart of the chaos, the dark side swirled. The key took the spirits of the columnists. They didn't enter the force. They flowed into the key as it gave power to the people that touched it. Those spirits flowed into the one that woke the key. They flowed into Avarest. She felt their deaths in the moment of extreme torment and pure euphoria. The Dark Lord threw her head back and cried out in pure pleasure. The one who had brought them to this place, he lasted the longest. His rage was more controlled, neither burning hot nor frigid cold. His skin bubbled, his hair caught fire. "Lord save us!" He cried out to the statue. "What have we done?" Avarest had heard enough. She pulled him to her. Her hand found his throat. His blood was scalding hot, but her fingers didn't burn. She smiled. "The Force has found you wanting, mundane," she spat. "You are not worthy to stand before the true Sith Master." She laughed, her gold eyes flaring like stars, the souls of his friends and neighbors filling her with power. "I am the darkness," she hissed. "I am the Empress and the mother of horrors." The man sobbed, realizing that he had been betrayed. His eyes popped like soap bubbles. His death cries annoyed her. He was nothing and deserved to be cast aside. "I am Avarest filth," she declared as his body finally burst into flames and collapsed. The Dark Lord rose into the air and laughed. She floated above the carnage. "I am Avarest." "Stop." Shira's shout was the sound of an annoying gnat. "Jedi fool," she thought. "I should let the key consume you too. I should." "Stop." Shira shouted again. "You're killing her." Avarest blinked. Something in the back of her mind got through the euphoria. She looked down and... No. The Dark Lord blinked. No. Zay was still at Shira's side, still shielded, but it had not been enough. The girl floated above the mongrel's head. She was moaning, her skin bathed in sweat, while her hair, eyebrows, and eyelashes were covered in frost. Avarest lost her connection to the key, the carnage she unleashed ending with a loud pop, the heat and cold vanishing, gone like it was never there, leaving only ash and frozen bodies in his wake. Avarest drifted to the ground as Zay collapsed into Shira's arms. "No," Avarest gasped. "No. What have I done? What have I done?" "Avarest." She whirled, lost in the memory and her hate and rage. She heard a distant voice, felt the Force reaching out. She almost ignored it, lost in the desire to spill blood and self-hatred. "Avarest. Enough." It was a man's voice, one she knew, and it got through the haze of hate. "Finn." She stopped in mid-swing. She was panting, bathed in sweat. All around her, the grass had blackened. The dark side had fed off her power, draining the life from the very land around her. Just as it had done years ago, on Oradana, a death field conjured without trying. She crouched in the middle of the dead ground. Even the worms tunneling beneath her feet were dead. Finn stood before her, his weapon on his belt, his concern radiating out through the Force. She was tempted to strike at him. The rage was almost all-consuming. She would not destroy herself. She had come too far. It would be better to lose control and kill everything else. It would be satisfying. Finn didn't retreat. He stood outside the effect of her power. She looked upon him, her rage barely held in check. She wanted blood, violence, death. The key had woken the animal in her, and it didn't want to be caged, not after Zay, perhaps, not ever again. "Calm down," Finn said, approaching her, his every step careful, not wishing to spook the dangerous predator before him. "Kill him," the dark side whispered in Darth Fear's voice. "Free yourself from the last of your chains." She was tempted. The beast was hungry. Malgus had done it. He had killed his wife, his one true love. Could she do the same? Finn continued to approach, perhaps not realizing the danger he was in. "The girl will be all right," he said. "Dr. Tag has checked her out. She is sleeping now. In shock, but alive. She will recover, in time." Avarest growled, she heard, but the rage was too great. It didn't want to be contained. He stood before her, the calm in the eye of the storm. He reached out with their bond, pushing the rage back. "Stop, please," he murmured. "Kira, please." Her golden eyes widened. "Kira! Kira!" That had done it. She lunged, but he was too close. He caught her arm, blocked her blade. He held her tight, in a grip like iron. She snarled in his face, spitting like an angry loath cat. He pulled her to him. She didn't fight. She was in shock. The storm whirled around them, whipping the long grass like a gale force wind. Finn reached out with the force. He held her, both with the force and his arms. She didn't resist, more shocked than anything else. Her brain had shut down, like a prey animal in a speeder's headlights. How dare he? She was the Dark Lord. She was. He stopped her. He did the only thing he could do. He kissed her. Fury gave way to shock. Then, her eyes widened as he wrapped her in the force, in his own want and desire. Icy rage melted. The fires of hate went out, doused by that melting. The fury was gone, but in its place, it turned to heat. Hot. Brighter than rage. Yet, far more intimate. They. She clawed at his arm, no longer fighting, but gripping, wanting to pull him closer. The lightsaber tumbled from her hand, its crimson blade vanishing with a wicked hiss. She grabbed Finn, pulled him tighter, pulled him down, and they tumbled to the dead ground. They rolled around, kissing hungrily, lost in passion's embrace. There was no darkness, no light, only the comfortable gray that existed for them and them alone. Avarest gasped, emerging from the key's fury. She moaned as he rolled her onto her back, as he started to move against her. They? H. He moved his hands over her body, his fingers finding the ribbon around her neck. He would have torn it off, the first step in their road to deeper desire. That woke her up. No! She rolled over and pushed him back gently, though firmly. They lay on the ground, both panting, their hearts pounding. Her hand rose, checking the choker, making sure the glamour still held. Not yet, she realized. He could not see her new face. She took a shuddering breath. Not yet, but soon. Soon. They lay looking at each other. Finn's Jedi calm was finally coming back. He had been lost in her emotions as well, pulled into the storm by their connection. His solution had been unique. "I'm sorry," he gasped. "I almost lost." He gave her a sheepish look. "I'm sorry." She sat up, finally back in control. The howling psychopath, the mother of horrors, was contained again. She gave him a wicked smile. "I'm not," she said in a husky voice. She reached out with the force, letting him know that what she had stopped was not a no, but simply something for later. He nodded, he accepted. They didn't need words. She didn't need words. He knew how she felt. She took a deep breath, the memory of what had happened finally clear in her mind. Her cunning reasserted itself. She had the first key. Another phase of her plan was complete. It was time to move on to the next one, the more difficult one. It was time to lay her cards on the table. It was time for the truth. "I need to speak with Master Jazz," she said. "He does have some questions," Finn informed her. Shira told him about. Avarest nodded. "I've not lied to you, Finn. I've never lied to you. But I've not been entirely honest either." She shrugged. "Will you come with me?" She feared that he would say no, that he would back away. He didn't. "I will come," he promised. "I'll always be there." She nodded. Good, she thought. Very good. Rage was good. Passion was better. Finn would help her. He would always help her. That is why she wanted him. That is why he would be hers. Always. Chapter 17. I'm afraid that, well, I've not been entirely honest with you. Avarest smiled shyly at the men before her, seeking to project only a sense of humility. It was not easy for her these days, but she gave it her best shot. The Dark Lord chuckled. "Of course, I expect you already knew that." The men before her said nothing. Jaz Darbin, Colonel Capistan, and the Rodian Jedi that had arrived with Captain Cooper. Now she would need to convince them of just how dire the situation that was developing around them had become. She was up to the challenge, at least, she thought she was. Finn stood nearby. They had come here together. She licked her lips. Remembering the kiss he had given her, the memory warmed her and gave her the boost she needed. Meanwhile, she could sense the emotions of the beings before her. The mongrel had already given her report, no doubt. Avarest wondered what she had said, and what they thought when all was said and done. Master Jaz would keep an open mind surely. The Rodian was an unknown to her, and the colonel was openly hostile. He sees only what I've done, she realized. He looks at the actions and not what was behind them. The taking of the arms from the Empire, now the destruction wrought on those Kun-worshipping fools. He doesn't understand. How could anyone but another Sith understand? She almost shook her head. The colonel thinks I'm a monster. You are a monster, Avarest. The thought came unbidden, what hit like a slap in the face. Avarest blinked. What was that? It had not come from outside, but that didn't bother her. She was used to voices in her head. The dark side often whispered to her what this had sounded. It had sounded like. She ignored it. It didn't matter. She had her reasons for doing what she did. She would not explain herself to anyone, not even a random voice in her head. Capistan was the first to speak, but again, she was not surprised. He had already made up his mind about her. So, a Sith lied, he said dryly. What a complete shock. Avarest shrugged. I deserve that, and probably more, she agreed, but I said I was not completely honest with you. That doesn't mean that I've lied. She glanced at Finn. There are some that I will never lie to. Any deception on my part was for my protection, not something insidious. Again, she sensed their skepticism. Good. They would have to be stupid beyond belief to completely trust her. She had no desire to work with fools. She needed them to be more than that. Master Jaz glanced at his former Padawan, who nodded to him, confirming what she had said. Finn knew her, and his master likely knew about their connection. Jaz would trust in that. Then what does it mean, my lord? The Jedi Master asked. Shira has already been debriefed. She told us what happened on your last mission. What you did? That was not me, Avarest clarified. Shai revealed she didn't completely understand what she was seeing. Though I touched the key with my powers, woke it up, so to speak, what happened to those people had nothing to do with me. They burned or froze based on their own feelings, their own desires. Avarest shrugged. Her expression turned thoughtful. I only wish that Zay had not gotten caught up in it, poor girl. I would like to thank you all for not calling me before you in the immediate aftermath of our return. After seeing to my servant, I needed to decompress a bit, gather my thoughts, and find my focus again. Master Jaz gave her a sympathetic smile. You care about the girl, that much is certain. I will not deny that. Many Sith prefer to focus only on hate and anger as a source of power, but the other emotions work just as well. As I have told your Padawan, we Sith are a passionate people. I will not limit myself to only a few emotions, not when there is so much more to use. The colonel sneered at that, not that she blamed him. Who knew what he had seen during the last 2 wars? Some Sith might call that a weakness, Avarest, he said. I am not like most Sith, she said with a smirk. I was not raised on Dramikas. I came up through my own skill and cunning. No one gave me anything. I was forced to flee my home with nothing but the clothes I wore, and yet, I still managed to ascend to the Dark Council chamber. Avarest found herself thinking of Darth Fear, and all the other lords she had faced on her journey. Most of the old guard were dead now, but that was as it should be. The old and weak passed away to make way for the young and the strong, and she intended to be the strongest of the new order. She had come too far to stop now. The memory of her trials, her losses still burned within her. From the death of Fel, to the disease that Darth Tarek inflicted on her. She had survived all those challenges, rose to be so much more than any of her rivals had thought, but it still wasn't enough. She still desired more, and the very item she needed was close by, so very close. A shiver ran down her spine. Even now, she could hear the key's song. The Jedi had hidden it, but it was awake now, and it called to her, wanting her to give into its power. She resisted that desire. There would be a better time. She would be patient. She continued to speak to those before her, the leaders of the survivors. Her pawns. Yet, they would need to become more, yes. They would need to become far more. All that I possess is mine because I earned it, she reminded them. It is mine because I took it. I took it from my lessers, men and women who believed they were my superiors because they were born with a famous name, or had powerful friends. She snorted at the memory of those fallen foes, people all best forgotten. Their wealth and schemes were nothing to me, nothing to the power of the Force. The Rodian Jedi suddenly jerked upright, his empty eyes focused on her. She almost quailed under that gaze. There was something about him she didn't like, how he felt in the Force. It felt wrong, yet familiar somehow. He spoke quickly, his basic thick with the accent of his people. He listed names with military titles, or Jedi ranks attached, so many names. Avarest's eyes narrowed. A few she recognized. Darzu, Ponder, Rad Laurel, Sidar Ben. Avarest grinned. I didn't realize that anyone was keeping score, she said. Master Ono. Jazz said, what are you doing? I suspect that he is listing my enemies, Master Jazz. Avarest answered, enemies that I have slain in battle. People you murdered, you mean? The colonel said, glaring at her. His words made her frown. People die in war, Colonel, she said dismissively. I'm sure you have a list of dead foes somewhere too. As for these, I happen to recognize some of the people that our Rodian friend is mentioning. They were renegade Jedi that walked the edge of the dark side in a vain attempt to destroy my home. Avarest snorted. I make no apologies for doing my job, and the one that you and yours should have done. Sidar Ben and his traitors threatened a treaty the Sith signed in good faith. They provoked combat among my people. They sought to destabilize the Empire, the home that I love. Avarest glared at the Rodian. He was still listing names. So many names. Can you silence him, please? I'm here to tell you the truth and make an offer that you will definitely wish to hear, not revel in my past accomplishments. She realized her words were a mistake the moment they came from her lips, the sudden shift in emotions from those standing before her. Avarest cursed under her breath. She realized her mistake immediately. I'm too used to being among Sith, those that see the death of Jedi as a positive thing. Those trained in the Jedi way, or born into the Republic, simply didn't understand, and probably never would. Showing pride in the death of their comrades, that was not smart. In fact, it was downright stupid. In the meantime, the Rodian continued to babble, name after name of this soldier or that. All beings that had died in some way at her hands. Silence, fool, she wanted to snarl. Silence. He was ruining everything. She had been ready to intervene, to silence him herself. Perhaps that was why her dream friend did what he did. Finn stepped forward. He went to the Rodian and put a gentle hand on his shoulder. Master Ono, he said, thank you for your information. Now, please stop, and come back to us. The Rodian's large eyes turned to Finn. His small ears twitched. The cybernetic devices built into the back of his head blinked and whirred. Finally, he fell silent. The creature shook his head. Finn? He said. Yes, Master, Avarest's dream friend said to him. I'm here. We're all here, your friends. The Rodian snorted and looked around. Again his eyes found Avarest. Not all our friends here, he said, and looked to be fading away again, but shook his head, and quickly turned back to the young Jedi at his side. I'm having trouble, he said. Finn gave him a gentle smile, and a friendly tap on the shoulder. The Rodian finally fell silent, and seemed to be back in control. For now, Avarest thought, she didn't share Finn's pity for the creature. The Dark Lord only just held back a sneer. He was having trouble. That was an understatement, she thought. She still didn't understand why the creature was here. Whatever it was that had been done to him had clearly hobbled his mind. She wasn't sure what to make of that. She had always heard that the Jedi didn't fear death, that they considered it merely the next step on their journey through the Force. Why would this one submit to such cybernetics knowing that they would leave him so limited? Again, the voice that had called her a monster spoke up. These people are no mere pawns, Avarest. They know what you really are. You can't fool them like you did the people of Ordana. They know better than to trust you. They can see through your tricks. Take a good look. One of these people is going to kill you one day. That thought stopped her in tracks. Wait. What? She had been close to death many times, but that had always come at the hands of another Sith. No Republic or Jedi enemy had truly threatened her except for Shy Reveal. The mongrel had nearly killed her when they fought on Voss, and again, when she destroyed Avarest's research vessel, the Shadow's Embrace. Beyond that, she had never feared any Jedi, or saw them as a life-threatening threat. Perhaps she had been wrong. Enough. The voice of the dark side, or perhaps it was that of her own will, finally spoke up, and it was not pleased. You came here with a plan. Do not abandon it simply because you have come to realize that manipulating these fools is going to be harder. So the plan must change to accommodate new information. So what? Make those changes and adapt. She nodded to herself. Yes, she was a Lord of the Sith, the rightful and true Dark Lord of the Sith. She would not be thrown off her game plan. She smiled and bowed her head. I ask your pardons, she said humbly. I'm too used to speaking with other Imperials and Sith. What I said about my past deeds was not appropriate. She raised her eyes to meet the leaders of the survivors once again. This time when she spoke, it was with new steel in her voice. I didn't come here to debate my past. I came here to talk about the future, for both me and the Republic that you all claim to serve, and to enlighten you on things that I've held back until now. Why now? Colonel Capistan asked her. What made you change your mind? 2 reasons, she answered. What happened during my last mission opened my eyes. The artifact that we found was more powerful than I expected, and now that our enemies are seeking them too, it has become prudent for me to reveal what I know. And the second reason? The colonel asked. Avarest smiled slyly. I didn't trust you, but now, it seems that I will need to, for the good of us all. Jaz Darbin snorted with amusement. You didn't trust US, he said dryly. The last time I was around Republic forces was after the Battle of the Inferno Nebula. I came to you injured, and from a side that fought beside yours. I was treated decently, but still as an enemy. I woke up in chains, and was not going to be returned to my people. I was to be sent to the Jedi Temple for imprisonment and interrogation. She shook her head. That treatment didn't inspire much faith, especially when I come to you, once again, as an ally. Avarest was pleased that none of them chose to dispute her on that point. Perhaps they even understood. Good. That would make what she said next even easier. But as I said, I'm not here to talk about the past. Mayor's archivist pointed us to a powerful Sith artifact. Far more powerful than even I realized. Avarest sighed. It pains me to admit, but I miscalculated, and now, I will need to ask more of you. But in return, you will get something far more valuable, something the Republic and Jedi have wanted for years. And that is? The colonel asked. Peace, Colonel Capistan, she said with a smile. I'm prepared to offer the Republic peace. The words had almost stuck in her throat, but she had managed to get them out. Peace. Even thinking the words made her ill. If Lana Beniko is successful in building this alliance she is working towards, Avarest continued, I believe it is possible that we will have the power to defeat Arcan and his empire of pretenders. But even if we do, what then? What is to stop the Republic and Sith Empire from immediately returning to the state of war we were in before the invaders came? You believe the war should stop? Master Jaz asked her. Both sides will need time to rebuild and reconsider the direction the galaxy is taking. Avarest chuckled. I'm willing to explore new options, aren't all of you? The 3 beings looked at each other again. She sensed their skepticism. Again, it was to be expected. I take it you have a plan, Jaz Darbin asked her. I do, the Dark Lord admitted. We spoke once of putting a new Sith leader on the throne, one willing to open a dialogue with the Republic and end the war. She sat up straighter. The leader is before you now. I will be Empress, and I will end the war. Just like that, Capistan asked. Just like that, she answered. How? Her smile turned colder then, crueler. With the aid of the key we have found, of course, and his 4 brothers, the threat of them at least. She reached out with the force, again. She could feel the key nearby. It sang as she touched it. The song made her shiver with anticipation, and she was not alone. Master Jaz also reacted. She could see it. He shivered. I knew it, she thought. He was not some innocent Jedi drone. He had tasted the dark side before. She glanced back, and Finn, he didn't seem to have heard it, either that, or he was hiding his reaction from her. Something to discuss later. So, Jaz Darbin said, you know more about this thing than you let on. Much more, she confessed. In truth, the key is the reason that I'm here. I thought you were here because you were stripped of your power and position, Capistan said. Lana claimed you had nowhere else to go. I was a Dark Council member, she reminded him. I controlled 3 full sectors of Sith space. I ruled over the breadbasket of the Empire. Such power does not just evaporate. My forces were scattered after my defeat, but they didn't completely abandon me. Yet, had I chosen to use them, if I had tried to hit back like any other Sith, either Arcan or that Darth Acina would have destroyed me. I had no base, and no means of replenishing my troops and ships. My forces would have been overwhelmed. She sighed. I needed to draw attention away from myself, hence my exile. But I also needed help to locate the keys and move my plans forward. She laughed lightly. I needed allies. Dupes, you mean? Capistan spat. Avarest shrugged. In the beginning, perhaps, but, as I said, the situation has changed. She shrugged. I knew Finn, and I had plenty of intelligence reports on you, Master Jaz, and your Survivor Squad friends. I knew that you had not surrendered with the Republic, and knew that Lana Beniko would reach out to you. Avarest glanced at Finn. She probed him with the Force. She hoped that he would not feel betrayed by what she said next. Honesty was not always best, but it was necessary if she was to be successful moving forward. Best to just rip off the bandage. Better a little pain now. Then, they would be able to move on. Using your people to find the keys was my plan from the very beginning. Once they were found, I would summon my remaining forces, seize the keys, escape this place, and make sure that you would not be able to oppose me any further. None of the Jedi said nothing. They may have suspected this from the beginning, but it was another matter entirely to hear her admit to it. What changed your mind? Master Jaz asked. As I said, the keys are more powerful than I realized. Plus, I had not planned on the Zakuul hunting them as well. If even a single key falls into Arcan's hands, that could be catastrophic for both the Empire and the Republic. Avarest smiled. Which leads me to my offer. Help me find the keys before my rivals, and they are yours. You may take them to the Jedi Temple, lock them up, destroy them, whatever. All I ask is that you do so in secret. As far as the galaxy is concerned, I will have them. The threat of that power should be enough to revitalize my strength within the Empire. I can push my rivals out of the way and seize the Sith throne. From there, I will sign a proper treaty with the Republic, and the galaxy will know peace. Again, she sensed skepticism. These beings likely found it hard to believe that a Sith would seek peace. They didn't understand. It was not peace she sought, but order. Order could only come through power. Other Sith will oppose you, Master Jaz reminded her. They will be dealt with. I already have several plans in place. My allies are in place and loyal. She smirked. There will be some blood, yes, but what thing is born without a little blood? Once those deaths are done, the others will fall in line. As Empress, I will rebuild the Dark Council with my own allies and followers, and once they are in place, the new treaty will be honored. Fear and respect will keep the Empire in line. Fear and respect of me. She chuckled. Surely having an ally on the Sith throne is no so repellent. And the fear of these keys can do that. Master Jazz asked. It can. Mar and I made sure the other lords knew what they could do. We were planning to use that fear to secure the throne, to put the proper puppet on it, and now, that is no longer needed. I'm not only willing, but skilled enough to rule on my own. You will find me a good ally and a skilled monarch. The colonel shook his head. He remained unconvinced. If what you are saying is true, why would you let us have these keys? Why risk letting us have them? He asked. Why not keep them for yourself? Because I won't risk them falling into a rival's hands. Once you have them, do with them what you will. The threat of using them will be enough. The colonel frowned. And how do we know that we can trust you? That you will just give away something of such power? Avarest's smile widened. She had hoped he would ask that. Because I give you my word. Your word. She nodded. I swear to you now, I will not seek to keep the keys. The only way that I will take them is if you give them to me, freely. She raised her right hand. I swear by the power of the dark side, the power that I covet above all else. Master Jazz looked at Colonel Capistan, and then at Finn. She could guess what he was thinking. Finn knew that she would never lie to him, and she wasn't lying now. Jazz trusted Finn, but he knew the Sith. He was no doubt seeking any sense of deception in this. He would not find any. She was being totally honest. The only way she would take the keys is if they gave them to her. She would not break her word. She sensed the change, the agreement that was unspoken. They were considering her offer, and why not? It was a good one, and it would be honored. The galaxy would know peace. What are these keys? Capistan asked. What do they do? I can't say for certain, Avarest admitted. Capistan didn't like that answer. You can't say, or you don't want to say. I can't say, she spat back. Even the key's creator was not entirely sure what he had forged when the work was done. He knew what he wanted, what he intended to make, but the Force does not always perform as we desire. Sometimes things can be created on accident, or develop in a way we didn't expect. She grinned hungrily. Such was the case with the keys of Darth Acina. She let her new allies digest that for a moment. She hoped that her honesty would sway them into helping her, not as pawns, but actual allies, or at least, see themselves as actual allies. She could no longer afford to string them along. They needed to move faster. By now, news of the failure to acquire the first key would have reached the Zakuul royal family. They would respond. Then there was the Sith side of things. Her dear brother knew about the keys too. He hated her now, and would happily see her suffer. If he performed as she expected, he would tell Acina about them, and the witch would likely choose to hunt them as well, likely giving Beric whatever he needed to pursue his desires. She needed to be faster. They needed to be faster. Arkin, his sister, Moff Lilas, she could not allow them to get to the keys first. She needed to have all 5 in her possession. Only then could her true work begin. Who was this Acina? Jaz Darbin asked. What did he intend to do with these keys? Acina was a self-made Sith, she replied. He was born the illegitimate son of a Dark Council member, and rose from nothing to be a very powerful lord in his own right. He began as a common battle rager, but through study and training became a skilled alchemist and sorcerer. Avarest paused briefly, once again listening to the keys singing. She shivered again. I sympathized with what he accomplished. She made no mention of the fact that her first master was one of Acina's followers. She would reveal that later, when the time was right. As for the keys, they were created to do what all keys do. They were to open doors, or rather one door in particular. And what door was that? Capistan asked. The only one that mattered, Avarest said. She gestured, whispering a spell under her breath. The Jedi in the room tensed, even Finn. Capistan started to go for his pistol, but stopped when he realized what she was doing. A simple illusion, not to deceive, but to enlighten. It floated before them, or rather, they floated before them. 3 figures summoned from Avarest's memory, or rather, pictures of 3 beings. An old man in fine robes, with a long flowing white beard, his eyes calm and centered. A young girl, long blonde hair flowing down her back, her face shining with innocence and compassion. And finally, a young man, clad in armor of midnight black, his bald head pale as bone, his lip curled with disdain, his red eyes boiling with barely controlled anger and hate. Avarest smiled, wondering if any of the Jedi recognized them. It was said that these three had been known to the Order once. "Tell me, my friends," she purred cruelly. "What do you know of the Mortis gods?" Chapter 18. I'm going hunting. I need it. Shira Veal sighed and looked out towards the entrance. Would you like to join me? Avarest could not kill the smirk that came to her lips. When the mongrel had been standing outside her door, she hadn't been sure what to expect. It certainly had not been this. You want me to go hunting with you? The Jedi nodded. May I ask why? As I said, I need this, Shira repeated. My blood stirs. Despite my training, I'm still a predator, and sometimes I need to acknowledge that, to scratch that itch. Shira took a breath, but still appeared a bit on edge. Avarest could see the tension in her muscles, the way the force flowed around her. The beast girl looked at her. We are both predators, me, by creation, you, by choice. You have spent days underground, waiting for the leadership to decide our next move. Shira snorted, her face shifting slightly to a more animalistic visage. Would you not like to get out, to stretch your more, darker impulses? Avarest felt a shiver run down her spine. Her rival was right, more than right actually. She was feeling a bit caged right now. Aggressive, she needed to deal with that. She had hoped that Finn would come to her after their little roll in the tall grass. If he had come to her quarters, she would not have resisted. Alas, that had not occurred. Vice was nice, but violence could be better. She needed an outlet. What the mongrel was offering sounded enticing. Plus, it was better than waiting. She had grown tired of waiting. Since telling the survivors' leaders the truth about her mission, she had not done much, simply waited, and checked in on Zay every now and then. For a Sith, it was not enough, the dark side called to her. She would be lying if she said she had no desire to answer. So, she purred wickedly, what is our prey? Have you seen the Arid, the large blue-furred creatures that wander the plains? I've caught glimpses, Avarest admitted, fast beasts, seen their packs moving in the distance. Shira nodded. It is not easy to get close to them. They have excellent hearing, and even a better sense of smell. Again, the beast girl smiled, her white fangs shining in the dim light. It is a challenge to get close to them. They spook so easily, despite having few natural predators on this world. And we are to bring one down, Avarest said hungrily, interesting. Shira shook her head. This is not about killing. It is about getting close to one. Avarest fought the urge to sneer. What is a hunt without the payoff of blood at the end? We have no need to kill right now, Shira reminded her. Our food stores are plentiful, and hunting is not simply about killing. It is a test of skill. To get close to a skittish Arid, to scratch its flank and leave only the merest drop of blood on one's claws. The beast girl growled, the force radiated with her excitement. I can't do that without killing. Tell me, which? Can you? The Dark Lord smiled. As challenges went, it was intriguing. Killing one of the creatures would be easy, but if the mongrel could do something, she could do it as well, only better. I accept, Avarest murmured, though I'm a bit surprised you would make me this offer. Are you not afraid I might take advantage of this moment, use this hunt to end our rivalry forever? Now, it was Shira Veal's turn to smile. That wouldn't be very wise on your part, would it? I doubt the others would buy the hunting accident story, and besides. She leaned in closer. I don't think you would risk your real plan, on something as small as revenge against me. Avarest said nothing. What else could she say? The mongrel had said little during the briefing. The Dark Lord had sensed her skepticism. She didn't buy what the Sith was saying, even though she could sense it was not a lie. She knows me too well. We have tried to kill each other too many times. She might not sense deception, but that doesn't mean she bought into the story about the keys. It was annoying, but again, not unexpected. The Sith's smile returned. "Very good," she said. "It is nice that we understand each other." Shire growled, not unpleasantly, more of a laugh than a sign of anger. "Well," she said, gesturing, "are you coming? Which? After you, mongrel." The beast girl stepped back and bowed slightly. "No, I insist. After you." The moons had risen, and there was no wind. Avarest and Shire moved through the tall grass. The Dark Lord adopted her best hunter's tread. She moved as she had been taught, no ripples in the grass, or in the Force. Yet, even here, in a place that was so familiar, she was nothing to Shire reveal. The Jedi had let the beast loose. Before vanishing into the grasslands, she had become almost an animal, moving on all fours, her neck and snout elongated into an almost hound-like shape. Avarest could barely sense her in the Force, and barely hear her movements. Occasionally, the other woman would pause to sniff the air, and then dart forward, drawn by the smell of prey. The Sith tried to keep up, but even then, it was a difficult thing. She could do it, but a smile came to her lips. She moves like a ghost. It is such a shame that such instinct is wasted on the light. She couldn't help but wonder what type of Sith would Shira had been had she not been taken from Darth Tarek. The Sith scientist had clearly not grasped what he had created. Had he desired a simple hound to expand his forces, or had he had a greater destiny in mind? A question that would never be answered. Avarest had taken all answers from Tarek's mouth when she had killed his body and sealed his soul forever within a Sith crystal. She felt no shame in those actions. Tarek had been her enemy, and he deserved far worse for taking her arm. Even now, she felt a slight tingle in her left elbow, the memory of a phantom pain, brought on by the memory. Not that it mattered now. She had a new arm and a new body. Plus, a new mission, but even still, Shireville remained. The last of Tarek's creations still lived to vex her. She considered murdering the creature again, but Shireville had not been wrong. It would have been counterproductive to her plan to arrange an accident for the Jedi. Not that such a murder would be easy. The mongrel was not foolish. Her guard remained up. No, her old enemy had been right on that point. Avarest could afford to do nothing against her. At least for now. Fooling the Jedi is not easy, my child, but it can be done. Darth Fear had spoken those words to her, and in this, her master had not been wrong. The thoughts of his lessons came back as she had told the Jedi what she knew about the keys, and the history of Hikidus and their creation. The trick to fooling the Jedi was not about lying, it was artistry. Her master had called it painting a portrait, or weaving a tapestry. Words and facts shaped to create a deception that was a work of art. The trick, daughter, is to make one point of the deception so important that the Jedi focuses on that, and not the rest of the picture. She had not really understood the lesson at the time, but now, with experience, she understood, and wove her masterpiece, painting a vision of what the Jedi thought she was after. She was pleased with the result. Early on, Hikidus' interest in the Mortis gods had been how they moved not only through space, but time. There had been conflicting reports for decades, accounts of visits on certain worlds, but one thing had stuck out to Hikidus. One fact had fascinated him most of all. The children of Mortis, the son and the daughter, in their various appearance on different worlds, there were discrepancies, sometimes centuries apart. One meeting they appeared as young adults, the next as small children, but never in a linear path. One world saw them as children, the next as teens, and the next as small children again. Many of these reports were decades apart. It had led Hikidus to one conclusion, the same conclusion the Jedi drew now. Time, Jaz Darbin had said, this, Hikidus. He believed that these Mortis could use the Force to travel through time. Avarest had nodded. The main thrust of his research, she assured him, Hikidus found no evidence of the Mortis traveling by ship. They just seemed to appear on whatever world they visited, and seemingly disappeared into nothingness. She had then showed them some of the holograms that Hikidus had collected, the various paintings from different worlds, artists recording the visitations. The dates these paintings had been made flashed below each, once again, confirming what she was showing. Time travel. To the Mortis, it appeared to be possible. Avarest had not said anything else. There was no need. She could sense what was going on. The Jedi controlled their emotions. Their mundane allies did not, and that told her everything she needed to know. Fear. She had held back a smile. It was a beautiful thing. She didn't even need to lead the conversation, to help them draw the right conclusions. They did everything themselves. Time travel. By the Force, no. Time travel in the hands of the Sith, or the Zakuul. Avarest let that fear burn, let it flow, blinding all other thought. Time travel, Hikitas believed it was possible, but extremely dangerous. Too dangerous. His desires had then turned in another direction, a similar direction that Avarest had, but her allies didn't need to know that. We can't save them. Avarest had looked up then. Agony stood before her, her blue eyes wide, no longer the pharaoh yellow of a Sith, and a look of hopeful expectation on her face. Avarest felt something twist in her gut. What came next? It was necessary, but not pleasant. She had kept most of the Mortis thing from her oldest friend, awaiting this moment. One did not need the Force to know how it would play out. I know what you are thinking, my friend, she said with a pained look, Fem and Aya. Agony's nervous joy reflected out through the Force, her hope. It was pointless, the Dark Lord knew, and sadly, not part of the plan. There was no hope, only power, and no strong enough to wield it. Agony had let go of hope, or at least, Avarest thought she had. Seeing that she hadn't, it was disappointing. We cannot save them, Avarest said flatly. It is impossible. Her friend's face fell. But, Avi, time travel, we could go back and... It doesn't work that way, Avarest snapped back. I wanted to believe this too. I read everything Hikitas wrote, everything he collected. I too thought that it might be possible, but I assure you, it is not. Anger flashed in the other Sith's eyes. Why? She demanded. Why is it impossible? Because that event is set, Avarest explained. There is no mystery in the loss of your husband and daughter. We found their bodies, together, we put them both to the flames together. We know how that story ended. It was an event that helped to bring us here. The Dark Lord sighed. Both Hikitas, and the scholars before him, realized that set events cannot be changed. To do so would risk disaster for not just those involved, but our reality. Changing such a major event in our lives would send shockwaves through the Force. Then let it happen, Agony almost shrieked, her eyes once again glowing a fierce yellow. I want my daughter back. Avarest raised her hand. She didn't like having this conversation in front of their enemies, but... Again, it played to the plan. Agony's loss and pain would distract the Jedi from her true intentions. It was ironic, the Dark Lord thought. Once upon a time, Agony had used her pain at losing Fel to save her during their time on Korriban. She had offered up one of their fellow students as a sacrifice to reawaken Avarest's strength. Now, she was using her friend's pain to sell the plan to their allies. It hurt, but... No buts. The Sith shook her head. There was no choice. It was necessary. I'm sorry, Avarest said, shaking her head. The pain she felt was real. She wanted to save her goddaughter, too. Even now, she could see Aya's sweet face, but she was not lying. It wasn't possible. Aya had died. They had seen her body and given it to the flames. Not even a Dark Lord of the Sith could change that. Agony stormed off, her pain radiating in her wake, her anger. Avarest let her go. She might hate her now, but that was way it needed to be. The plan came first. Most of their allies looked around uncomfortable, still fearful about what a Sith or Zakuul could do with time travel, that and the pain that they had seen in Agony's face. Let them focus on that. It was just another stroke of the brush on her canvas, another step towards. We must destroy it. Colonel Capistan frowned, determination radiated out through the Force. The key that Shira brought back, it must be destroyed. Oh, I would not advise that, Colonel, Avarest purred. You see, the power that the key taps, it is not within the device itself. The key is only a conduit. That power is held stable in this world by each individual artifact. Think of them as pillars holding up a ceiling. Knock out one, the stress on the others is increased, their power is increased, and becomes more and more unstable. Avarest shook her head. No, destroying the keys without possessing them all would be a very bad idea. If our enemies should beat us to the other four, their power would be increased by our sacrifice, not diminished. The old soldier glared at her. And you are just going to let us have these keys? I told you, here are my reasons. Yes, you did, but I don't buy the story. Is that really fair, Chris? The question had come from Finn. Avarest was not surprised that he had asked it. I understand your hesitation, but Evie has done nothing to warrant our distrust. She has delivered on every promise she has made. She has not tried to harm any of us, and, from everything that I've seen, she has not even lied to us. That doesn't mean that she isn't deceiving us, Finn. The soldier once again turned to Avarest, his eyes cold and hard. When Beniko first approached us about recruiting this one, I did some checking of my own. I still have friends in low places, many of them involved in Republic SIS. The Dark Lord shrugged. I can't imagine they had a lot to say about me, considering my history. You could say that, yeah. The intelligence file on you is quite interesting, my lord. The colonel shook his head and raised his hand. With each raised finger, he listed a world she had been on at least once. In Ar Shada, Terrace, and Mirren 8, have you ever visited those worlds, my lord? I can neither confirm or deny my presence on any of them, she replied. The old soldier snorted at her response. The SIS believed you were, or at least, that's what is in the reports. In all cases, those worlds suffered massive collateral damage when it came to possible Sith incursions, the death of innocents, wherever you went. Avarest said nothing. What could she say? She had done her duty for the Empire, nothing more. And now you are in a position to find the means to time travel, to damage reality, and the Force itself, and you want us to help you get it. The threat of the item is far more than its actual value, I can promise you that. And besides, the Dark Lord smiled. Hikitas could never get them to work. But that doesn't mean that you won't. Again, Avarest didn't reply. She needed to be careful here. This was very thin ice she found herself on. The colonel once again turned to Jazz and the rest of the group. I followed you through hell, master, but can we really do this? Are we really willing to put such power in reach of someone who is guilty of murdering hundreds of innocents and claimed it was duty or collateral damage? Avarest restrained herself from rolling her eyes. Oh, please, she thought. Hundreds. You underestimate me, Colonel. I've killed 3 times that many, and that was not even counting what I did done on Ardana to people I actually cared about. The death of Republic mundanes mattered little to her. More strokes on the canvas, nothing more. She watched Master Jazz. He looked tired, but remained strong in the Force. He held the gaze of the old soldier, his friend. There is a risk, I know, he said, but we can't just let such items fall into the hands of the Zakuul or any other Sith. The Jedi Master sighed and turned to Avarest. We will help you with this, he promised. She bowed respectfully, but inside she was almost cheering. Excellent. Most excellent. She had only just held back a satisfied grin. Another daub of paint on the portrait. Another step towards a masterpiece. Avarest moved silently through the grasslands. She walked with the hunter's tread, her senses hyper-alert, both in the now and in the Force. Up ahead, she could sense their prey, the herd animals that Shire Veal had called the Arid. The beasts grazed together, larger than a human, yet strong and slender. They moved on all fours, but the bend of their front legs suggested that they might be able to stand upright if they needed, the larger animals forming a protective circle around the younger ones. Their dark blue fur blending in with the night sky. A shiver ran down the Sith's spine. Her heart pounded with the hunter's anticipation. She only just managed to control her breathing, so close to the prey. The mongrel was right, she realized. She had needed this. Speaking of Shira, she could not sense her. The beast woman had been off to her left the last time she had sensed her. The Dark Lord had let her go. She saw no reason to remain near to her rival, not when her own prey was so close at hand. Avarest crept closer, her hand going instinctively to her lightsaber, but then she remembered the beast woman's challenge. No killing, only drawing blood. Her hand moved away from her belt, reaching for the small knife she carried in her boot. She drew in closer, making her presence smaller and smaller in the force. The night wind served her. The animals had not caught her scent. She closed on her prey, closer, closer. The knife was cold in her steady hand. Just a small cut on the side, she thought, and then, the mongrel will see how good I am, she will know. A-R-R-O-W. The howl split the night air, and with it the calm of the arid. The beasts honked loudly and panicked. They stampeded straight towards Avarest. She had gotten too close. The Sith stumbled as the beast surged forward. No! The Dark Lord lost her knife as a large arid bull hit her with his head as it rushed past, honking in fear. Anyone else might have been trampled. The creatures surged so close together, but anyone else would not have had the power of the dark side, and the anger of one betrayed. Avarest hissed as time slowed down. Mongrel. Traitor. She force-pushed her way through the pack of arid. It was not enough to stop the herd, but it did give her some breathing room. Once she had some space, she leapt into the air, flipping around so that she could inspect the battlefield. Her eyes narrowed. There she was. The mongrel was on all fours, snapping with her jaws at the arid speed in their stampede. Anger flowed out through the force as the Dark Lord drew her lightsaber, the crimson blade igniting with an evil hiss. Shira turned away from the animals, leaping as well, and in mid-flight changing back into a more humanoid shape, still bestial, but now able to wield her own lightsaber. Both women dropped behind the fleeing arid. The night had fallen silent, the honking beast fading into the distance, leaving only the hum of lightsabers in its wake. Red and green blaze lit the night, yet Avarest didn't engage, not yet. Her emotions were in two places at once. She was angry at the mongrel's betrayal, but also curious. What about the Jedi Code? Had the mongrel finally decided to step over his boundary? Avarest was breathing hard. She glared at her hated rival. Yet, she didn't attack. She gave the Jedi a wicked smile. You betrayed me, she purred. Did I? Shira responded. I never told you to go off on your own. Which, that was all you. If you had remained by my side when I flushed the beast, you would have gotten your chance to make your cut. Shira kept her blade up, but she did take one large paw off of his hilt. She showed the Dark Lord her claws, red, with the trace of blood dripping down the digit. You tried to go it alone, the Jedi said flatly. You lose. Avarest's fury started to rise. So what was this? Some Jedi test? Shira had played her. She. The Dark Lord's rage left her. She did something that most enemies would not expect. She laughed. Shira Veal didn't lower her weapon, but she relaxed her guard. She needed have worried. Avarest was not going to try to kill her. Not tonight. The Sith giggled. Most unexpected. She grinned at her rival. She didn't think that the other woman had it in her. I could have been killed, she reminded the Jedi. That would have been because of your mistake, not my actions, the beast girl replied. The Sith nodded. She had underestimated her rival. She had thought her an ally, who would never try to harm her. That was a mistake. It had not been a matter of trust, not for the Dark Lord, but because she had underestimated her opponent, and that could have led to her death. This was never about any hunt, Avarest said. The Jedi nodded. The arid were not my only prey this night. This was a warning, a threat. Shira lowered her blade, her weapon powering down. Yet, her animalistic gaze didn't falter. Shira had said nothing during the briefing. Now, Avarest knew why. The girl had already made up her mind, and now, she had made her point. Avarest understood it. We will help you, Sith, Shira said, but don't think, even for a moment, We are mere pawns in whatever game you are playing. The mongrel's eyes narrowed. A low growl escaped her. I know you. We faced each other enough times. If you don't think that I'm watching you, that I won't protect the others the moment I realize what you are really after, then you are gravely mistaken. Avarest didn't reply. What could she say? She had fallen into a bit of a rut. She had been so sure that the Jedi were dancing to her tune. Shira had just reminded her that that was not case. Her old enemies were still dangerous. She had been getting overconfident. The plan was going well, but she had been so busy admiring her own painting that she had not seen the mongrel sneaking up, ready to splash her own paint, ruining the Dark Lord's work of art. Darth Fear would have been most disappointed in his apprentice. Very disappointed indeed. Still, Avarest would recover. She had a chance to, thanks to the other woman's warning. A mistake on the mongrel's part. She should have said nothing. Let me keep moving along confidently. Now, I will remember to be more careful. Avarest smiled. That was the mongrel's mistake. I'll watch my back, she said. Thank you, mongrel, for the hunt. You're welcome, witch. Shira said nothing more. She backed up, melting into the long grass. There was a sudden shift as the Jedi changed shape, and then she was gone, bounding off across the plain. The Sith sighed and shook her head. That had been close, too close. She could have died. And yet, I didn't. Avarest smiled. Shira knew her, that was true. She suspected the truth, but couldn't prove it, and wouldn't act without proof. She could have saved her friends and the galaxy, but she hadn't. Avarest's work would continue, her painting continuing to take shape. Avarest made her way back to camp, but still felt aggressive, hostile. She thought of tracking those Arid, butchering their pack, but no. There would be time for blood later, and besides, the Arid were not the animals she wanted to kill. She took a deep, cleansing breath. I need to be patient, she reminded herself. I can wait. She still needed to work. The brush remained in hand. The painting was not yet done. Chapter 19. May I join you? Avarest smiled slightly and gave a quick nod. Finn stood behind her, meal tray in hand. Join me, she thought to herself. If only. Her dream friend sat down across from her, the only other person at her table. The others filled the hall, the fighters and support staff that helped maintain the base. Not the way she wanted to be with Finn. She would have preferred something more private and intimate. Yet, that seemed to be denied her. He denied her. It was annoying. The dining area could fit about 20 if needed. For the moment, though, there was only about 7 or 8, and none of them sat close to Avarest, choosing to keep their distance. Not that she blamed them. They fear me, as they should. Fear, it had never bothered Avarest. Besides, she was used to eating alone, and when she was not, Agony or Zay was at her side. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. For the moment, that was denied her. Again, annoying. Finn smiled politely as he broke his fast. Avarest said nothing, picking at the meal before her. Food not to your liking? He inquired. She merely shrugged. It is fine. I spent almost a year as a student eating nothing but Sith military rations. She smiled slightly, holding up a piece of dry bread. This is not much worse than that. Finn smiled slightly. She could not say if he understood, but she closed her eyes. She could feel it, their connection, the way the Force changed when they were together, dark and light, blending together, forming a tapestry of silver energy, singing in a sort of strange harmony. No dominance was needed, not here, not between them. For a moment they ate in a comfortable silence. Avarest glanced up only once. Agony had entered the hall and grabbed a tray of food. Once she would have headed to her lord's side, but now she took a seat with Timon and his mother on the other side of the hall. Avarest said nothing, not that she needed to. Finn knew her too well. It bothers you, doesn't it? You don't like that she is angry with you. She doesn't understand. The young Sith snorted. Besides, it is not her place to understand, only obey. Her eyes narrowed as she glanced over at her friend. It is funny. When we first met, She was my superior. I was a lowly second-level acolyte, and she was a first, the scion of a powerful family on Dromund Kaas. And yet, she lacked vision, or motivation. I knew what I wanted, what I needed to become. I surpassed her in every way. A more powerful master, a connection that allowed me to win status and glory beyond what I should have been capable of. Everything I desire is mine because I took it. She chose to stand with me, to follow me. She pledged herself to me, to live and die at my command, to serve me, and now she forgets that oath. A shiver of rage ran down her spine. She wanted to hurt Agony in that moment, remind her of the promise she had made on Corbin, and the price of seeking to break it. She wanted to grab her fellow Sith and shake her, remind her of one simple fact. You owe me. You won't hurt her, Finn said, likely sensing her anger, what she thought about doing. Avarest paused. It was strange, this. The longer they were around each other, the stronger their connection became. He was not reading her thoughts, not yet, but she was not entirely sure this would lead to a place she wanted to be. Why are you so sure? She asked, her lips parting in a cruel sneer. If Finn was intimidated, he didn't show it. He simply smiled. Because you don't want to, not really. He leaned back, a satisfied look on his face. Tell me that I'm wrong. Another shudder ran down her spine. Avarest didn't like being called out like that. To have someone, even someone she cared about, question her motives. She found herself thinking about the past, about a dark hallway in the academy on Corbin, how Taya, the future Agony, took pity on her crippled ally, and offered to shield her from the many enemies she had made during her foolish dalliance with Fel. She could have left me to die. She could have killed me herself when I tried and failed to kill her. Yet, she didn't. Did she forget that so easily, how Agony had risked herself for her? Many Sith would call that weakness, but she sighed. Finn was not wrong. She didn't wish to hurt Agony, not over this. She understood her friend's rage and sympathized, but she had no choice. Some things, they could not be undone. Aya was gone. Not even a Dark Lord of the Sith could bring her back. You are not wrong, she assured her dream friend. There was a time, during my training, where I found myself crippled. I was cut off from the Force, and left injured so badly that I could not even breathe on my own. Agony stood with me, shielded me, and gave me the chance I needed to regain my powers. She didn't have to do that. She could have destroyed me and won prestige for herself, yet she remained at my side, trusted that I could come back. Sound like a good friend, Finn said with a nod. The Dark Lord snorted with amusement. It is rare that a Sith takes a friend from within the Order. Such trust, it is a risk that few would take, but, with her, I was safe. She made me feel safe. So, when I came into real power, I rewarded her. I elevated her, and she let me into her world, showed me how to move through the corridors of the wealthy of Dromund Kaas. I may have walked through the doors, but she opened them. I would not have survived my first few months of my master's training without her. Avarest wrinkled her nose. Not that she has gained nothing from our alliance. It was I that allowed her to join me when we faced Tarek, and gave her a chance to win a great victory. It was I that allowed her to deliver the vaccine to the fit virus to our people. She achieved her marriage match after that, and then I made her a Darth, the highest rank a Sith can achieve, and to gain such an honor from one of the Dark Council, that is equally valuable. Finn nodded. Sounds like you have always been there, for each other. She nodded. He smiled again. Are you sure you wish to let that go, that degree of closeness? She shook her head. Part of her wanted to deny it, but with Finn, there was no lying, not between them. No, she confessed, but I will need to speak to her. She will understand, I think. She would not foolishly throw away everything we built. I will remind her who we are, and that we shared everything for a time. Oh, Finn said, and in that moment, something happened. The force between them rippled, memories of Avarest and Agony past filled the place where only they existed. Finn didn't seem to mind, but then, his eyes widened. Oh. She sensed his surprise, wondered what had caused it, but then she felt it. "Oh," she murmured, understanding dawning. She almost looked away shyly. He had seen them, or rather felt what it had been like. They lay in each other's arms, their mouths moving against bare skin, the silken sheets feeling so good as pain and pleasure mixed as one. The universe between them was only heat and sweat. Avi touching every inch of her, and agony's sweet sighs, turning into cries of passion. Avarest winced. She had not meant for him to see that. Oops. Finn looked away. He was blushing. He should have been angry with her. Perhaps felt jealous, but that was not it. He seemed merely embarrassed. She almost laughed. So he knew now. She and Agony. Before that, he had not known that they had been more than friends, but now. He knew. Avarest smiled slyly. She could see the red in his cheeks. He was not angry, just surprised. "Does it shock you?" she asked. "What?" "The knowledge that she and I were intimate." Finn didn't respond, not with words. He was trying to understand. She could sense it, but she needed to explain. It was not as simple as he might think. Is she the one you wish to be with? Is she the one you want at your side? Again, she almost laughed. A probing question, a Jedi question, a question that didn't get to the heart of the matter, but she supposed that she should answer it. If you are asking if I prefer her company over any other, no. I sought comfort with her, and that is that. If I have to choose, I prefer the company of men. I always have, but among the Sith, when one wishes companionship, it is nice to have one you can be completely at peace with. Agony made me feel safe, and I suspect, at least, until she was married. Things changed after that, and then, when she had her child. You stepped away. Again, she nodded. His birth, it had changed things, that, and Fim and Taya asking her to be the godmother. Such a request, it had changed everything. Avarest had no desire to make things difficult for Fim. He cared for both his wife and child. She had not wished to cloud matters by being clingy. What she and the future Agony had shared was nice, but that was it. She had no desire to push matters further. She was happy in the match, and with her little one at her side. But then came Zayist. Avarest barely held back the snarl that wanted to come to her lips. I cursed the day that the Jedi freed Revan from his prison, and equally cursed the day that the fool gave my former emperor the strength he needed to return fully to existence. He was stopped, though. Finn reminded her, the Zakuul would not be here if he wasn't. Arkan is. Arkan is a puppet, she spat. He is not even a true Sith. His father made sure of that. But in that failure will come our final victory. No Zakuul can compete with the true Force wielder. Our alliance will end the Emperor's failed experiment, and things will be as they should be. And you will be the Empress that will make sure that the alliance doesn't end with Zakuul's defeat. She smirked. That is what I promised, wasn't it? She again looked over at Agony. It is funny. I wish to rule over my people, but I can't even maintain my hold on my one and only Lord. Avarest sighed. I will need to be better if this plan is going to work. It was daunting, she could not deny that, but Finn reached out, sensing her feelings and offering comfort. I believe in you, he promised. Master Jazz does too. We both saw how you feel about your people. She didn't respond to that. What he had seen in the past was how she had seen the galaxy as Darth Fear's apprentice. Her outlook had grown since then, as had her appetite for power. The little patriot she had been was gone, replaced with something more self-oriented. She was not a servant of her people. They would all learn to serve her. You loved her, didn't you, Agony's little girl? The question caught her off guard. Memories of I swam up, and with them came both regret and a sense of mourning. I sent them to Zayist. Agony convinced them to go there, and stay when I summoned her to Ordana. The Dark Lord fidgeted. I killed Aya. It was not a thought she enjoyed. No, she would not think about it. Not now. Not ever. She looked at Finn. She could sense no judgment in him, not in his eyes, and not through the Force. Still, Some things deserve to remain private. If it is all the same, she told her dream friend, I would rather not discuss Aya. Not now. Not until I've managed to restore the peace between me and her mother. It was at that moment that he reached out, his hand finding hers, resting gently on top, his fingers warm, his touch so gentle. When that time comes, I will stand with you, if you need my help. She smiled again, not the cruel smile of Avarest, but of someone softer, someone who was capable of being gentle and warm. There was not much of that person left but Finn. He knew how to bring it out. Now, he may have been the only one. She stayed in that moment, longed to stay in it. No plans, no ambitions. It was different for her, but that was okay too. Sometimes, different could be good. She wanted to speak with him, ask him about the kiss they had shared, that moment when the two of them had been rolling in the tall grass. She had wanted more. Had he desired it, she would have given him more, everything. If only he had not touched the choker around her neck. If only he had not almost dispelled her glamour. Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Shira Veal entering the room. The beast woman said nothing to anyone, merely made for the closest food station. Avarest readied herself. As soon as the mongrel saw her sitting with Finn, she would be over here. Interrupting them, she would not like seeing. The Jedi collected her food and headed back out the way she had come. She didn't even look over. Avarest frowned. She took a closer look at her rival. Her hair unkempt, her fur on her arms standing up in strange places. She will be okay in a day or two, Finn informed her. Avarest once again found his gaze. Is something wrong with her? No, Finn said. She is simply going through a stage of her life cycle. Shira, she usually has control over her predatorial nature, but sometimes nature is stronger than will. Her friend shrugged. It happens more and more as she has gotten older. Normally, she deals with it through meditation and going out to hunt, but sometimes the beast needs to find release, Avarest purred, her expression turning cruel. Something like that? Yeah, he replied. Avarest almost shivered with delight. So, the beast did have a weakness. How interesting. She was eager to hear more. Finn sighed. She will get a handle on it. She always does. She might have to contact that man she has been seeing. When she talks to him, it seems to help. Avarest paused. Her jaw almost fell open. Wait. What? Man. Shira Veal had a lover. She had been with someone. Curiosity, almost overwhelmed, all self-control. The Sith wanted to know more, needed to know more. Shira, she thought. Who would even want to touch such a creature? Much less. Gross. Survivors. Shira's shout interrupted her thoughts. The beast woman was no longer leaving. She was instead coming back into the room, her tray still in hand, but forgotten. Avarest blinked. What was? She paused mid-thought. She saw what it was that had given her rival pause, and she understood. Avarest and Finn both found their feet. Others that had been eaten also rose. All eyes were now focused on the entryway. All focused on Zay. The girl stood in the entryway. She didn't move or speak. Her eyes were blank, and her jaw was slack. A strange whispering sound came from her mouth, murmuring, or perhaps whistling. The Dark Lord was shocked, but shock soon gave way to other emotions. Relief was first among them. She almost smiled, almost ran to the girl. She is awake. The girl was okay. Everyone stared at the child. She had not moved, not since backing up Shira. She still stood there, her eyes unfocused, as if lost in some kind of trance. Strangely enough, it was Finn who responded first. Doctor, he called out, Dr. Tag. The medic rose for her own table, her son in agony at her side. Zay. She called out, Zay, can you hear me? The girl did not respond. She simply stood there, wrapped in a hospital gown, needles sticking out of her arms, needles still connected to wires. She hadn't even bothered to remove them, but she was not in any pain. At least, she didn't appear to be. Avarest reached out with the force. What she felt nearly took her breath away. She blinked. Damn, she thought. Wow. Zay, her slave, was here, but that was not all. She felt the girl's presence, that and more. The Dark Lord's mouth went dry. Her blood raced. Zay, she thought, resisting a smile. What was this? The girl, through the Force, she was a raging storm. Dark side energy in its purest form now burned within the child. It was like a black hole, taking in and giving nothing back. Ripples of fear and fury flowed out like radiation from a star. Such power, Avarest thought. Wondrous. But how? Zay had never been. Can you hear me? Dr. Tag stepped forward. She walked toward the girl, slowly, carefully. Zay, she said, can you hear me? Again, the girl didn't respond, not with words. She stepped forward. Chairs and tables slid back, pushed away by the power now flowing unchecked from the blonde serving girl. Agony felt it too. Her eyes widened. Doctor, stay back, she could. Too late. Dr. Tag touched Zay's shoulder. The effect was as quick as it was possibly deadly. The girl looked at her like she had been burned, her slack face twisted into a mask of raw fury. She hissed. The doctor flew back, propelled by the Force. Shouts filled the room. Avarest could only watch as Roxy Tag stopped in midair, her flight ceased by the power of the Force. At her side, Finn had raised his hand, he, Shira, Timon, even Agony. Zay's reaction was immediate. She howled, a mix of terror and rage. The room became chaos. Everyone covered their ears, some shrieked in terror, while others fell to their knees. The Jedi stepped back. Both Finn and Shira's hands went to their belts, about to draw their weapons. Agony raised her hand, shielding herself, but also ready to throw lightning. Zay, stop. Timon shouted, leaping before his mother. He shielded the older woman. Yet, he didn't draw his weapon. He doesn't want to hurt her, but the others might. Zay, the boy shouted again. Stop. Please. Still, the girl didn't stop. She was too lost. Her rage and fear blanketed all else. Incredible. Zay continued to scream. Fear and loathing filled the Force. All were caught up in chairs flipped into the air, almost hitting fleeing soldiers and technicians, and tables slid across the floor. The soldiers and base staff looked ready to either run or attack each other. The Jedi ready to defend them, their mundane allies. Unnecessary, the Dark Lord thought. Only she was unaffected by the wave of rage. If anything, she was strengthened by it. She tasted the power. It was like blood on her lips, and she wanted more. Blasters began to come up, so too did lightsabers. Avarest had heard enough. She had seen enough. She intervened, and with one word, she shouted it for all to hear, and it filled both the air and the Force. Wait. And that was all it took, the command of a Dark Lord. It pushed away the power of the untrained servant girl. It washed over her. Her scream died in her throat. She blinked and stepped back. Silence returned, but the air was still pregnant with menace. The darkness continued to flow from the girl, but no longer was it unbound and going everywhere. Avarest reached out, directed it, and let it flow into her, taking the girl's anger and rage into her own being and found it good. She had never sensed anything like this before. It was incredible. Distantly, through the shadows, she could hear the strains of distant music, beautiful and menacing all at the same time, and in that song, she heard words either said long ago, or yet to be said. The end of the war is near, General. Our final victory is at hand. But, Master, the loss of his death was a necessary loss. The Master's voice was familiar to her. It sounded so. She knew it. She had heard it before, but from where? The voice spoke again, and this time she recognized it. It was the voice from within her, the shadow. The future. Her future. Her rule. Soon, I shall have a new apprentice, one far younger and more powerful. The words sent a shiver down her spine. Now she knew. She understood what had awakened, and why Zay had needed to go into that coma. What you feel now is what I felt on Corbin, my child, the day we met. Darth Fear's voice echoed through her mind. filling her with both excitement and dread. This is the moment, Avarest, her dead master purred. This is the next step. She nodded. She understood. The failures of the past, they now made sense. Necros was irrelevant. Zen was a failure. Dime, also irrelevant. Avarest grinned. She raised her hands to the girl. Come forward, my child, she ordered. Face me? Zay growled and advanced, not walking on her twisted foot, but floating through the force, only her toes touching the ground. So strong, Avarest thought. Perfect. What are you doing, witch? Shira snarled, sensing what was happening. Avarest ignored her. This was not her affair. Agony's concern radiated out through the force. It would have pleased the Dark Lord if she was no so distracted. Finn tried to step up, stand at her side, but Avarest waved him off through their connection. He didn't need to worry. She would not hurt the girl. She would never try, not until the time was right, when the girl was ready. The others now recovered from Zay's entrance, started to react. Weapons started to go up. Keep back and stay out of this, the Dark Lord snarled. Let me handle this. Zay continued to approach, tables and chairs sliding out of her way. Avarest didn't move. She stayed still, never taking her eyes off her servant, her slave. No, she thought, again seeing her own master's cruel face. My apprentice. My true apprentice. Again, the shadow whispered in her ear. The force is strong with you. A powerful Sith you will become. Incredible, but how? The dark side whispered the answer, and she knew it to be true. It was always there. It just needed to be unlocked. And how do you unlock something? She giggled. Of course. The key had unlocked the girl's potential. That was the only thing she could think of. Zay, she had been force-sensitive this whole time, and her master had not sensed it. The girl had hidden it from her whether she was aware of it or not. Avarest was both annoyed, but excited as well. To hide something from her, it took power, great power. And now, that power was hers. She would take it, shape it, and mold it. Together, they would be indomitable. What she felt now, it was like nothing she had sensed before. Her previous students had been taken as the opportunity had presented itself. What she felt between her and Zay was different, stronger. She is yours now, fears whispered seductively in her head. Yes, my master, she agreed. Body and soul, she is yours. The Dark Lord giggled. Yes, body and soul. She glared at her student, her eyes cold and imperious. Kneel before me, Avarest commanded. The girl continued to advance, her eyes cold and dead. Avarest glared back imperiously. Your master is talking to you, girl. Zay stopped. The girl blinked and shook her head. She seemed to be coming out of the trance, and who else should be there waiting for her but the one who would guide her, teach her. My master, Zay said, seeing her for the first time. The Dark Lord nodded, but acknowledgement wasn't enough. The girl would learn her place. Kneel, Avarest repeated. Kneel before me. Zay blinked, looking around at the surprised faces of their allies, of the Jedi, and Lord Agony. Yet, in that moment, she understood, she remembered. Despite her twisted foot, the girl dropped to her knees, and bowed her head. Yes, she said, her voice still dreamy, still far away sounding. My master. Avarest almost crowed. She was so happy. Finally, she thought, at last. All mine. Chapter 20. I am scorn. I bring a gift to the governor, something he has wanted for some time. Sith troopers surrounded the young half-blood and his prisoner, weapons raised and at the ready. They need not have worried. Avarest had no desire to strike at them. In the distance, a volcano erupted, spewing rock and fire into the air. The sight comforted Avarest, reminding her of her days on Fury 9, the Sith Academy world where she first trained in the dark arts. A simple time, she realized, despite the nightmares and the loneliness that had plagued her in those days, she still looked back with nostalgia. But this was not Fury, and these men were not here to protect her or see to her education. They served her rivals, her brother, and the would-be empress that shut at Acina. She longed to strike back, but could not yet. It was not part of the plan. The Dark Lord was bound, and on her knees, her head buzzing with the dose of the drug that Republic agents used to keep a Sith from accessing their powers. It was enough to sell the story, she hoped. She was most eager to be off this hellish terrain. The planet Sullust was not the type of world you move freely on the surface for long, not if you wish to continue living. A most interesting choice, brother, Avaryss mused. I wonder who chose this world, you or Acina? The lead Sith trooper approached her, the heavy armor he wore designed for combat in the harshest of environments. She could just make out the human eyes behind the darkened lenses of the man's helmet. He raised her chin with his blaster rifle, getting a look at the face hidden behind her own breathing mask. The one protection she had against the volcanic gases that made surviving here so difficult. It is her, the trooper said, with no shortage of surprise. It is really her. The boy has captured Darth Avaryss. The boy stood behind her, his own enviro suit bearing the sigils of both the Sith Order and the Empire as a whole. Scorn was a half-blood, born of a human father, and a Sith pure-blood mother. He was an apprentice to Darth Infamy, an ally of first House Fear, and later, House Avaryss. That had been the story of the original Scorn, the young man that wore the name now. His history was a bit more complicated. You doubted me? The boy said to the senior trooper, his hand drifting to the lightsaber at his belt. I should have your tongue for such insolence. How dare you question me? The lead trooper bowed his head quickly. Avaryss sensed a frisson of fear quickly buried. My apologies, my lord. I meant no disrespect. This one, your prisoner, she is a very slippery customer. The trooper stood taller. He tried to show a sense of respect to the younger man. Your master will be proud. To capture such a prize, it is most impressive. The boy sneered. I'm so pleased that you think so, officer, he said sarcastically. Avaryss only just held back the urge to chuckle. Not bad, young Timon, she thought. Not bad at all. The mission had been cobbled together quickly. They had no choice. This would not be just another strike against an enemy. It was a mercy mission. They had one chance to save a species from genocide. Lannis' transmission had been all they had needed. 2 simple phrases. Moff Lylis is on Sullust. He intends to release Project Death Knell. Those words were all she needed to hear. All it took to get her to spring to her ally's side. Death Knell. Even the name sent Avaryss hard into a flutter. First conceived by Darth Acina, Death Knell was seen as a means to end a war before it truly began, a means to convert the entire Republic Army and Navy into loyal soldiers of the Emperor and the Sith Order. Had it ever worked, the Jedi would have been overwhelmed, but alas, it had not. Acina died. Darth Tarek, who had been given it in the aftermath, abandoned the project, and it had sat dormant and forgotten for years. Until the rise of Avaryss, and then its near destruction by Survivor Squad. Yet, now, thanks to Moff Lylis, it was back. The survivors organized quickly, understanding the threat. The group had risked their lives to destroy the ship that had once housed the Sith superweapon program. For Avaryss, it was far more personal. As director of the Death Knell project, Darth Mar himself had trusted her with it. Its destruction at the hands of her new allies, then enemies, had greatly hurt her position at court. She could have died for that failure, but had been spared given her other projects and the plans of her fellow Sith. After that, the project had been scrapped. The Empire had seen no further need to fund it, and so it had died, officially. But unbeknownst to everyone, the Dark Lord had not followed her orders. She had kept the program alive in secret. She had funded it herself, with credits from her own pocket, and kept that research hidden, even from her allies on the Dark Council. It should have stayed hidden, Avaryss thought, barely containing a snarl of fury. She had not been ready to reveal the project again, not yet. Death Knell had a part to play in her endgame. The research her scientists had conducted had moved the program in a new direction, a different, more insidious one. Though she had still maintained a single mobile lab to work on the earlier strain, the one that the survivors had believed they had destroyed. It was this mobile lab that her brother had found and had brought to Darth Acina. The woman was now styling herself the new Sith Empress. According to Lana's sources, she had restored funding for the project and wished to see a major field test. Sullust was to be that field test. The entire Celestin race was about to be wiped out. Now, Avarest cared nothing for the chittering Celestin race. Had it been any other Sith heading up the program, she would have drunk to their success. Any loss to the Republic was good for the Empire. Yet, it was not any other Sith or Imperial, it was her brother, and that witch Acina. She had no desire to see them succeed, and she didn't think she had much to worry about. She knew the project. It had never been the success the Empire required. Death Knell didn't work, not in the way it was supposed to. Yes, the subject became a loyal drone of the Sith, but only for a short time. The living body could not contain the power it unleashed, not without the Force. Anyone infected with Death Knell died in a matter of hours. Their bodies would liquefy without the proper technology to sustain them. The survivors quickly got to work. The people of Sullust didn't have much time, not if Moff Lylos had discovered a way to make the weapon viable. Avarest frowned. Damn you, Avarest. It was one thing to try and kill her, it was another to steal from her and give the fruits of her labor to her rivals. You will answer for that, dear brother. She was tempted to contact HK. The assassin droid was no doubt tired of playing nursemaid, and would likely welcome the kill order against Barrick's infant daughter, and the chance to deliver what was left to her rebellious father. Strangely the thought didn't excite her as much as she thought it would. Hurt Barrick? Yes, but the baby, it? No, she would deal with her sweet brother herself. He would learn the price of his thievery. She would save the death of his child for another time, when she was feeling more down. Avarest. She glanced up at Chris Capistan. She had expected condemnation. He knew her role in the original project, and had lost a friend and fellow soldier during that mission. Strangely enough, she felt nothing. No hostility directed at her. She was not sure what to make of that. He approached her. She prepared to defend herself. Did you know that the Empire continued this project? He asked. I had heard rumors, she lied. I was removed as director, so I had no further say in how it proceeded. Though not a lie, the second part was not entirely the truth either. Yes, she had been removed, but she had taken up a new role of financier. She had hired others to oversee the work. The soldier didn't need to know that. He nodded grimly. He seemed to accept what she had said. She was not sure what to make of what she was sensing through the Force. What she was sensing? It was not trust, not exactly, but it wasn't hostile to her either. He sees me as a useful tool, she realized. Our causes are not the same, but they are aligned. That realization pleased her. The plan is working, the darkness within her whispered. They are starting to let their guard down around you. Useful? Yes, she realized, and this Death Knell thing would advance that goal. She could give them much on the program. Why waste her own resources, when she could use the survivors to give Acina a bloody nose? She simply had to be careful. She could not reveal too much too fast. And so, the Mercy mission had begun, and she was a necessary part of it. She rolled her eyes at that realization. Emperor, give me strength. She could do it, of course, but it was not what she needed to complete her own mission. She was being distracted again. That thought, it didn't please her. The keys she sought were still out there, and now, there was Zay and Finn. Her man, the future father of her line, and now, a new apprentice waiting to be seduced to the dark side. The keys would give her what was needed to defeat Zakuul. So many prizes, and now, this. She had so many things she wanted to take from this place when she fled, but the galaxy seemed intent on slowing her advance. Death Knell, Acina, and Barrick were a distraction. She didn't like distractions. Yet, she had to deal with them. What else could she do? Avarest's eyes narrowed. A thought occurred to her. The dark side wishes to test me, it seems. It seeks to test my resolve to bring order to our troubled galaxy. A hint of a smile came to her lips. Fine. If the Force needed proof of her resolve, if the galaxy needed to see how far she was prepared to go, so be it. First death Nell and Rick. Then, Zay and Finn. Finally, the keys and the galaxy. It would be a challenge, sure, but she was up to it. She was the rightful Dark Lord of the Sith, the rightful heir to the Emperor's vacant throne. She would adapt. Away from me, Kurt. Avarest struggled weakly as Timon injected her with a dose of the Republic's tranquilizer. Once the injection was in, she felt the warmth of the drug fill her body, not enough to completely dull the rage, but enough to allow her to slip by any scans her brother might conduct. It was risky, leaving her diminished, but she could think of no other way to sell the deception. The false scorn chuckled as he regarded the Sith troopers around them. "Do not be too frightened of this one, troopers," he said arrogantly. "I found her squatting among a group of Republic rebels, trying to win their trust." The boy sneered down at her. How powerful could she truly be? "You will get everything that is coming to you, boy," Avarest spat back, "when I am free." "We will see, traitor," Timon replied. "We will see." He settled down into the seat across from her. The Sith armored transport rumbled unimpeded across the barren volcanic landscape. To the unenlightened, Sullus looked like a barren world, but it was not. The underground cities and warrens built by the native were not only huge, but as advanced as any other major metropolis world. Sullust, though no Corellia or Kuat, was known for its ship design and production capabilities. A useful place to an empire looking to rebuild and ramp up their war machines. It would be a prize if Acina was able to take it, all the more reason that Avarest could not afford to let her. The Dark Lord fell into silence, awaiting what was to come. So far, Timon had proven up to the task she had asked of him. He played the arrogant Sith apprentice well. Surprising, considering how worried he had been on their journey here. She had felt his nervousness the entire time. It had just been the two of them aboard the survivor's stolen Sith shuttle. I'm not sure that I can do this, Master," the boy confessed, "if I should fail." Avarest had only just forced down her desire to sneer. The boy was talking like a mundane sickened her. Strangely enough, she didn't feel the need to lash out as she would at another lesser being. She knew what it was like going off on a mission alone for the first time. She was shocked to discover that she sympathized. "You will do what is needed," she replied, trying to assure him. From the look on his face, she suspected he didn't believe that. "Duty alone is not what the boy needs to think about, my child," Darth Fear's voice whispered in her ear. "He needs more. Encourage him. You needed that once or twice." Yes, she had needed it. To hear it from another, one who was your superior. She smiled slightly. "You are the apprentice of Finn Shadowstone," she reminded him, "and you are also of the old Sith blood, and the son of Roxana Tag. Greatness is in your blood, boy. Do not fear it. You showed me your quality, unveiled. You saved my life. Don't doubt your own mettle. It is of the highest quality. You can do this." He nodded, his skin darkening. The boy was blushing at her praise. "I thank you, Master. That is kind of you to say." "It is not simple kindness or mere words," she said dismissively. "I can feel your potential, and the future that is in store for you. All you need to do is learn to trust your feelings, and then, in that moment, you will be invincible. Whatever path you wish to take, whether as a Jedi or as a Sith of the old blood, you will accomplish your goals. I see it in your eyes." The boy had blinked at that. "My choice." Avarest had nodded. "Yes, TM, you are a child of two worlds. Mundane, old blood, light, and dark. The choice is yours. If it is the path of the light you desire, then I can see you becoming the greatest of all Jedi, even more powerful than Master Jazz, and besides." She gave him a knowing look. "Imagine how Zay will look upon you when you return victorious." And that was all it took. The words had left the boy almost speechless. She could both see it in his eyes and through the Force. He was ready. He gave her a grateful look. "I thank you, Master Avarest. I spoke only the truth, but now you must prepare to meet our enemies, to fool them into letting us complete this mission. You can do it. I believe in you." That is all it took. She felt Timon accepted what needed to be done. What had passed between them, she liked to think it had been a deception, a means to an end. It was not. She found that she was starting to grow fond of the boy, and why not? He was Finn's apprentice after all. Is he not a threat to your final plan? The darkness whispered. She didn't reply. She was not sure what role TM would play in her schemes yet, for good or ill. She was willing to explore that option. The boy had so much potential. She would not throw him away needlessly. Now the boy was doing exactly what was needed. Soon they would be inside Barrack Lila's base. She could barely contain her excitement. She welcomed the chance to put dear Rick back in his proper place. One of the Sith troopers was watching her. She could feel his disdain, his desire to harm her. Interesting. What was that about? Is there a problem, trooper? She asked. You don't remember me, do you? He answered. Should I? She asked with a shrug. My name is Cynic Nop. I was one of your civilian volunteers on Oradana. She smiled. You have moved up in the world, she replied, from a volunteer to a soldier in a secret Imperial installation. The young man didn't rise to her words. She sensed desire for more than a pat on the head. My brother, he said, he and his family. The last time we spoke, they told me that they were joining a special mission you had planned, my lord. That they were being sent to aid in a new colonial effort on the fringes. The trooper leaned in closer. She could sense a growing flicker of anger. I never heard back from them, or from any of the others that left on that mission. I don't suppose you would tell me what happened. Avarest merely smiled. What could she say? She knew the special mission the young man spoke of, and he need not have worried. His brother and his family had served the Empire famously. Everything they were, or might have been, now set before him. Their life energies were a part of her, and would be a part of her grand destiny. They had given their lives to save hers, and now, they were, perfect, and soon, they would make the galaxy perfect too. The man should not have mourned, he should have been grateful. Still, it was not something she could discuss, not with TM here. So, she merely smiled. They did their duty, that is all that I have to say. Trooper Knopp said nothing more, though he looked like he wished he could do more. Don't worry, she thought to herself. You won't need to ask such questions much longer. She leaned back in her seat, seething with anticipation. I'm coming, brother. I'm almost there. No more words passed until the transport docked with the Sith mobile base. The lab, a large spherical-shaped vessel, it was designed to function independently in space, or to be interfaced on half a dozen different types of worlds. Useful in creating weapons to be used in different planetary environments. A Sith officer and an honor guard of 2 Sith marauders met them in the main landing bay. The officer, a lieutenant, ran a medical scanner over Avarest, a scanner that detected the drugs in her system, drugs that would normally block her powers. It surprised the Dark Lord a bit that the soldier did not insist that she have another injection before being taken away, but he did not. Having TM, in his role as Infamy's apprentice, glare at the man had been enough to make him take the boy's word that everything was as it should be. Most foolish of him. Avarest could barely contain the smirk that wanted to spring to her face. Her brother would regret such arrogance. Timon was then led away. He told the Imperials that he wished to find food and refresh himself. Again, the Imperials didn't question the boy, and why would they? He was of the old blood after all. Why would he want to betray them? Avarest nodded slightly. They had made it inside Barrack's base. That was step 1. Now, the boy would proceed to step 2. From there, she was marched down the base's central corridor, passing by the various labs and workshops used to maintain the work that was being done here. The Dark Lord watched it all with a curious eye. She was intrigued by what work Barrack had sponsored here in her absence. She had all but given up on using the strains of death knell that had been developed here. She was eager to see if any further strides had been made. Though, it did surprise her that the Sith Empire had managed to get a mobile lab onto the surface of Sullust. Even with the corruption that was common enough in the Republic, their military always monitored any ship over a certain tonnage, anything that could be a disguised warship or weapon, was always investigated. Of course, that was during the Cold War, and before the coming of the Zakuul. The Republic had other things to worry about now. With Arkan's heel on the throat of the Senate, things were not what they once were in the Republic. That was bad for the people of Sullust, if Acina was successful here. But she would not be. Avarest would see to that. She stole my toys. Even the thought made her blood boil. No one plays with my toys but me. No. 1. Darth Acina's cruel face danced before the Dark Lord's eyes, and with it the killing fury started to rise. How dare the woman steal her work like this? But no, she remained her calm, for the moment. She still needed to speak with her dear brother. From there, she would know how best to proceed. The labs practically echoed with the dark side. Every specimen cage was full. Work had already begun on fine-tuning death knell to the Celestin people. Every cell was filled with at least of the simian creatures, some beating savagely against the glass, others standing there staring off into space, lost in the glory of the dark side. But then there were the others, those in the final stage of death knell poisoning, their bodies liquefying into large gray puddles. Though familiar with the sight from her days as project director, it still disgusted her. More failure. She was surprised by the next group of cages, specially reinforced from the look. Each cage contained a single pale-skinned monster, as large as a human, and possessing a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth. Avarest recognized them the moment she saw them. She had fought and killed such beasts before. Rat gowls. What were they doing here? As far as she knew, the monsters were indigenous to the planet Taris. Monster freaks created by a blend of disease and Sith alchemy. Beric would remember them, of course. He had been stationed on Taris when they had first been reunited years ago, but to find the monsters here now. Was he testing death knell on them? As creatures of the dark side, they might be more resistant to its effects, or maybe. Avarest's eyes widened. Was Beric trying to adapt death knell to function like the rat gowl disease did? Did he seek to use a disease as a delivery system? It was a unique idea, she had to admit. All standard dispersal methods had proven to be failures. Making the poison into a gas watered the effects down too much to be viable anyway. Putting it in food or water was equally problematic. The digestive system of most species destroyed the poison before it could enter the blood, or weakened to a degree that it was ineffective. Increasing the dosage didn't work either. The subject's organs liquefied before full conversion could be achieved. No, in the past, only injection had proven to be an effective delivery method. The Sith had considered developing a droid swarm equipped with injectors to infect large areas, but the designs never worked right, and it was acknowledged that it would take too long to infect the entire population of a planet. Avarest hated to admit it, but she was impressed. The troopers nudged her forward with the barrel of their blasters. They were approaching the base's central turbolift, the one that led up to the base's main observation deck. She didn't need to guess who was waiting for her up there. She could sense him. The Dark Lord's fingers curled into angry fists. She could feel a slight burning sensation in her gut, remembering the feeling of being shot by her own brother, someone she both loved and trusted. She had learned a valuable lesson that day. No trust. No hope. She shivered with anticipation. Hello, brother, she thought with a hint of a sneer. It had been far too long. The turbolift door hissed open. Again, Avarest was pushed out and onto the deck. Two men stood before her, one dark-skinned and wiry, dressed in the scientist's overalls. The other. Your guest is here, Governor, the lieutenant that escorted her called out. Her brother didn't turn, though he did tilt his head slightly. She heard him chuckle. Welcome to Sullust, sister, Moff Beric Lilas of the Itty system called out. It has been a while, hasn't it? Avarest didn't deign to answer him. What was the point? He still had not figured out what his actions here meant, what was about to happen. Why spoil the surprise? Her brother turned, his expression, cocky to say the least. His imperial uniform all lines and creases, on the surface, the perfect military officer. Looks, however, could be deceiving. He looks terrible, physically, she thought. Dark circles around his eyes, his skin is pale and clammy. and if she was not mistaken, she thought she could see the veins standing out in his neck. None of these symptoms surprised her. She knew what she had done to him. It was nice to see he was still suffering. Her brother looked her up and down. They had removed her enviro suit on the transport. Now as he was dressed in a simple Republic soldier's jumpsuit. Not the clothing she would have preferred, but it fit her life now. Beric looked at her with distaste. They told me you had joined a company of Republic rebels, he hissed. I didn't want to believe it, but I guess that I should not be surprised. He shook his head in disgust. You did murder your superior, did you not? The best leader that the 80 system ever had. Avarest rolled her eyes. The best leader. Really? She assumed he was talking about his master, Darth Acina again. The mere thought of the woman made her want to projectile vomit. What a shame she had only been able to kill the woman once. She would have enjoyed doing it a few more times. Her brother glared at her. What, Kira? He hissed. Nothing to say for yourself. Which? Murderess. She shrugged and gave him her most innocent smile. What could she say? Poo-doo happens. Rick had heard enough. He drew his sidearm and walked right up to her. He put the barrel of the weapon less than an inch from her left eye. You will speak to me, witch. What do you have to say for yourself? Avarest shrugged again. She had seen and heard enough. She gave them off, her former brother, her most winning smile. I have only one thing to say. Experiment 016. Lieutenant Shaw, please do your duty. Lieutenant Goran Shaw, the man who led her here, nodded. He didn't answer with words. There wasn't time. He drew his sidearm and the small holdout he carried up his sleeve as backup. He blasted both of Beric's Sith marauders in the back of their heads. They had not even had time to respond. The two Sith fell without a sound. Likely they were in hell 30 seconds before they even knew they were dead. In that moment, Beric hesitated. He was shocked by what he had seen. It gave Avarest all the time she needed. She used the Force to burn away the last of the drug Timon had injected her with, and with the single look, she reached out with the Force. She imagined a single bubble in the Force, inside her brother's hand, and then, she had expanded it a few hundred times in seconds. Beric Lila's hand exploded. The blaster went off, but it was off-center. The heat merely singed the Dark Lord's hair. The Moff fell to his knees in shock from both the death of his bodyguards and the sudden loss of his hand. She knew that pain well, and knew how it could put you to sleep to all else. Avarest woke him up. She kicked him in the side of the head, sending him spinning to the deck. By the time he looked up, the situation had reversed. The lieutenant and doctor were standing at her side, while the two troopers that had escorted her into the room were watching him, their weapons pointed in his direction. Avarest glanced at the young lieutenant. Are the holocams and recording devices in this room active? No, my lord, the man replied. They were disabled prior to your arrival, as was instructed in your previous orders. Good, the Dark Lord said. She looked down at the manacles binding her hands. They fell away with the barest whisper of the Force. Moff Lilas, her former brother, looked up on her in horror. She laughed. The Mercy mission was now over. Now, the No Mercy mission could begin. He tried to crawl away, but there was nowhere to go. The only exit was through her. He would not be leaving yet. What is the meaning of this? He demanded. What have you done? Again, the Dark Lord shrugged. I have answered your question. Experiment 016, she replied with a smirk, and now, you will answer mine. She leaned down, looking at the fear in his eyes, and the pain as he gripped the stump that was his hand. The Dark Lord shivered with delight. Delicious. Now, she purred wickedly. Let's chat. Chapter 21. Stop. Finn paused mid-step, his back pressed against the black volcanic rocks. He could feel the intense heat from them. If not for his enviro suit, this journey would have been almost impossible. He shook his head. Sullust. Not the most pleasant of places, he thought to himself, but he supposed that the native Celestins would say that about most human worlds. He looked over his shoulder. Tara Valentine, also in an enviro suit, had spoken. We have another holocam up ahead. She informed him, don't worry, I've locked onto the signal. It will take just a moment. The group moved single file, a collection of Jedi, commandos, and one Sith Lord. Darth Acina brought up the rear, along with Shy Reveal. The Beast Woman insisted on taking up such a position to watch their Sith ally. Despite everything that had happened, she still didn't trust either of the Sith in their company. Finn didn't blame her, especially where they were headed. Shy Reveal had a special hatred for the Sith and their military labs. Being born in one had left its mark. The troops waited as Tara worked on the security system. It would not take her long. She knew her way around Sith security and served well during the most recent war. If anyone could get them inside, it was her. Before them perched the Sith mobile lab. The massive spherical ship had anchored itself into the side of a volcanic mountain. If Avi was to be believed, the ship was feeding off the planet's geothermal power, allowing it to function without drawing on the systems that allowed it to travel through space. This power gave the lab almost unlimited resources to complete its mission, the release of the toxin known as Death Knell, and the extermination of the Celestin race. The survivors would not let that happen, and with Avarest's help, they had more than enough intel to make this mission work. Finn looked up at the ship with a worried eye. He worried not only about Timon, but Avi as well. She said her brother meant to kill her, that he desired it above almost everything else. What if she had been wrong about his desire to gloat and bring her before him? What if he had simply shot her on sight? That didn't happen, he reminded himself. You would have felt it if she was gone. The realization helped to keep him going. He had lived with his connection to her his entire life. Since he had been a toddler, he had known that he was not alone. For years in dreams they had met. They had played together, grown up together, and comforted each other in their times of need. Then, shortly after they had turned 15, she had vanished. He had felt a shockwave of pain and loss, and then, nothing. For the longest time he had reached out through the Force, trying to find her, the girl who was as much a part of him as he was her. Then, they had met on Hoth. They had seen each other for the first time. Only then had he understood. Their bond remained, but her choice to embrace the dark side now clouded their connection. What they shared was no longer the innocent desire of children, but something that had been shaded by shadows cast by the dark side. Fear, anger, and a host of other emotions now colored the Force bond that made them two parts of a single whole, but that was not all. There was something else too, something that even he could not deny, that even his Jedi training could not stop. Desire, need, lust. He felt all those things when they were together. He could not deny them, even if he wished to. Maturity had changed not just them, but what they both wanted. He could not deny it, and he never would. Got it. He looked over at Tara Valentine. The girl was grinning from ear to ear. The cameras are down, she said proudly. Now we can proceed. Finn took the lead again. He signaled to the others, and they advanced again. He had fought beside these people many times, but usually, he was only the second in command. The survivors had always been Master Jazz. He hoped to be as good a leader as his teacher. H was surprised when he was given the lead. He had been surprised when Master Jazz asked this of him. Finn had assumed that his master would take point on this mission, given the stakes. You can do this, the senior Jedi assured him. Your connection with both Timon and Avarest make you the perfect man to lead this fight. His master had not lied. Finn knew that for sure, but there was something more, something that his master was not telling him. Finn couldn't put his finger on it. Yet, something had changed with Master Jazz. He had felt it, and it seemed to grow stronger every day. Nothing stays the same, my friend, Jazz had reminded him once. Everything changes. He could not say if that change was for good or ill, but it was coming. He didn't need the Force to know that. Stop it, he thought to himself. That is the future. You need to focus on the now. Sullust, Death Knell, Timon, and Avarest. Those are where your thoughts must be now. This world is in terrible danger. It falls to you to end it. Finn took a deep breath and pressed on. Tara and the others, all clad in combat enviro suits and all armed to the teeth. The Sith weapon that now threatened Sull could not be allowed to escape. The threat of death knell needed to end here. Finn consulted the blueprint supplied by Avi. It showed the most likely access point while the lab was settled on a planet's surface. According to her, the best chance they had of entering was the central exhaust port built along the sphere's radius. If everything was going to plan, Timon would be making for the control room for those ports. He would shut down both the ventilator fans and any security measures. From there, the survivors would have easy access to both the ship and the horrors that they needed to destroy. So far, so good, Tara said happily. Looks like our resident Dark Lady has been telling the truth again. She has never lied to me, he replied. We have always been honest with each other. He waited to hear some glib remark. That is normally what happened when he spent any time with Tara. It is what he expected. When he heard only silence, he looked over his shoulder, even through the faceplate of her enviro suit. He could see the serious expression on her face. What? He asked. What did I say? Nothing, she answered. But even without the Force, he could tell that there was more. He had known Tara Valentine for years. She was one of the few non-Jedi that he had spent any time with. He could tell when she had more on her mind. Spill it, he ordered. What are you thinking? The woman shrugged. Finn, is there something going on with you and the Dark Lady? The look on your face when you talk about her, how you speak of her. Her question almost made him laugh. Was there something going on between him and Avi? Oh, Tara, you have no idea. Kira, Avarest, whatever she chooses to call herself, we have always had a connection. I knew her for years, even before we actually met. Finn sighed. He could tell from the look on his friend's face that she didn't really understand. Without the Force, who could really understand? There were times where he could barely understand himself. The Force flows strongly between us. It always has. Tara nodded, but again, he didn't think that she understood. So, it is a Jedi thing. It is a Force thing, he added. Even as a boy in the temple, I dreamed of her, and she of me. We literally grew up together. The Force has some plan for us, and it was necessary for us to spend our earliest years together. Again, the woman nodded. Finn was about to let it end there. They proceeded up the rocky outcropping, making for the exhaust port on the docked Sith vessel. Tara didn't let it go. You want to turn her, don't you? She said suddenly. You want to bring her back to the good side. Finn didn't dignify that with an answer. It was not that simple. The Force was not about good and evil. The light and the dark were simply aspects of a single whole. It was the will of the wielders that were good and evil. In ancient times, the Jedi had practiced both the light and the dark. It was not until they made contact with the Republic that it was decided to turn away completely from the dark side, or as it had been known in those days, the Bogan. That, and the fact that some dark side students had begun to interfere with life itself, creating alchemical beasts and other monstrosities. Master Jazz understood that, and through his training, he had helped Finn confront and overcome his own anger. Through that training, the two had come to realize that, perhaps, there was a better way to deal with the dark side rather than try to destroy all his disciples. Avi may be the best hope to finally end the war with the Empire, Finn admitted. She has shown compassion and even affection for her followers. She has fought beside us before, at the Battle of the Inferno Nebula. And she has a connection to you, Tara added. Yes, he nodded. Master Jazz and I both believe that we can use that connection. I may be able to guide Avi, help her find a new path for her people, and bring a lasting peace to both the Sith Empire and the Republic. She is the highest-ranking Sith that we have ever encountered that was at least willing to consider such a course of action. The group finally came up to the exhaust port described on the map. Again, they paused. Tara brought up her datapad again, checking the blueprints and scanning for any traps or security measures. As they watched, the port opened and the exhaust fan shut down, the blade slowing to a stop. Finn almost cheered. Yes, Timon. Good job, Kira. He didn't dare reach out with the Force to see if they were all right. It was too risky. Any other Sith on board might feel his touch. As one, the survivors filed inside the ship. So far, so good, Finn thought. Everything is going according to plan. We're receiving reports of a failure in one of the main exhaust turbines, my lord, the lieutenant informed her. Shall I dispatch the guards? Avarest shook her head no, there was no need to deploy the guards. Not yet. Her allies needed to feel secure, and that they could trust her completely. It would make what came next that much easier. Lieutenant Shaw was busy at work, copying all the data files regarding the research here, copying them, and preparing them for transit. Avarest's own scientists would examine the work back at Sanctuary Base. From there, she would be able to decide how best to use these new discoveries. Of course, her allies would not know that. They would leave here, satisfied death knell had been ended. It was necessary that they feel that way. Alas, they would not understand what she truly desired. It would not do to simply destroy everything the Sith had accomplished here. Avarest was especially intrigued by the possible use of the rat-gal disease. She was curious to see what her own scientists could do with what had been discovered here. My lord, the lieutenant said, may I present Dr. Thanis? He is one of this facility's top researchers, and he is yours. The lieutenant flashed her a winning smile. You may speak freely around him. It is a pleasure to meet you at last, my lord, the doctor said, offering her a slight bow. I've been a great admirer of your work. I've been... Traitors. Beric still lay before them, holding the ruined stump that had once been his hand. Avarest was surprised to see that it had stopped bleeding, and was now. She wrinkled her nose. The wound had become caked in some white gelatinous substance, a substance that seemed to be growing on her former brother's ruined hand. At her side, Dr. Thanis smiled. Ah, perfect timing, he said. He turned to his master. You will find this most interesting, my lord. Watch what is about to happen. She did as he suggested. Beric had still not tried to rise, not with so many blasters pointed at him. He hissed in pain and suddenly lashed out with his ruined arm. Avarest used the force to pin him in place and hold him down, all so that she could observe what was happening. Her golden eyes widened. Amazing. The white goop split open, and inside, a new hand. There were no fingernails, and the skin looked too smooth for a human, scaly almost, but 4 fingers and a thumb, and all in the normal position. The Dark Lord grinned. Tell me this is a new feature of the Death Knell strain, she purred, that I now have the option of creating Knell troopers that can grow back severed limbs. The doctor bowed his head. Sadly not, my lord. The virus used to accomplish this remains key to the DNA of the governor's family. Regeneration is only possible in those possessing that bloodline. What you just witnessed is an early experiment of Dr. Vran, my mentor. She managed to successfully alter the Tereg retrovirus, the one engineered to transform his servants into his apprentices. Avarest pursed her lips in disgust. I'm aware of Darth Tarek's work, she said with no small amount of disdain. After all, she had been infected with that virus. It had killed her original body. She looked at the scientists. Will this experiment perish from the disease as well? On the floor before her, Beric chuckled. Despite the pain he was in, he still remained defiant. Will you miss me, sister? I'm touched. Silence, she said, holding up her hand, her attention now fully on the scientists. Well, doctor. The man shook his head. Vran, before she fled, believed that she had removed the virus more negative side effects. Causing the destruction of the brain was wasteful in her eyes. No, the governor's mind will not cease to function. The virus was altered enough to prevent that. It now works in concert with the strain of the Death Knell poison. The body continues to regenerate, but Death Knell now holds it in check. It doesn't spread as it did in its earlier version. Avarest nodded. I see, she said. So the relationship is more symbiotic in nature, both Death Knell and the virus working for a mutual advantage. That is one way to look at it, my lord. Avarest regarded her former brother with the cold eye. Now he understood what had happened to her, but, unlike her, his suffering would be long-lasting as she desired it to be. The realization made her shiver with excitement. She was doubly pleased. What she saw was impressive, but still, the fact that her more loyal soldiers would not be able to regenerate. Damn. It seems that her servants were not as smart as Darth Tarek. They could adapt his work, but not improve upon it. Most unfortunate, but, perhaps, for the best. Tarek had been dangerous. She would rather that her more scientifically minded underlings not have access to that type of power. She regarded Moff Lilas, Experiment 016, Kira Lila's brother. Strangely enough, she felt a sense of sympathy. Why, she could not say. He had betrayed her, after all. Why did she still care? He held his new hand. The process had been far from pleasant. She could feel his pain radiating out through the Force. He was also sweating terribly, another side effect of the experiments that had been performed on him. She gave him a sad look. I didn't want it to be this way. 016, she said. I wanted Barrick Lilos back. I had hoped that whatever Sadi had did to your mind would wear off, and that you would recover your senses. She sighed. This was not how I wished our relationship to be. Barrick sneered at her. You think I want anything you have to offer? You betray your empire, turn my men against me. Shaw was always mine, she informed him. We first met years ago, on the former Emperor's space station. He stood up to Bleeze. After that, I took special interest in his career. Such bravery should be honored, don't you think? The young lieutenant smiled. He had been surprised when she first contacted him years ago, after she had joined the Dark Council, but had wisely accepted her patronage. Unlike certain lab animals she knew. Avarest leaned down. She wanted to look Experiment 016 in the eye, let him know exactly what it was that he had spurned. The price of betrayal. Had you been smarter, she said, had you listened to my warnings about Sadi and Zen, you would have had all you have now, and more. I would have made you governor of the Itty system. I would have given you Lord Agony, after her husband was gone, of course. You could have healed her heart, and bound her loyalty to me in blood. You would have found me a loving sister, and my love would have been a gift that would keep on giving for as long as you drew breath. The Dark Lord sneered. You chose a different path. You allowed yourself to become a pawn in Sadi's game, and so, I gave you far different gift, but one no less deserved. He snarled angrily. You call this a gift? He spat, holding up his hand. I do, she purred. It is the last gift that I could give you, one far more informative than mere death. She touched his chin, making him look into her amber eyes. I gave you pain. You will hate me for it, but that is good too. Use your pain, 016, use it to grow stronger. You are not Sith, but that doesn't change the fact that hate and pain will make you stronger. It will make you my servant, no matter how you may desire my end. She smirked. You are now, and forever, mine. Moff Lilas did something then that she didn't expect. He laughed. She continued to smirk. Did I say something amusing? You underestimate me, sister, and you underestimate the Empress. Acina knew that death knell doesn't work, that it will never be viable, but she understood that it was yours, and knew that you would come to make sure that no else played with your toys. He looked at the troopers, at Dr. Thanos, and Lieutenant Shaw. She also knew that you still had servants hidden among my staff, and planned accordingly, we planned accordingly. Barrick reached down to his belt, a switch hidden on the buckle, a switch that Avarest only now saw. She hissed and leapt to her feet. Goodbye, Kira, Moff Lilo snarled. Go to hell. He pressed the button. A high-pitched wail filled the room, the lights flashed brighter than a star, a strobe effect. The floor plates around Avarest opened up, auto-targeting cannons rose and locked on target. They fired as one. What happened next was chaos. The two Sith troopers leapt, one in front, one behind their master. The cannons tore both men to pieces, their armor offering little protection. Thanos and Shaw also fell, the first barrage ripping the doctor in half. Avarest used the force to yank Shaw into the path of fourth cannon. Both the officer and his datapad exploded. The deaths took about 5 seconds, but that was all the time the Dark Lord needed. All the time in the world for one who had mastered the dark side of the Force. At her feet, Barrick Lillis watched the destruction with a delighted eye, delight that quickly faded, and turned to terror. "No," he gasped. "No." Avarest didn't answer him. She couldn't. She stood in the center of the maelstrom, her hands outstretched, her eyes closed. The cannons continued to fire, but not a single blast touched her. Only her shoulder showed any sign of damage. A blast had gotten through before she had managed to react. Her men had died, but they had given her the time she had needed. The Dark Lord of the Sith now stood inside a bubble of glowing red energy, each blast feeding it, the Force collecting each shot, collecting it, and redirecting it. Blasts lanced out from the bubble, first striking the loudspeakers that were emitting the horrible whine. Then they struck the lights, silencing the annoying strobe effect. Finally, the cannons themselves were silenced. The bubble dissipated as all its energy fed back into the cannons. They exploded in a flash of light and debris. None of the wreckage touched the Dark Lord, but one small piece did bury itself deep into the Imperial Governor's leg. He cried out as the might of the blow flipped him physically over. Then, as quick as it had begun, it was over. Silence reigned once more. Moff Lilas lay gasping for breath. He ignored the shrapnel in his leg, pulling a small holdout blaster from his boot. He aimed at Darth Avaryss. The Dark Lord said nothing. She stared down at him, a cold and vengeful god looking down upon an unruly and unrepentant servant. Barrick Lillis pointed the blaster at her. He pointed it and tried to pull the firing stud. He wailed in anger, desiring only to slay the woman before him, the one who had once been his younger sister. He couldn't do it. His finger would not obey. For almost a minute they stood there, the two facing each other. Finally, Avarest smiled. "Oh, what is wrong?" she said in a mocking tone. "Can't shoot me yourself. How come?" Barrick continued to try and pull the stud. He had tears in his eyes. He breathed heavily. "Damn you," he spat. "Damn you." He threw the blaster at her and stopped in midair, floating an inch from her head. "I hate you, Kira," he roared. "You are a curse on this empire, our family." He spit on her. "You should never have been born." If the Dark Lord was angry, she didn't show it. She merely chuckled and shook her head. "Poor 016, she said. "You really tried to give Acina all my secrets, didn't you? The strobe lights, the loud sound, all weaknesses that I once possessed. A few years ago, this trap would have killed me." She gestured with her right hand. The moth rose into the air. She flexed her fingers, pulling on his arms and legs, a rack of pure Force energy. He hissed, trying not to scream. She shuddered with pleasure. Oh, she almost cooed. Delicious. She watched, enjoying his torment. Insolence, he had showed such insolence. She was tempted to kill him for it. Yet, she held back. She was not that generous. She took a deep breath, tried to focus on the mission, and not let the howling psychopath within out. "I let you out of the lab for one reason, 016. You were to play the villain in my story. My Jedi allies had to be convinced that you were my enemy, that the Empire was against me. It was the only way they would have bought this ruse." Her eyes narrowed. "You can't kill me. Your conditioning will not allow it. You are mine, body and soul. You can play the villain, order my death, but you can't carry it out." She laughed. "Ironic, is it not?" He hissed, growling something that she could not make out. "What?" she asked, loosening her grip. "What are you trying to say?" He found his voice, his eyes flashing with impotent rage. "You are no sister of mine, daughter of fear." She blinked. Strangely enough, she felt the sting of that remark. Ouch! Yet, her amusement returned quickly, his first statement truer than he realized. She grinned. "Not your sister," she said. "Well, at least you are right about something." She raised her left arm, letting him see that it was flesh and blood. "As you can see, I'm not what I once was. New arm, new eyes, new ears." She reached up and plucked the choker from her neck, letting the glamour fall away, revealing her true face. She enjoyed the look her former brother gave her, the realization of how much had changed. "Delicious." "You," he gasped, "you here." "Now, Kira, I know," she chortled. I do not have a single drop of filthy Lilith's blood in my veins, but I'm still Avarest, and I will always be her. She walked up to him, again tempted to tear his limbs from his body, to sit back and savor the moment, to see if his body still had the strength to let those limbs grow back. Avarest's eyes narrowed. She whirled around, her hand going to her belt. Her lightsaber was not there, of course. It still lay on the burned body of the late Lieutenant Sull. No matter. She scanned the room with her eyes and the Force. She had felt something, a presence she had not sensed in a while. I know you are here, she growled. Show yourself. As you will, my master. The voice was familiar to her, soft as velvet, but still strong and commanding, not to command her, of course, but the underlings that once served the Dark Lord. The shadows parted, revealing the one that had hidden from her sight. Avarest was impressed. This one skill of infiltration had grown. She had not sensed her when she had arrived. Only now did the other Sith reveal herself. Avarest sneered. It had been a while. The woman was about her age, but seemed more mature than the last they met. She was clad in the black robes and armor of the Sith, but wore it with a sense of flamboyance that most of their order could not pull off. Her midriff top cut low in front, showing off a generous amount of skin. Her armored skirt slid up one side, showing off one shapely leg. She had always been an exhibitionist. Avarest knew that. What did surprise her was how she had bounced back from the last time she had seen her. She had been very pregnant, about to give birth, and now, she showed no sign of that. She was back in fighting shape, but that was good. Avarest was spoiling for a fight anyway. I should have known you would be here, the Dark Lord purred. Yes, my master, Zen Lure, her former apprentice, Varric's lover, and mother to his child, said. The other Sith bowed respectfully, her cross-guarded lightsaber in hand. Where else would I be? Chapter 22. Master, is it really you? Who else would it be, Zen? The Dark Lord asked with a wicked smirk. She flipped back her hair, letting her former student, get a good look. Didn't your Jedi teachers tell you that we are more than mere flesh? The ancient Sith understood that, but sometimes lacked either the knowledge or resources to make the best use of what was available. Avarest cackled. What was once wasted on a Jedi has now been perfected by a Sith. This shell was not simply my salvation, but the future as well. Zen nodded. A cruel smile came to her lips. After all, she had known the original occupant of her master's new body. It was interesting to gauge her reaction to this new form. Wasted. A good analogy, my lord. It is safe to say that Avarest's eyes narrowed. They flared with yellow light. Say that name, and I will have your tongue. Zen's mouth snapped shut. Once she would have questioned her teacher, sought more clarification. Now, she seemed to have learned her place. Avarest readied herself. She was surprised that Zen had still not attacked. The other Sith had her lightsaber in hand, and, after what Avarest had done to her child. Why waste time on words? Why was Zen not attacking her? Avarest risked the slightest of glances at her lightsaber. She could pull it to her using the Force, but it would leave her open for a second or two, and that is all the time that a warrior like Zen Lure would need. The girl had been a fine duelist even before coming to the dark side and Avarest's service. Say what you want about Saidar Ben, Zen's former master, but he had taught the girl well in both the Adaru and Jimso styles. He had left his student a sharp blade, a blade that Avarest had only sharpened by expanding on the girl's teachings. Then there was her choice of weapon. Avarest preferred the basic single-hilt lightsaber, but that didn't mean she had no respect for the crossguard variant. She had seen Zen open many a throat with her weapon's crossguard, that or remove a limb during a moment of blade lock-up. No, Avarest was not foolish enough to doubt the other woman's skill. But then again, Zen had not studied the dark mysteries of the ancient Sith. In a battle of magic versus blade, her former master would have the advantage. Yet, still, Zen did not attack. The Dark Lord decided to force the issue. You escaped my custody, she began. Mere hours after giving birth, you managed to disappear from my facility without a trace. Zen winced at the mention of her giving birth, but beyond that remained mostly unaffected. "I'm not without my wiles," she replied dismissively. Avarest nodded. "Yes, this I know." She flashed her former student her most evil grin. "So, if you have indeed come for revenge, then let's get to it." The Dark Lord raised her hands, Sith magic already beginning to swirl around her fingertips. "I do have a schedule to keep." "Kill her, Zen," Varric roared. "Send her back to hell." Avar's former apprentice didn't even look at him, still a fly caught in the Dark Lord's web. Avarest could have crushed him at any moment, but still stayed her hand. 90% of her focus was now on the other Sith before her. She was ready and, to be honest, still a little thirsty for blood. Zen still didn't ignite her weapon. If anything, the girl seemed intimidated by her master's show of strength. After all that had passed between them these past 2 years, Avarest was shocked that the other woman was not attacking her in a blind rage. It seemed that Zen had another idea, an idea that revealed itself not through words, but actions. She fell to her knees before Avarest. She bowed her head in submission and offered her neck. "You must judge me, master," she said matter-of-factly. "I have not come for revenge. If we fought, you would kill me. I know that as I know my own name." "Then, what is the meaning of this?" the Dark Lord demanded. "Why are you here?" "I thought that would be obvious," Zen replied, laying her lightsaber at her former teacher's feet. "I've come to beg your forgiveness, my master. I wish only to return to your service. I wish to be a part of House Avarest once more." To push the point further, the girl bowed further, spreading her arms in submission, her nose to the very floor. "I beg of you, master. Please, let me come home." Avarest paused, her mind a whirl. What was this? Was it a ruse? Was it a deception? She didn't sense anything amiss. Was the fool girl mad? How could she even expect for Avarest to trust her again, after everything that had happened? The Dark Lord sneered. It had to be some kind of a joke. "You beg me," she spat. "Yes, my lord," Zen repeated, "with all my heart. I apologize for disappointing you." The Sith Lord laughed. "Disappointment? Really? I imprisoned you. I tortured you. I ripped your baby from your arms the moment it first drew breath. And now you expect me to believe that you hold no grudge, that you wish to come back like nothing happened." Zen winced at the mention of her child, but still didn't rise. Avarest sensed no anger, only shame and longing. "Your lesson was most harsh, my lord. I cannot deny that, but it has been learned. As for my suffering, well, didn't you tell me once that Lord Fear often tortured you as part of your training, demanded that you suffer so that you could become stronger in the Force?" Avarest pursed her lips. That was true, but that was not the reason that she tortured Zen. It was not meant to be a lesson to her student. She had been angry at the girl's betrayal and I was jealous. The thought came unbidden, but Avarest couldn't deny it. She had been jealous, insanely so, but how could she not be? After defeating Fear, all she had left was power, and the virus that had been slowly killing her, that in the realization that Fear had sterilized her like she was some pet cur. Zen being strong, healthy, and with child. It had filled her with an almost unreasoning rage, between that and Barrick's betrayal. She had not meant for what happened next to be a teaching experience. She had wanted the girl to suffer. She was not Fear. She didn't hurt her students needlessly. In that moment, she could almost see his face. Darth Fear glared at her. "Was your torment so needless, my child? See how strong you have become. Would you have been anywhere near as powerful as you are now if not for those torments, those lessons?" Again, she could not deny it. Fear had been a monster, her monster, but his teachings had brought her to this point, to the cusp of nearly unlimited power. Her pain had served her well, perhaps. It had served Zen as well, but could she do it? Was it smart to even consider? Could she take the girl back? Should she? "Perhaps she has learned her lesson, my child," Darth Fear's voice whispered in her ear. "Maybe you should consider this offer." The idea sounded ludicrous, and even if she accepted, it meant that she now walked a similar path to her master. That was something she didn't like to acknowledge. Darth Fear had been cruel to her in so many ways. Yes, he had given her everything that she now possessed, but he had taken away so much as well. Besides, she was not him. She didn't enjoy seeing her students suffer for the sake of a mere lesson. She did not. Avarest paused. For the briefest of moments, she had felt it, a familiar pressure on the back of her skull. So many times had fear reached out through the Force and touched her in this way. It was how their conversations in the Force began, usually with mind-numbing pain and, "How dare you question my methods? Girl, you will be punished." "You will be?" "No." Avarest shook her head. "No," she thought, taking a deep breath. "Impossible." Fear was dead. She had cut his full head from his body. He couldn't hurt her anymore. He couldn't control her anymore. She looked down at Zen, debasing herself before her former lord. Part of her wanted to lash out, to kill the girl. It would be the first step in cleansing herself, preparing for her new life, the life after she had submerged the galaxy in eternal shadow. She wanted to lash out, punish her former student, but that had been Fear's way too. A hint of a smile came to her lips. An idea began to form. Perhaps there was a better way. "You wish to serve me again?" "Yes, Master," Zen repeated. "It is my one desire now." "And how can I know that you are still trustworthy?" Zen looked up, her smile wicked and sly. "Your power will keep me in line, Master. As long as you are stronger, I will remain leal and loyal to you, and if that is not enough, then, remember, you do have leverage over me. The child that you plucked from my arm still lives. I can sense her." "Yes," Avarest purred. "Dear little Maya, that is what I called her." Avarest chuckled. "What if I asked for a life? Proof that you were willing to take a life to come back into my service." "I would ask a name, my lord, and ask your permission to be set loose on this person." The Dark Lord grinned. "What if I named your child? What if I said kill the girl, and you can come back?" "Kira," Barrick snarled, but fell quiet as she began squeezing his throat. "Silence," she hissed. "Your betters are talking." She looked down on her former student. She could see the fear in Zen's eyes, the sense of disquiet. It was one thing to kill a stranger, even a complete innocent. To kill part of yourself, that was something else. "Well?" Avarest asked. Zen sighed. "My life is yours, Master," the fallen Jedi said, "but I will not take that life." She rose up and offered her neck, her hands behind her back. "I ask only that you spare my child, and offer me a quick death." Avarest stood before her, her former student, bravely accepting her master's will and wishes. It was surprising. Yet, somehow, it was pleasing. Avarest pulled her lightsaber to her hand and ignited the blade. It would be so easy to take Zen's head, to let Barrick watch the mother of his child die. Avarest let the blade rest over the girl's should, and then moved it to the other. "I have other plans for you." She deactivated the lightsaber, a proud look on her face. "If you had said you would kill your own child, I would have known it to be a lie, and slew you. It took courage admitting as much to me, accepting your end at my hand." The Dark Lord stepped back and gestured. "Rise, my former student." Zen did as she commanded, her Sith eyes wide with surprise. "Former." Avarest nodded. "You may return to my house, but not as my apprentice. I will need to evaluate you further before I can decide to take you back into the succession of my house. Plus, you will need to work with Jedi and their Republic allies. They are my servants in this endeavor. Can you work with them?" Her former student nodded. "They must know nothing of your child, or the change that I've endured." She placed the choker around her neck, using the Force to secure it. Again, Avarest appeared as she had when she had worn Kira Lila's body. "My secrets are your secrets, and they must be protected." Avarest paused dramatically, her eyes boring into her former student. "Do you accept and understand?" Zen bowed. "I understand, my lord." The girl wasn't lying. She could sense that. But she also sensed disappointment in Zen. That would not do. Avarest reached out and gave her arm a friendly squeeze. "Do not take this as a punishment. You are still a powerful warrior. and I will still continue to offer my wisdom and teachings. I remain committed to rewarding those who are loyal to me. Succeed in this endeavor. Help me fulfill my plans. I will elevate you to the rank of Darth and give you a command in my service. The Dark Lord placed her hands on her shoulders. Prove your worth there, and I will take you back fully as my student and heir. Zen giggled. A single tear ran down her cheek. She radiated a happiness that was almost unbecoming of a Sith. Thank you, my master. You have no idea how good it is to hear these words. Most Sith would be angry for being demoted, Avarest reminded her. Zen shook her head. All my life I was lied to by the Jedi, my parents, the Republic soldiers I fought beside. Only you have never lied to me. You told me more truth about the galaxy and myself than I ever realized. She stepped back and bowed low to her lord. My life is yours always. Avarest resisted the urge to cackle. She could hear Barrick struggling behind her, no doubt angry seeing his woman grovel before the one he hated. The thought sent a shiver of pure pleasure down Avarest's spine. Delicious. Yet, there was more here, far more than anyone might realize. Zen said she never lied to her, and that was true, but she was not telling her everything now. There was another part to her service, one that the former Jedi would not have accepted. Zen was known to the survivors, and to Finn. Once, she had been one of the vaunted Padawan Pack, a group of young Jedi heroes that had saved a class of younglings during the Sith sacking of the Jedi Temple on Coruscant. Zen and Finn had both been of that group. They had survived only to return to an order that had accepted a Republic surrender. That realization had scarred the young heroes, leaving them feeling betrayed and angry. Finn had worked through that anger. Jaz Darbin had saved him. Zen had not been. She had been apprenticed to Sai Darbin, Master Jaz's arrogant brother. He had not helped the girl, merely convinced her to deny her anger. But eventually, it had grown too strong to remain buried. It had exploded, and like a volcano had destroyed many of the girl's former allies, including her former master. Sai Darbin's death had been a great victory for Avarest, and she had taken the girl in as an apprentice as a reward for that victory. But now, the Dark Lord had found something far more. She now had Zay. Zay, she was pure potential, a piece of stone just waiting for a master artisan to carve their masterpiece. Yet, that work would take time and effort. Avarest would need to convince the girl to take up the role of apprentice, and then, her training would begin. Yet, it would not be that easy. Her Jedi allies would not wish the girl trained in the Sith way. It would take time to convince them otherwise, or deceive them into accepting it. Zen, her history, it would prove a useful distraction. Finn and the others would be so focused on trying to save her, maybe they would ignore the fledgling Force user in their midst. Plus, there was another reason to take Zen back. It would take Zay 6 months to a year to be combat ready. Zen, who was already a skilled fighter and duelist, was ready now. Yes, the more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. A placeholder. Zen would be useful. She would be able to fulfill any apprentice duties while Zay was beginning her training, and when the girl was ready. She would be an excellent test of Zay's skills. They will fight for my pleasure, Avarest thought, suppressing a hungry grin, and the strongest will serve me. She suspected that it would be Zay. Zay was far stronger in the Force, at least, that is how it felt to her future master. Strong enough to kill me. The thought gave her pause. Could she train her future killer? Darth Fear had. It had always confused Avarest when she was younger. Why take the chance, the risk? Why train your own murderer? Now, with experience, she understood. It was not just about the training of a student. It was the challenge. A Sith master had to accept that challenge if they were truly to be called master. Are you brave enough to make the order stronger? Or are you too weak to take up that challenge? If the student failed because they rebelled too early, that was their failure. If the master trained them to fail, that was the master's. If you trained a Sith strong enough to destroy you, then you had done your duty. Your apprentice was your legacy. They carried their training on to the next generation. That legacy, it was an immortality of sorts, and far better than what their former emperor had sought. To be immortal was to distance yourself from the material world, to rise above and beyond it. Was it any wonder that the emperor had become so out of touch that he had betrayed his own people? He had no longer been a part of the world he ruled. He had been so high above them, they were just cannon fodder. That was not the immortality that Avarest thought. She would train Zay to be Sith, but she would also impress upon her the need to train her master's children. She would not only give Zay power and knowledge, she would give her an apprentice ready to train, and thereby continue her dynasty. Avarest would build a dynasty. Her progeny, either of her blood or wisdom, would rule for the next 1,000 years. She smiled at Zen. That dynasty would begin here, with this small sacrifice. One dark Jedi whore for the future of the galaxy. It was a fair trade. I accept you back, dear Zen, she informed her former student. Together, we shall begin again. Yes, my lord, Zen said, bowing again. She glanced over her master's shoulder. What about Beric? Avarest didn't bother to look at him. What did Experiment 016 matter? He was a tool, nothing more. He will survive, she said. He will take one of the executive escape ships on this vessel. The lab and all the scientists and guards will be atomized in the next 20 minutes, so that all that Acina sought here will be destroyed. You think that I will obey you? The moth spat. Of course you will, Avarest replied. I order you to go, and you cannot disobey that part of your conditioning. She turned to her former brother then, her loyal placeholder at her side. Zen giggled savagely. The Dark Lord smiled down at the beaten man who had once been her brother. A pity, she thought. He could have been so much more. They could have been so much more. Oh well. What was done was done. She looked up. Computer, are you online? Standing by, the mechanical voice answered. Engage data purge and self-destruct protocol. Authorization Avarest 221 Zeta Kappa. Avarest codes have been disabled, unable to comply. Execute Dark Council override protocol. Avarest authorization 121. Password, Ordana. The lights went out in the chamber. Emergency lights and alarms blared to life. Code accepted. Self-destruct in 20 minutes. Avarest nodded. There, done, and done. Now to join her new allies and reintroduce them to Zen. She looked down at 016 again. Acina will be looking for someone to blame for this. I would suggest putting it on the late lieutenant. He had no family, so he makes the perfect patsy. I'm sure that Acina's agents will find his links to me. She will believe you, I think. Beric glared impotently at her. He could hate her all he wanted, but he had to obey. His programming would allow nothing else. Avarest sighed. She was happy to be done with this distraction. She still had keys to hunt and an apprentice to train. You should wear your refrigeration suit as well, she advised her former brother. I want you functional when you finally return to my service. Criff you, he growled. She didn't bother responding to that. She cared nothing that her tool hated her. He was, of course, her tool. He would do what he was programmed to do. Come, my friend, she told Zen, her loyal pawn. My new friends are waiting. I'm sure that Fen will be happy to see you again and want to help save you. Zen smirked. Come in, my lord, the girl replied. As always, I'm yours to command. Avarest beamed as they made their way to the turbo lift. She let Beric fall like the piece of refuse he was. He grunted and spat obscenities at her, but again, she didn't listen. He was hers to command like Zen. They were hers until their final breath. She chuckled to herself. They were hers. Always. Chapter 23. The turbolift descended quickly. Darth Avaryss didn't bother to look at her companion. Mentally, she was counting down in her head, remembering the fastest way to reach the exhaust port that Timon had opened, reach it, and escape from the ship. She knew what was going to happen. She knew the final protocols. Intimately, she had been there when they had been written. When the counter reached 0, the ship would lift off. The onboard computer would summon the drive system still in orbit. The core ship would attach, and then the ship's computer would overload the hyperdrive, and main engines. The explosion would atomize this ship and everything on it. No trace of death knell, or the research that had been conducted here, would remain. She could still hear the alarms blaring distantly. The computer would have locked down all the labs and auto-destroyed all the test subjects and samples by now. She was both proud and annoyed at that, the efficiency of her people. Yet, she could not deny what was being lost today. Her fingers curled, sparks of lightning crackled over her clenched fists. Years of research, hundreds of hours of tests and chemical trials, gone in the flash of an instant. Her research, her work. And then, there was the credits, millions of credits spent out of her own pockets. She had kept Death Knell going after the Council had abandoned it. It had not been easy, or cheap. Her credits. Her credits. Avarest's scowl deepened. So much had been lost to bait a failed trap. It was so galling. She could almost see Acina's face, that cruel, arrogant smile. Avarest had not been on the Dark Council very long, but during the few sessions she attended, her rival was always there, shooting down her ideas and mocking her for her origin and inexperience. So galling. Oh, how she longed to see that smile turn into a shriek of terror, a final shriek that would end with the pained gurgle of a final death. Even now, faced with prospect of a dangerous enemy, that thought sent a shiver of pleasure down her spine. Yes, Acina, dying in agony. She would enjoy that immensely. Yes, revenge would be hers. She would see Acina answer for this outrage, and all the outrages committed since Avarest's defeat on Fallis. The shudder would answer she would pay dearly. Avarest looked at Zen. What? Her former apprentice grinned. I can't feel your rage, my lord, her fellow Sith replied. It is like a warm sun on a cold winter's night. Avarest didn't bother answering that statement. It was taking all her self-control not to blow up, to let the dark side have its way with her. Another shiver ran down her spine as her vision became wreathed in red flame. Her fury at what had happened, and what would happen continued to build. And with her rage, the dark side rose up within her, threatening to swallow her whole. It would be so easy. She took another shuddering breath, trying to maintain control. Not yet, soon, don't be weak, control. Control. Yet, it was hard, she wanted to let go, to give herself over to her rage and hate. She wanted to surrender to the dark side. It had been so long. She could feel it, the heart of darkness. It was so close. It beat in the same rhythm as her own heart. It both ruled her and served her. It was her drug of choice. It was her God. The coming darkness brought more than a mere storm. It offered insight as well. A glimpse into many possible futures, one more possible by the second. Avarest smiled. Good. She really wanted to slaughter something. Ready yourself, she informed Zen. We have enemies waiting for us. Zen drew her weapon, the cross-guarded lightsaber hissed to life. Her former student gave her an eager look, ready to unleash carnage on their enemies. The Dark Lord understood completely. She wanted that too? Avarest ignited her own weapon. She knew what was awaiting her when the lift opened its doors. She was most eager to face it. Do not let them touch you. One bite, one scratch, is sufficient to end your life. Do not give the enemy the chance. Zen nodded hungrily, her own fury rising. The Dark Lord didn't have to guess what fuel her former student now drew on for her power. It wasn't that hard to guess. The lift dinged, the doors hissed open. The rat gals leaped, snarling like the animals they were. 12 of the beasts filled the corridor. Anyone else would have been dead in seconds. Avarest hissed, and, as had happened many times before, time slowed down. I live for this, the Dark Lord thought. The dark side, giving into it, I missed the days when I could do it often in the service of my master. Being a master, it means you have to exercise so much restraint. It is needed for the work, but so limiting. Avarest hated those limits. Both fear and Mara had tried to bind her to them. Yes, she understood the reasons why, but that didn't mean that she didn't despise them. Darth Avaryss didn't simply use the dark side of the Force. She loved using it, The strength, the speed, the insight, she coveted every gift the dark side offered. Those gifts, they were proof she stood high above any mundane in the galaxy. She was superior, as close to perfect as any being could get. The realization made her grin. Superior. Perfect. She showed the rat ghouls exactly what that meant. The first monster leapt into the lift. She ducked beneath it, disemboweling it with her lightsaber. Then she sprang forward. With Zen at her side, Avarest took the left, Zen the right. They were among the monsters, dangerously close. Yet, there was no fear, only blood and rage. The Sith fell upon the rat ghouls like a scythe through wheat. Avarest used the Force, flinging the monsters into each other, bashing their skulls against the walls. She drew life from one of the beasts, using that power to make her lightning and telekinesis that much stronger, more potent. Zen was. Avarest glanced over, her eyes widened slightly. What was this? Zen giggled as she gestured with her offhand, murmuring an incantation under her breath. The rat ghouls closest to the girl began to burn, their own living essence turned against them, the very life within them being fashioned into a lethal weapon. Magic, Avarest realized. She recognized that spell, knew it herself though, had never used it much. Where in the hell had Zen Lure learned Sith sorcery? Avarest had not bothered to teach her. She had thought the girl too impatient, and incapable of learning the older, darker mysteries. It seems that I was wrong, the Dark Lord realized. Zen was more capable than she gave her credit for. She would need to watch her former student closely, in the coming months, if they managed to escape this place. Using her, she was likely playing with fire, but that was okay. Avarest grinned hungry. The danger, it was half the fun. They cut through the last of the monsters, and left the corpse-laden hallway behind, moving far quicker thanks to the power of the dark side, power they had fed by their slaughter. Overhead, the loudspeaker continued to warn of the coming self-destruct, and how little time they had to make it out. Avarest was not worried. She found herself hoping that more threats awaited them. The slaughter at the lift had only whetted her appetite. Now, she wanted more. Fall back. Finn whirled his lightsaber as blaster bolts ricocheted throughout the chamber. The alarms had only just started blaring, a cold, bland voice informing them that the self-destruct had been activated and that they needed to evacuate. The group had been planting charges, preparing to distract whatever guards that might be on the way. They wanted to give Timon and Avi time to reach the exhaust port. Avi believed that she could reach the self-destruct system, and warned them that she would do so if she could. If not, they were to make sure that the lab didn't remain functional. The plan seemed fairly straightforward. Until now, they had disabled several guards as they spread throughout the ship. The Sith troopers had not been a problem, overconfident that no one could touch them, perhaps. When the alarm started, those soldiers fled. It should have been easy for the survivors to make their way back to the exhaust port and escape. That was when they heard the sound of many boots marching. That is when everything went off the rails. They had appeared marching in 3x3 formation down one of the long hallways. Sullustans in simple gray military-style jumpsuits. There had been 30 of them, and each carried a blaster carbine. One of the soldiers that had accompanied Finn's team called out them, thinking that they might be Sullustan militia, prisoners that had escaped the lab. He tried to go up to them, show them the way out. The first in the marching line blasted him in the face. They didn't even acknowledge that they killed him. They didn't stop, merely marched around his body. When they came into range, they opened fire on Finn and his allies. He and Shira parried the blows, trying to wound the advancing aliens, get them to stop, prove that they weren't Sith. The few that were struck in the arm or leg barely acknowledged their injuries. They continued to advance silently, their eyes a strange golden milky color. One in the front took a bolt to the face and fell. His fellows literally marched over him, no stopping, no hesitation. They continued to advance, firing on Survivor Squad and their Jedi allies. Finn had no choice. He gave the order. Fall back. He found himself next to Darth Acina. The Sith twirled her double-bladed saber, deflecting the bolts back into the advancing rank of Sullustans. "Nell troopers," she hissed. "The scientists must have set them loose." Finn didn't bother saying anything. He was too busy deflecting the many bolts that continued to assail them. A steady stream of fire that didn't let up. They were holding it back for now, but he could already start to feel the effects of force exhaustion. Too many blasts, and they didn't have enough room to maneuver. He redoubled his efforts. They had been pushed back from the corridor that they needed to go down to reach their escape route. The Nell-infected Celestians had cut them off. Finn managed to land another lethal blow on one of Nell's. It fell to his knees, only to be pushed aside by his comrades. They continued to advance. They didn't stop. They didn't even acknowledge the deaths of their comrades. Through the Force, they felt only rage and hate, and a desire to kill. If these had once been thinking beings, they weren't anymore. What had the scientists here done to them? The colonel had described what he had seen on the Sith science vessel, the one that they had destroyed years ago. But this, he had no words to describe what he was seeing. The young Jedi cursed under his breath. They were in trouble. A blaster bolt caught him in the thigh, staggering him. He might have died right there had Darth Acina not pulled him out of the way with the Force. The first line of the enemy was almost close enough to touch them. One of the Nell troopers released his blaster, and now held a wicked-looking blade in his small hand. It slashed where Finn had been, missing him by millimeters. Before it could continue the attack, Agony decapitated it with her blade. She whirled her weapon round, shouting in a language that Finn didn't know, the old Sith dialect maybe. Whatever she was saying slowed the Celestian advance briefly, paused for a few seconds, but then they opened up again. They had lost a third of their number, but they still didn't stop. The survivors now had injured among them. They were trying to fall back, but the constant barrage of fire and the desire to help the wounded slowed Finn and his allies. He blocked another bolt. Shira pulled him to his feet while Agony covered them. They were in trouble. Finn took a pained breath. A single word escaped his lips. "Avi." A pained whisper that echoed through the Force. "Avi." "Finn." The plea through the Force stopped her mid-step. She and Zen had just reached the exhaust port and found no one else there. They could hear the sound of blaster fire close by, but it was receding. "Finn." Avarest looked down the corridor. He was in trouble. "Master, we must go. The countdown." She glanced over at Zen. Her fellow Sith was putting on a survival suit. They had recovered two from a locker on the way down here. No guards had emerged to challenge them. The alarm had set the remaining ones fleeing, looking to escape the doomed lab vessel. Avarest frowned. "Finn." She knew what she had to do. "Hold this position, Zen," she ordered. "Let no one block or hinder this exit." "As you say," her former student said, "but your allies can't make it back." Avarest didn't respond. She didn't need to. The girl had her orders. She made her way back down the corridor, ignoring the alarms and the knowledge of the time slipping away. "This is foolish, my child," Darth Fear voice echoed in her head. "If the boy is not strong enough to escape this trap on his own, he is unworthy of survival. He is unworthy of you." She understood what her master was saying, but that didn't change what needed to be done. She was not thinking with her head in that moment, but with her emotions. A realization came to her. "I lost Fel because I didn't trust in the Force. I followed the plan, and he died. He was ripped from me by my enemies." Fel. Her eyes narrowed at the mere thought of her former lover, the one who was almost her husband. "Why am I still thinking about this?" she asked herself. "I dealt with that loss long ago." "Did you?" Something within her asked. "Are you so prepared to let history repeat itself, to survive while the one you desire is cut down by the treachery of your enemies?" The Dark Lord scowled. "No," she hissed with barely restrained fury. "No." When Fel had died, she had been blinded by hope, thinking that she had some bright future. She knew better now. She knew that hope was a lie, but that didn't mean she was prepared to let Finn suffer the same fate as Fel. No. She had lost Fel. Her own foolishness had cost him his life. "Finn." "No," she snarled. "I will not lose Finn the same way. He is mine. We will make a future. I will not lose my love again. The sound of running feet caused her to turn, to start drawing her weapon. Master Avarest. Timon Tag stood before her, still clad in his Sith armor, his pink skin shading to red, darkening with anxiety. Master Finn is in trouble. I felt. As did I, she said, cutting the boy off mid-sentence, gesturing him forward. Come, we must hurry. Timon fell and stepped beside her. Avarest's rage began to grow again. The rat gals, whatever was attacking Finn, this should not have been happening. The lab should have been in lockdown. Only the one in charge could have disabled those security measures. Her scowl deepened. Barrack. It seemed that her slave was still trying to kill her, despite his programming and her orders. She sighed. She should reach out with the Force and punish him for this outrage, but she hadn't the time. The countdown continued. She and Timon drew on the Force. Their movements became a blur to the unenlightened. Finn was in trouble. She had to save him. They came upon the Nell troopers. The Alter Celestins didn't even acknowledge their coming. Their entire focus was on Survivor Squad, trying to block their path. Avarest and Timon ignited their weapons. The rear guard of the Nells finally noticed that. Avarest shouted in the ancient tongue. To one that didn't know it, it would have sounded like a taunt or battle cry. In truth, she was shouting out a code phrase, a backdoor into the Nell programming. The troopers would obey her now. She could have ordered them to stand down, shoot themselves, or return to their cells, but didn't risk any of those commands. She didn't want her allies to realize just how much control she had over the Nell troopers. They were still her weapons after all, and her endgame would involve the next generation of these weapons. No, she didn't want the Jedi and their friends to know too much. Her plans needed to remain secret for now. She issued the order for them to halt their advance, but keep firing. That would give Finn and the others time to regroup, and at the same time, it turned the surviving Celestins into stationary targets. That was good. It made them easy prey for her and TM. The two cut into the Nell ranks like a hot blade through butter. The troopers didn't try to flee or cry out as they were cut down. The Nell chemical and the conditioning they had received had taken away the concept of fight or flight. In that moment, all they did was obey orders. It made them easy prey. Agony and Shira, seeing the change in the enemy, joined in. The beast woman went for non-killing blows, severing weapon hands and legs. She didn't understand what she was facing. Agony did, and responded accordingly. The Celestins could not be saved from Death Knell. It was best that they not survive at all. It took almost no time at all to clear them away, cutting them all down where they stood. Soon, the last blaster fell silent. Avarest looked at the exhausted faces of her allies. She could feel the gratitude in the soldiers. They didn't see or understand what had happened. Good. Avarest smiled. The way is clear now, she called out. This way. They managed to make it out just as the exhaust port sealed behind them, the computer taking over, ensuring it was locked down, ready for takeoff. They made their way down the ridge as the ship began to rise high into the air. By now, the vessel's drive section should be waiting in high orbit, ready to link and complete the self-destruct procedure. Avarest nodded grimly. It was done. Mission accomplished. She made her way over to Finn. Timon was tending his injured leg, using the Force to help heal him. His enviro suit had been damaged, but the seals they had brought with them held. He would be fine. It would hold until they made it back to the ship. The surviving soldiers watched the lab continue to rise, becoming smaller and smaller in the sky. Shira and Agony stood close to Zen, speaking quietly, both surprised to see the other woman there, but accepting Avarest's word that she was here to help. The Dark Lord smiled. And so, the plan continued. Acina's trap had been neutralized. Now, Avarest was free to resume her search for Hikita's keys. She still lamented the loss of the lab, and the Death Knell research that had been done, but no matter. Finn was safe. In that moment, that is what truly mattered to her. You are a fool, girl. Once again, her master's words echoed in her head, but this time, she ignored them. He could not harm her now. He was gone. She had made sure of it. In her mind's eye, she could see the ship rising, linking with the drive section, and in that moment, she could see the clock on the ship's command deck. 3, 2, 1. The countdown hit 0 and crack 'em. It was like thunder, but deeper, more powerful. Even on the surface of the poison world, she could feel the shockwave from high above. The upper atmosphere displaced by the explosion. The smoky skies above them brightened a flash like a second sun over the skies of Sullust. A blinding light that heralded both fire and destruction, and then it was gone. Silence. The lab vessel was no more. Avarest nodded, a trap escaped, and her weapons once again out of the hands of her rivals and enemies. Once again, her secrets were safe, as was Finn. Excellent. She went to him, he nodded his thanks, and smiled. A smile that warmed her body, despite the cold and harsh environment of the world around them. Wonderful. Now, she was free to continue her own plans for domination of both Finn and the galaxy at large. Glorious, she thought with an excited shiver, eager to return to work. Mission accomplished. Chapter 24. Hello, Master Jazz. It has been a long time. Avarest stood back and watched as the interrogation began. Zen sat in a chair before her, clad, no longer in robes and armor of the Sith, but in the simple military-style jumpsuit so common here at Survivor Base. Jaz Darbin stood before her, as did the Colonel Capistan. Understandably, the two men were quite interested by the stray that Avarest and the others had brought back from Sullust. The Dark Lord said nothing. She was content to watch, for the moment. In truth, this promised to be a most interesting conversation, considering what had happened in the past. She glanced up at Jaz Darbin. She was curious what the old Jedi was thinking, given Zen's history. Are you thinking about your brother, Master Jaz? And what might you do to his killer? All intriguing questions, and important if she was to truly understand the mind of Jaz Darbin. Useful information from when the time came to destroy him, and her new allies. Yet, it didn't seem important, not now. She only just held back a hiss of pure anger. Normally, this reunion would have consumed her attention, and she would have taken a certain dark joy in it. Sadly, she could not enjoy it as she would have liked. Her thoughts were elsewhere, mainly on the medical bay. Finn was there now, floating in a kolto tank. He had fallen ill shortly after they had fled Sullust, he and 5 of the others. What had started with a simple cough had evolved into a shortness of breath, and soon he had been bleeding from the mouth. The Dark Lord cared nothing for the others, but Finn. She couldn't lose him. They were still not sure what was wrong with him. It wasn't death knell. Avarest was quite familiar with what the early stages of that looked like. Yet, he was ill, that was for certain. All those that had been injured on the mission were. All who had suffered damage to their suits. What it was the Dark Lord could not say. Some infection common to Sullust. Something that had been in the Aaron lab ship. Who knew for sure? Finn had done the only thing he could and went into a healing trance, a means of slowing his bodily functions. Shira had done the same for the other soldiers who had been suffering. Yet, that had not saved one of them. The young man died before they had reached Survivor Base. Avarest had been powerless. The dark side was weak in the healing arts. She hated that feeling. That sense of helplessness. All she had been able to do was watch. She hated that too. Once the ship had landed, they had carried Finn and the others straight to medical. Avarest had wanted to go with him, but she dared not leave inside. Not until she was certain what the other Sith's game was. So, she had waited, and for the first time in what seemed like forever, Avarest felt something she didn't like. Concern. Fear. Worry. Such thoughts were beneath her, and yet, they were there. She didn't like it. She didn't like it one bit. The mere realization angered her. I want to go to him. I want to be by his side. Yes, she desired that most of all, but she dared not. Not until this interrogation was over. Zen knew too much about her plans, and besides, she had seen her face. Zen Lure had seen her true face, not the glamour she hid behind, but the spell that covered the face of the Jedi this body had once belonged to. No, she couldn't take that chance. If the other Sith talked, told them. No. Avarest clenched her fists in impotent rage. Perhaps I should have killed her on Sullust. She took a deep breath and let it out slowly, so not to draw attention. It was too late now. What was done was done. So, she stood back and watched with her eyes and listened with her ears. Yet, through the Force, she reached out to Finn, her dear dream friend. Even now she could sense his pain. When their minds touched, she suddenly felt short of breath and could taste the kolto in her mouth. Finn. Frustration started to rise anew. Can we hurry this up? She thought. I need to be at his side. Again, she could almost see Darth Fear's face. Her master looked down upon her with disdain. Compassion, my child. How disappointing. She could almost see his cruel frown. I taught you better than this. Once that comment would have brought a sense of shame, but not now. Not with Finn. Finn, he was different. In this, she could not deny her emotions, even the weaker ones. She couldn't help it. She cared. Jaz Darbin and Colonel Capistan continued to pace before Zen. Avar's former student remained glib and uncaring. She seemed to be enjoying herself. What were you doing on Sullust? Master Jaz asked her. Awaiting my master, Zen replied. How did you know that she would be there? The colonel said. Because I know my master, and so did Acina. Zen chuckled. Darth Avaryss never did like others playing with her toys. Avar's old student sighed. You don't understand, neither of you. When I still served the Jedi Order, I was taught one thing, above all. I was told to let go of my emotions. Master Sai insisted that I not even acknowledge them, that they were dangerous, and a hindrance to my education. Zen smiled. What he should have said was that they were a hindrance to his plans, because that is what he cared about most, his plans, his ambitions. She turned to Master Jaz, her golden eyes flaring with hate. All your brother did was use me, lie to me. I was a symbol to his greatness. I was one of the Padawan pack. My service to him was proof of his superiority. I was a trophy, not a Padawan. He honored himself by taking me as a student, but then taught me only to see things his way. Avarest was curious to hear what the old Jedi Master would say next. She had fought Sidar Ben, stood with Zen when she finally destroyed him. What would the brother say about the man's final and complete failure? Jaz Darbin sighed and shook his head. I tried many times to save my brother. He made many mistakes in his life. I forgave them all, because I believe what he did, he believed it was for the greater good. Zen scoffed at that, but before she could reply, Master Jaz stopped her with a raised hand. That being said, you are not wrong. So I was ambitious, far too ambitious. He let those ambitions blind him to what he was, and what he was doing. The Jedi gave her a sad look. You could have come to me, you know. Finn was your friend. In his name, I would have tried to help you. Helped you work through your anger, work through it, and deal with it. Zen smiled then, not the wolfish smile she usually wore, but something sadder, more real, perhaps. I would not have heard you. Master Sai's teachings blinded me to all else. He saw you as a disappointment, you know that. He believed that you had thrown away your Force-given gifts for a life that was wasted. Master Jaz shrugged. He was entitled to his feelings. I made my choices, and I do not regret them. All the pain and joy in my life, that was mine to experience. So I had no right to judge me, just as I couldn't judge him. But he did judge you, Master Jaz. Zen replied. He judged all that didn't serve his desires. That is why he launched his secret campaign against the Sith, and why so many of our brothers and sisters joined him. Zen's golden eyes fell on Avarest. Her expression was warm, almost worshipful. I understood that what we were doing was wrong. I knew that the Council would call it wrong if they ever had proof, but I didn't care. I was prepared to go to any length to avenge those we lost when Darth Malgus took the temple. And how does hurting the Jedi and joining the Sith help you take vengeance on the Sith? The Colonel asked her. And better yet, why would a Jedi seek vengeance? Jaz Darbin added, "Revenge is not the Jedi way." "It isn't the Jedi way, Master," Zen agreed, "but it is my way." Said Darbin and his followers wanted vengeance. Avarest chimed in. They dressed it up by saying that it was for the greater good. But vengeance is still vengeance. Is that not right, Zen? "Yes, Master," the girl agreed with a nod. "I will not lie about what I sought. Not anymore. Master Avarest offered me the chance to get close to those that had sacked the Jedi Temple, the Sith Lords that were beyond our reach. Most died at the hands of others before I could get to them, but their deaths were enough." Zen smirked. "Master Avarest never lied to me. She was honest with me from the moment she offered me a blade and a chance to serve her. It is for that reason that I'm hers. If I must die at her command, so be it. At least in this, I die for what I want. She gave me the chance to have everything I desired. My life is the least I can offer in return." "You say this now," Master Jaz said, "but you were not at your master's side when she came to us. You say you are loyal to her, but you weren't there when she was forced into exile." Zen frowned. Avarest shot her a cold look. "Here we go," she thought. Moment of truth. The Dark Lord scowled. "Be careful, Zen. Be very careful what you say next." The young Sith shook her head. "It shames me to admit it now, but I was not at my master's side, because I needed to pay penance for what I had done." "And what was that?" the colonel asked. Zen winced, her expression pained. "I fell in love," she said in a small voice. I had not expected that. When I first came to the Sith, I reveled in my emotions. Rage, fury, hate, lust. Suddenly, they were all open to me. I was overwhelmed. Lust and desire were my favorites. I understood for the first time that I was beautiful, something that men desired." She smirked. "I played with men. They wanted me, and I liked it. I enjoyed making them mine, toying with them, and discarded them just as quickly. I reveled in that, their pain and disappointment. When love came, I was caught completely off guard. It ensnared me, and suddenly that was all that mattered. I was willing to do anything to preserve it." She looked at Jaz Darbin. "You understand that, don't you, Master Jaz? Master Sai told me said that you married against the Council's orders. He told me that you violated the code, became a husband and father." Jaz said nothing, but he showed no sign of shame either. Avarest glanced at him. She had heard this before, from intelligence reports she had read, but still, to see the master not deny it. "Interesting. My love became a pawn in the games of the Dark Lords." He turned against Master Avarest. "He tried to kill her, and should have died for that failure, but I spoke up for him, begged for this life. I wanted to save him, to save what we had, and Master Avarest cast me out. It was her right, and I needed to be punished for my foolishness, choosing a mere man over what I was being taught, the power that was being offered." Zen shuddered. "I endured the penance she asked of me, and I escaped. While my master was in exile, I traveled the Empire. I sought out new teachers. I expanded my knowledge of the dark side. I told myself that I didn't need Avarest anymore, that I could become stronger on my own. I had much to offer the Empire and other Sith, and when I was stronger, I would return and reclaim my love, what we had." She looked up at Avarest again, a shamed look on her face. "I chose wrong. The other Sith that took me and cared nothing for my desires. They either sought in with my master, to either destroy her or steal what was hers. As for my love, he remained a slave to his former master. He was determined to avenge her, to punish Master Avarest. It consumed him. He no longer thought of me or what might have had. As I watched him from the shadows, I realized the man that had been so kind to me was gone." The girl slipped from her chair and knelt before her former teacher and master. "Forgive me, my lord, I didn't see. You were right to punish me. I realized in that moment that I needed to come home, that only you could offer me what I needed, return me to the correct path." She bowed her head. "The Empire, what the invaders have done to it, it is no longer worthy of continuing as it has. Only you can burn away the sickness that has infected it, return it to the glory that it once had. The men who I sought to destroy, the ones that burned the temple, are dead. My revenge is complete. Now I only desire to see you restore the empire beneath your rule. I will serve you in this. Together, we will sweep away the old and bring about a new renaissance of power." Zen glanced up, her smile hungry and cruel. "You are the rightful heir of Vitiate. Let us destroy what he built and see our new empire rise from the ashes." Avarest nodded as she looked at her former student. She hated to admit it, but Zen did paint a pretty picture. Capistan and Jaz Darbin looked at her. "You buy this, Sith?" the old soldier asked. "I sense no deception," Jaz added, "but Sith have managed to hide their desires from a Jedi in the past. She is your loose cannon, Avarest. What do you say?" The Dark Lord nodded. She was pleased that they were letting her take the reins in this. She grinned. "I sense no deception in her either. Zen is difficult to read sometimes, but I promise to make sure that she doesn't harm what we are trying to build." The Dark Lord turned to her student. "I have allied with these people, Zen. Together, we are opposing the invaders and seeking a way to restore our homes to their former glory." Avarest's eyes turned cold. "If this is some deception, a plan to avenge yourself for your penance, know that that deception will fail. I will punish any betrayal severely, and this time, you will not come back from that punishment. I will make sure of that. If you stand with me, you will stand with them. Can you work with the survivors and their Jedi allies? Will you put away your disdain for the Jedi and serve me anew and obey me in all things? Swear it on the dark side and all you desire in this galaxy." Avarest left the last part of that unsaid. "Swear on your child, Zen. Swear it on the life of poor little Maya. Serve me or die." "I swear it, my lord," the other Sith said, bowing her head. "I am yours forever." She went from kneeling to bowing, lowering her head to the ground, debasing herself before her teacher and lord. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Avarest nodded. She was satisfied. The Jedi and his Republic friend didn't seem to like it much, but they were not part of the world that Avarest and Zen lived in. They would never understand. "She will aid us. Know that I will watch her and make sure that she does nothing to harm our cause." The two men nodded. Jaz accepted her word, trusted her as much as he trusted anyone who had been an enemy. Capistan remained unsure, but he would never trust a Sith. She was fine with that. "Rise, Zen," Avarest said, gesturing her up. "It is time to take your place at my side." Zen Law rose, her smile white and happy. "Thank you, my lord. I will not disappoint you. Not again." Avarest nodded. That remained to be seen. "With your leave, Master Jaz, I will show our new ally to quarters. After that, we will see how best to work her into routines here." The old Jedi glanced at Capistan, who gave him a curt nod. Avarest was pleased. She had gained another servant among the survivors. That would be most useful when the time came. She and Zen left the room together. Avarest now moved on autopilot. She would go to the base's quartermaster, find a place for Zen, and then she reached out with the Force. Once again, she felt Finn's pain, could taste Kolto on her tongue. At that moment, only one thing mattered. "Fear not, my love. I'm coming." She entered the medical bay alone. She followed the Force lost in desire. Only one thing mattered. Finn. She found her dream friend floating in Kolto tank closest to the door. He didn't notice her when she arrived. He was unconscious, lost in a sea of painkillers and healing fluid. "Master." Avarest turned, so lost had she been in Finn's pain that she had not realized that she was not alone. Dr. Tagg stood beside one of the tanks, checking the vitals of another of the troopers wounded on Sullust. At her side had been Zay. Avarest had not seen the girl since her return, not since their encounter in the commissary. The serving girl hobbled to her, as fast as her ruined leg would allow. Avarest turned, tensed, feeling another Force wielder's approach always brought up her guard. The girl's arms were around her before she could back away. Zay pulled her close into an embrace of pure affection. The Dark Lord tensed. She was many things, not all of them good. What she was not was a hugger. Dr. Tag smiled watching the exchange. I guess she missed you, my lord, she said with a smirk. Avarest looked down, unsure how to respond. Zay was hugging her. What was she supposed to do? No one hugged the Lord of the Sith. Master, the girl said into her shoulder, her happiness radiating out through the Force. Praise the Force, you are back. That you are safe. Avarest let the girl continue to embrace her. She should have liked it, took comfort in it, once she might have. Yet, her posture was rigid, uncomfortable. She was not sure how to respond. This is not how you begin, my child, Darth Fear's voice echoed through her mind. If the girl is to be your student, your true apprentice, you must cultivate both resentment and hate. Some affection is to be expected, as existed in our relationship, but beyond that, the girl must care only for power that only you can give her. Make her hate you, but be in awe of you. That is how you proceed. That is how you make an apprentice. Avarest understood that, but now was not the time. Not with Dr. Tag here, and certainly not with Finn floating before her. Even unconscious, she could sense him through the Force. Their connection brightened in her darkened world. She could not do what needed to be done for Zay, not yet. I missed you too, Zay, she said, though she was not sure why. Why coddle the child? She had no reason to. The girl stepped back, her smile bright, lighting up her face. Avarest gave her a smile of her own. You look better? The girl bobbed her head excitedly. I feel better. I feel so many things now. I can feel the emotions of everyone in the base. It is amazing. The girl might have bounced for joy if not for her bad leg. I'm so happy, Master. I'm like you and Lord Agony. The girl squealed with delight. I'm like you. Avarest nodded, yet she could not really focus, not with Finn before her, not in the face of so many happy emotions. Like me and Agony. Like Zen. She gave the serving girl an evaluating look. She sensed no darkness in that moment. Yet, she knew it was there, within, hidden away for the moment. She had felt it when the girl awoke from her slumber. She just needed to teach the girl how to tap into it. She had to either deceive or guide her into its embrace, and then, she would be hers. She had done it before. With Zan, she could do it again. But, did she want to? Zay was so eager, so full of happiness, reveling in her newfound ability. Did Avarest want to put out that light? Create a girl that both coveted her power and desired her destruction? That is the way of the galaxy, Darth Fear whispered in her ear. That is the way of the Sith. She understood that, but Finn, his presence, their connection. Avarest pursed her lips. Zay wanted to be like her. Was she? We will see. In the tank behind her, Finn shivered. Avarest reached out to him, their connection filling her up, the Force between them shining like polished silver. She shivered. The Dark Lord knew her desire, what she wanted, to destroy Zakuul, restore the Empire, and end the Jedi and the light forever. Yet, in that moment, with the happy slave girl at her side, and her love before her in the tank, she felt she wasn't sure what she wanted. Finn, most definitely. Zay, her apprentice, sure. Yet, the darkness, her plan, it seemed so distant in that moment. Don't forget why you are here, my child, Fear reminded her. She nodded. She hadn't, but still. She smiled at Finn, enjoying the sensation of their connection. They us? She shivered. What is going on? She wondered. What is happening to me? For once she had no answer. She knew the darkness and desire, but this. She didn't know. Chapter 25. Kill her. Avarest stood over the sleeping girl. The only sound in the room the slow in and out of their breathing. Yet, the words repeated in the Dark Lord's head, over and over again, with each beat of her heart. Kill her. Kill her now. Avarest stared down at Zay with amber eyes, their glow almost non-existent in that moment. She knew what she should do, but it could jeopardize everything she was working towards. An accident would be better, but... Her fingers clenched into angry fists. This was not how it was supposed to be, but what choice did she have? She had had another dream, this one, so clear. She could end the risk of that dream, that nightmare, with the taking of a single life. If Zay died here, now, the force would be left to shift, but if it would shift in her favor, she couldn't say. The future was always in motion. The smallest act could send it down a path that not even a Sith Lord could predict, but that was not surprising. The Force was not the only thing that shaped people's lives. Luck was a factor as well. Some Force users believed that there was no such thing as luck, but Avarest was not one of them. All life was a game of chance. Was she ready to gamble on this? Did she dare? Zay. Avarest took a deep breath. Kill her. It would save her from what she saw, but it would end so much more. Was she ready to do that? Even now, the dream that had drawn her from bunk came back to her, reminding her of why she was here. She was used to nightmares. She had lived with them for almost a decade now. It was rare that she could find peaceful rest, not alone anyway. Her eyes narrowed. Do I take this gamble? Do I dare? She had dreamed of an ending, but that was not surprising. Most of her dreams ended in death, for either herself or others. She preferred the latter to the former. In this she found herself standing on a long walkway, force lightning flashing from her fingertips. She had reveled in that moment. She loved the smell of ozone, and burnt flesh, and most of all the screams of an arrogant Jedi. The screams were the best of all. She didn't recognize where she was, or who the young Jedi was, but it didn't matter. What she felt through the Force, it told her all she needed to know. She could feel the power rushing through her. Clad in a fine robe of midnight black, she was at the height of her power. She could feel it, the galaxy at her fingertips, everything hers to command. First, though, she had to kill this arrogant Jedi, and then all would be well. She paused briefly in her attack, savoring what had been done. The Jedi, who only moments before had stood before her and declared her reign a failure, now lay whimpering at her feet. Delicious. She heard the sound of a heavy boot behind her, her apprentice standing with her. The heavy step, the sound of someone limping. Zay. Her apprentice wheezed, still trying to recover from the trouncing the Jedi had dished out. I will need to punish her. She is better than that. The Jedi should have killed her. At least then Avarest would have been free to choose another student. Who knew if the Jedi had killed the girl in anger, he might have been a good replacement. Yet, he had not, and in doing so found himself here, on the floor of her chambers, whimpering in agony. Glorious. Avarest smirked. And now, she murmured, almost lovingly, enjoying this moment. You will die. She giggled as she raised her hands, and let the power of the dark side flow anew. Force lightning lit the Jedi like a candle. With each crackling blast, her anger grew, her hatred of the Jedi feeding her power, her frustration at being denied this man, that he had dared to say no to her, the rightful ruler of the galaxy. The world turned crazily. Avarest found herself in the air. Her hands had flown back towards her face from the force that had lifted her off her feet. The Dark Lord howled in pain, her own force lightning crackling over her. The pain was incredible. She could not think, she could not even speak. Air. The pain was excruciating. Her own lightning blasted her. The pain she was in fed the dark side, and it in turn fed the lightning. The stronger the lightning became, the more pain she was in, and the more pain she was in, the stronger the lightning became. It was a vicious cycle, building and building. She could not stop herself. She was being consumed by her own power. She couldn't stop. Every neuron in her brain was firing. She couldn't. Finally, she flew away from the deadly arc. The lightning was no longer focused on her, and with it, her thoughts returned. They were jumbled but no. Avarest looked down in horror, her short-circuited brain just now realizing what had happened. No. She was falling, no, not just falling, plummeting. The height that she was falling from looked bottomless. She could have used the force to save herself normally, but her brain was still recovering from the lightning. She could not call on the dark side. She could do nothing. Yet, In that moment, she realized what had happened. More importantly, she knew WHO. Zay. The damnable girl had killed her, but that was not what mattered most, no. What mattered was that she felt what the girl felt through their connection. She felt no anger or ambition, but love, and the desire to protect the boy, the Jedi. The girl had thrown it all away, all that Avarest had given her. She had murdered her master, and didn't even have the strength to continue on the path. She was betrayed. Zay had betrayed her. This realization came to pass in a microsecond, and it was gone just as quick. Avarest could do nothing. She fell, and she screamed. She fell, and she died. Fury and the dark side tore her apart as her life ended, her body exploding in a maelstrom of dark side energy. She died wailing. No. Zay. Traitor. Avarest awoke. She was left with a dizzy feeling, a sense of vertigo, typical enough from when dreams of falling from a great height. She rose without a word, dressed with barely a thought. She went right to the girl's room. Now she stood over her, ready to deal out death. She betrayed me, Avarest knew. She would betray me. In that moment, the girl stirred. Avarest almost struck before she could truly waken, but she hesitated. Master. Zay yawned and rubbed her eyes. The girl looked up at her with a look of both confusion and trust. That gave Avarest pause. Zay. She had done nothing yet to warrant death, yet Avarest had come to kill her. Why? Was she so weak that she feared the steps of a child with a twisted foot? Force-sensitive or not, Zay was no threat to her, not yet. Avarest closed her eyes. Not yet. Master, the girl repeated, sitting up. Do you need me to get you something? The girl's question stopped her in her tracks. In that moment, the Dark Lord felt foolish. It was not a feeling she liked. Do not hesitate, my child, Fear's voice echoed out through the Force. Do not take the chance. Kill the girl, now. Her hand almost went to her lightsaber, almost. She shook her head. No. It was in that moment that the girl must have felt it. A sense of fear filled the Force. Master, have I done something wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? You have done nothing wrong, Avarest answered. Not yet. The girl shifted in her bed. Is it Master Finn? Did he make a turn for the worst? Avarest blinked. Finn. His face swam up before her again, and again, it gave her pause. It stopped her from acting. Clever, Avarest thought with a sigh, that in a slight sagging of her shoulders. Had the girl done that at purpose, she wondered. Did she realize that mentioning Finn's name was likely the only thing that saved her? It was clever of her, using his name, but was it done on purpose? Had it been actual cunning to distract her master, or merely foolish sentiment? Avarest could not say for certain. Despite their time together, she realized she still knew very little about Zay. The time had come to change that. Finn is doing better, she informed her servant, sitting down at the foot of the girl's bed. The Dark Lord smiled wearily. Dr. Tag has figured out what was wrong with him and the others who were wounded on Sullust, a parasitic life form that dwells in the volcanic vents. The native Sullustans are immune, but humans do not possess that protection. When their suits were damaged, the creatures got in, and from there, into their lungs. Will they recover? Zay asked. In time, Dr. Tag was able to synthesize a treatment for our injured. Already, Finn and the others are out of the Kolto tanks. The common soldiers will recover soon, and Finn, with the Force as his ally, should recover that much sooner. I'm glad, Zay said grinning. Master Finn has always been nice to me. Avarest nodded. Yes? She was glad as well. The Force seemed intent on denying her the act of love, at least, that is how it seemed. Every time she had grown comfortable with the paramour, they had been ripped from her by either chance or her rivals. Finn, she would not allow that to come to pass with him. She was tired of losing. She would keep him, and nothing would stand in her way. Yet, she had not come here to speak of Finn. Death had brought her here, and now, she found herself reconsidering her choice. Are you really ready to play this game? Do you dare take the chance? She knew what she had seen, but was there only one solution to this particular problem? Her vision would say, yes, but she was not so sure. Despite its many advantages, the gift of foresight did have its drawbacks. Many Sith masters claimed to be able to see the future, but experience had taught Avarest that the gift was far rarer than most believed. The dark side, like the Sith themselves, hoarded its secrets. Only a few among the Order truly possessed the gift. The rest simply saw their own blind ambition as foresight, without truly understanding that it was their desire they were pushing, not the will of the Force. They wanted to believe their desires were the true future, and ignored everything else in seeking to make it true. Foolish? Very foolish. Avarest had had visions since entering the Order. She believed it was foresight, a gift from her grandfather, the Emperor. He had been the greatest when it came to foresight. How else could he have achieved so much? The warning of her death was important, but perhaps there was another way to deal with the matter. The final destination had to have more than one path. Tell me, Zay, she began, did anything happen while we were away? Something to you specifically? The girl shifted in her bed, an uncomfortable look on her face. Master Jazz came to visit me while I was recovering in the med bay. I see, Avarest said. He offered to train me in the ways of the Force. He says that I have potential. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. I see. Was this why the dark side showed her that vision? Had Master Jazz tried to steal her would-be apprentice? The thought angered her. How dare the Jedi try to take from her, but she didn't let that anger show. She didn't want to scare the girl, risk her accepting the old Jedi's offer. I would never accept such a thing, Zay assured her, not without your permission, Master. A small smile came to Avarest's lips. They could not start like this. Zay needed to understand that. What is it that you want, Zay? The girl shook her head. I don't understand, Master. It is a simple question, one that you must answer for yourself, and you alone. What do you want? The girl lowered her eyes. She bit her lower lip in thought. I'm not used to answering such a question. It is not proper for a servant to question. You are used to servitude. You have lived in bondage for so long. Avarest nodded. I understand. How could you? The girl murmured under her breath. Avarest arched an eyebrow. Pardon. Zay met her gaze. A hint of the fire she had shown in the cafeteria flashed in her eyes. You are a master of the Force, a lord of the Sith. You have so much. How could you understand? The girl's words amused the Dark Lord, insolent perhaps, but understandable. After all, why wouldn't the girl believe that? All she had ever seen of Avarest was her power as both a lord and a master. There was so much more than what the girl realized. When I was your age, I was forced to leave my home in a packing crate. I was smuggled off-world with just the clothes on my back. Zay tilted her head, surprised perhaps by her master's admission. Did you do something bad? I was the daughter of an overseer whose lord had lost in the game of Sith politics. All of his servants, those that ran his operations, their lives were forfeit. It was the only way to ensure that the new power base on my world took root. Avarest shook her head. I showed potential too. A sudden chill ran down the Dark Lord's spine. It was rare that she talked about this, what had brought her to the dark side. Nor did she mention that all her suffering during her student years was by Darth Fear's design. She didn't wish to confuse Zay. All she had to know that her master succeeded. That should have been enough, but it wasn't. The loss still burned in her gut. Even with her victory over fear, that emptiness remained. She would have thought the pain of that night, and what came afterwards would fade. She had figured, by learning the truth about her mother, that the loss she had felt would no longer bother her. She was surprised to find that it didn't. The pain and cold anger remained, even with the man responsible now long dead. It still hurt, after all these years, maybe. It always would. I lost everything that night, she murmured. I had nothing. I was nothing. All I had was my pain, potential, and my desire. I still had what I wanted. What was it? Zay asked. Revenge, her master hissed. It took me years to take it, and cost me more than I realized that it would, but, in the end, I did have it. The man who hurt me died by my hand, and I took everything that was his and made it my own. I was. Zay gave her a curious look. You were what? Avarest blinked. She was about to say, free, but she realized, in that moment, that it was not the case. She had never been truly free. Being Darth Fear's heir had dragged her down. Yes, she had had his power, but now she was bound by the Empire and her position. It had limited her and set her on the course to failure. Zackle had sped up what would have happened anyway. Her rivals were attacking her as soon as she ascended to the Dark Council. In the end, perhaps the loss of her position had been necessary. It had helped her break her chains, and now she was free to reshape the Empire the way she wanted. No Darth Mar looking over her shoulder, and no Darth Acina looking to stab her in the back. Perhaps her loss had brought her a freedom of sorts, and now she was free to deal with them all. The thought, it excited her. Now, she was free. Avarest looked at the girl. Even now she could feel the force inside her. It was there, yet it was clear that the child had not chosen which road she would walk. She possessed the innocence usually associated with the young, but her history had left its mark. Anger and fear remained in the girl's heart, marking her as a potential servant and master of the dark side. It was the latter that Avarest needed to cultivate. You do not have to answer the question just yet, Zay. One day you will, though. You need to decide what you want in this life, what person you wish to become. The Dark Lord smiled slightly. We find ourselves in a strange place, surrounded by those who should be our enemies, but against the eternal throne, our differences seem so small. We both want the same thing, Zay said. The invaders defeated. Yes, Avarest nodded. What is happening here shows us something. That despite our beliefs, the Sith and the Jedi are similar in almost every way. Of course, there is one difference, and that stands out above all. What is that, Master? The Sith side. A Sith would ask you what you want. A Jedi would deny you the chance to answer it. They would give you their dogma and their rules, and say, for the greater good, that you must deny what you desire, that you must put aside those wants for the good of others. Avarest shook her head. They missed the point, the one thing that truly matters. She reached out and put a gentle hand on the girl's shoulder, her golden eyes glowing in the low light. The galaxy, the mundane rabble that populate it, they are not worthy of your sacrifice. Those that feel the Force, they stand above such creatures. We are gods living in a world of nerfs, and we are expected to serve them. It is unnatural for the strong to bind themselves so. Zay blinked. It was unlikely that anyone had ever considered her godlike. It flattered the child. Avarest didn't quite smile. She was glad that the child was starting to understand. The Jedi have bound themselves to the Republic for centuries, corrupt politicians that use the Jedi to protect what they desire. The Jedi delude themselves in believing that they serve others when really they are simply propping up a system that is unworthy of them. They lie to themselves about doing what they do to preserve their place in the galaxy. They protect only themselves and the power that the Senate gives them. At least the Sith are honest. We seek power for power's sake. We do not make excuses or quibble over points of view. Good or evil, they are matters of perspective and have no real relevance in our world. The girl nodded, but Avarest sensed that she didn't understand, not yet. She was wrestling with what she was, and trying to make sense of this alliance that Avarest had made with the Jedi. She was not yet ready, but Avarest was patient. There was still time. She could wait. This game was just beginning. I will not force the choice upon you, child, but you must be willing to live with the consequences of that choice. A life of continued subjugation, or to rise higher than anyone else, to surpass even me, when the time comes. Zay nodded. I think that I understand, Master. It is okay if you don't, Avarest assured her. There is still time. Just make sure that you make the choice that suits you best. The Force chose you for a reason. It is now up to you to discover what that is. The Dark Lord rose from the girl's bed and made for the door. There was risk in letting her live. She acknowledged that, but the reward if she chose the dark, what she could offer her master, was great indeed. No risk, no reward. Master. She paused and looked back at her servant, her would-be apprentice. Yes, Zay. The choice you made, what you wanted, was it worth it? Everything that you lost. I lost nothing. I sacrificed for what I wanted. Yes, but was it worth it? Avarest considered that. She had made many choices, some that had caused her great pain, endured much on her path to power, to freedom. She had let go of much along the way, but it had brought her here. Now she stood on the precipice of absolute triumph. The galaxy itself was within her reach, just a few more moves, and once the keys were hers. She gave the girl a sad smile. It is worth it, my child, she said. If you are strong enough. Zay nodded. I can be strong, master. I will show you. You will see. Avarest nodded. I will be watching, my dear, she promised. And so she would. This scheme of hers, it would put the war in her hands, and with it, the chance for final victory. She could not afford to gamble, not even when a prize as rich as Zay was on the table. It seems we both desire that same pawn, Master Jazz, she thought as she left the girl's room. Fine. She was ready to play, and was curious to see what the Jedi's next move was. Let him try. Maybe the distraction would serve her. Blind Master Jazz and other Jedi here, if they were so focused on Zay, they might miss what was really going on. It would be most interesting. She was eager to see what came next. I'm ready, Jedi fools. Let the game begin. Chapter 26. Veldora is no more. The statement both hit and surprised the survivors, though perhaps not as much as it should. Avarest watched from a corner of the room, her loyalists close by, both sheltering her, and seeking shelter by the Dark Lord and her power. Zen, agony, and Zay understood what the planet's destruction meant. The Sith remained aloof, her golden eyes distant. Blame. She was waiting for that blade to fall. The realization of what had happened had come last night, a great disturbance in the Force. Avarest had felt it too. A sensation of hopelessness and loss, voices crying out in pain and terror, voices quickly silenced. The Jedi had felt it. Master Jazz seemed wearier than usual. Shira Veal seemed subdued, the Beast Woman's energy lessened by so much loss. The Dark Lord's eyes remained focused on the holo. Gabe Cooper, Master Jazz's old friend's image shimmered there. It was the captain that had brought news of what had happened, his agents having witnessed the destruction from a safe distance. Is there anything we can do? Master Jazz inquired. I know we don't have much to offer, but... Captain Cooper shook his head. There is not much you can do in this situation, buddy. The Eternal Fleet is in orbit of Veldora. They dropped out of hyperspace without warning, dropped out, and opened fire. Once the planetary defenses were gone, bombers and fighters were sent. They handled the smaller settlements while the Eternal Fleet targeted all the major cities. Any ships that tried to flee were blasted to bits. Coop shook his head. The old man's eyes remained focused on Master Jazz. We have seen a lot of bad things in our time, brother, but this, the coldness of it. I don't even think the Zakwil warned their own people about this. They just carried out the attack and... The smuggler chieftain shuddered. There may be survivors on the planet, but right now, they are living on some Stone Age world. Their cities are burning, power and water supplies are gone. Shira Veal growled under her breath. At her side stood Tim and Tag, the half-blood skin darkened in a mix of anger and shame. Did they do this because of us? He said in a low voice. Is this our fault? Avarest said nothing. She understood what the destruction of Veldora meant. It was safe to say that Arcan now knew about the keys. He now knew they were artifacts of great dark side power. He had to have ordered this attack. No one else had the authority. Perhaps someone in his sister's service talked, or news of the deaths of the knight sent to recover the first key reached his ears. Whatever had happened, Zakwil had responded. It had had the effect he had wanted, on the Jedi at least. For Avarest and her fellow Sith, what they felt was different. A shudder ran down the Dark Lord's spine, not one of horror or shame, but of pleasure. She had to suppress a smile. Oh, Arkin, she thought. What a fool you truly are. The dark side fed off such destruction. What a Jedi would feel is a tragedy. Well, for a Sith. It was something more. Zen and agony had come to her when it had happened, their golden eyes glowing in the low light. Avi, did you feel? Avarest nodded slowly, a hungry light in her eyes. Yes, old friend, she had said. I felt it. Zen swayed where she stood. Avarest's former apprentice seemed lost in a sense of euphoria. Whatever just happened, she purred, I can't. Her smile turned cruel and shark-like. That was almost better than sex. The Dark Lord chuckled. Keep that to yourself, my dear. We? Zay's cry caused all three to turn. The young girl gasped and sat up in bed, her eyes wide with terror and shock. Her master motioned to her fellows to leave her. The girl didn't need to see their euphoria. Distantly, Avarest thought she could hear Shai Reveal's howl of pain. The Jedi had also sensed that something had happened. Good, the Sith Lord thought. That pain would be an excellent distraction. First, though, she had to deal with her servant. The girl needed to see whatever had happened for what it was. She went to her side, doing her best to project feelings of comfort and understanding. Zay was sitting up in bed gasping for air. She turned to her lord. Master, I can't. It is okay, my child, Avarest purred. I'm here. She sat down next to the girl. Your master is here. Zay shook her head, trying to center herself perhaps, still lost in the pain of what she had felt. Master, she gasped, did you feel that? So much pain, death, I never. The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. You are resisting what you are feeling. Don't. Master, it was terrible. Was it? She thought. I don't think so. Still, it would not do to say such a thing, yet. The girl still needs to learn how to process such things. This is an excellent teaching moment. Yes, the Sith agreed, but it is also a path to great power. The slave girl looked at her. I don't understand. A slight smile came to Avarest's lips. Such horror fuels the dark side, my child. It is a flood, but that doesn't mean that it can't be used for something better. Close your eyes, Zay. The girl nodded and obeyed. Avarest did the same. She took the girl's hand. Imagine a high and snowy peak. See it in your mind, my dear. Go to that peak with me. We are safe here. Above the torrent of what has happened, we can see it. Look down upon it. It doesn't harm us, but it does affect us. Zay nodded. At least, Avarest thought she did. She could almost see the girl in her mind's eye, feel her heartbeat slowing. Her breathing becoming more even, slower. Good. Now, reach out with your new abilities, my child. Look past the pain of the mundanes that are beneath it. They are weak, and it is their place to drown in the torrent that you felt. The weak die or survive to serve the strong. That is the way of things. Master, Zay gasped. Avarest could see her now, the two of them standing together on that high peak, looking down on the weak and mundane. She felt it then, what she had sensed in the cafeteria when Zay had first woken after experiencing the power of the key. Fury. The girl had experienced so much horror in her young life, ripped from her mother. Forced to serve cruel masters, sent to retrieve Sith artifacts with her fellows, to feel those fellows die while she suffered the pain of Sith poisons coursing through her veins, twisting her flesh, leaving her to hobble on one good foot. That pain, that loss, remained. The girl never truly let it go. Good. Zay's heart was starting to pound again, not with fear, but with rage. She was looking for someone to blame. Avarest knew exactly where to direct that rage. You are a goddess among insects, the Sith Lord purred. Never let anyone tell you differently, and realize that the Jedi never cared enough to help people like us. They let their rules and the laws of the Senate limit them, and that is the height of foolishness, of arrogance. Did you not deserve to be saved? Didn't my family deserve to be saved? Didn't I? Yet, in their arrogance, they left us something priceless, something that we can use. Words to live by. Avarest squeezed the girl's hand and recited. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Through passion, I gain strength. Through strength, I gain power. Through power, I gain victory. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. Master. Avarest opened her eyes and looked on Zay. What she saw pleased her. The girl's face was a mask of pure rage. Hate flowed without limit. Now, child, she murmured, reach out and touch the disturbance you felt again. Reach out and truly touch it. Do not let it wash over you. Let it flow through you. The girl nodded and swallowed hard. She closed her eyes and... Zay gasped in pleasure, throwing back her head and whimpering. She let the rage flow through her, and it lifted her up, just as it did her master. As it did any Sith. Avarest almost laughed. Bless you, darkness, she thought. What a gift for Zay, her future apprentice. This was great. Yes. The first step. In the aftermath of the attack, images of the ruined cities of Vildora filled the holonet. Those images now flashed before the survivors and their allies. The Eternal Fleet had targeted the major cities first, likely with no warning to the Zakuul citizenry on the surface. Afterward, wings of bombers descended on smaller settlements and resorts. Few ships had made it out before the attack had begun, most of those in orbit being brought down by the ships of the Eternal Fleet. As the images scrolled, a voice could be heard in the recording, cold and unsympathetic. It was almost enough to chill the blood of a Force sensitive. The Emperor has shown great restraint up to this point. He has allowed all outland worlds to continue to function, provided the proper tribute has been paid. The Eternal Throne has brought peace to your chaotic worlds, and still you seek to defy the Emperor. You spit on his generosity. The images of destruction changed to that of a single Zakuul knight standing among the devastation, his golden armor catching the light of the fires around him. His dark eyes looking like two black pits in the smoky air. He carried his helmet in his left hand. He might have been seen as handsome if not for the coldness of his expression and the acceptance of the death and destruction around him. Resistance will not be tolerated, he promised. The theft of Imperial property and the murder of the Knights of Zakuul will not go unanswered. To the rebels that caused this devastation, know that I'm coming for you. I will bring your heads back to the spire and set them at the base of the Eternal Throne. The man smiled then, a wicked thing, his expression hinting at not only a willingness to do his duty, but a sense of enjoyment in it, as well. Know that Lennox Gull is coming for you, criminals, know it, and beware. The holo ended, and Captain Cooper's image returned. The old man looked troubled by what they had seen. Not that most people could blame him. Avarest understood those feelings. She simply didn't share them. Retribution by Zakuul was expected. It was only a matter of time until Arcan decided to hit back at the survivors. And now we have an enemy, Avarest thought with a hint of a smile. It was good to put a face on their opponent at last. It would serve to motivate their efforts knowing they were being directly opposed. Lennox Gull. Avarest was most eager to have the chance to kill him. She watched her allies closely. It really had been only a matter of time until Zakuul or the Sith struck back. Everything they had done had been poking the rancor. It was no surprise that they had finally decided to bite back. The emotions she was feeling, shame, anger, and resolve filled the Force. She found several eyes falling on her, seeking her reaction. The Dark Lord frowned. How best to respond? Sympathy. No, her allies would not buy it. She cared little for the people of Vildora. They had simply been in the wrong place at the wrong time. She needed to mind her words. If she said something they viewed as wrong, then she risked alienating her allies. She could not afford that at this stage. Master Jazz. She looked over at Timon. The half-blood seemed pained by what had happened. His every move in the Force radiated guilt. Are we responsible for this? Before the Jedi could respond, Zay slipped away from her master. She said nothing, simply went up to the boy and embraced him. Tim resisted at first, surprised, but then put his arms around her, accepting her comfort. She murmured in his ear, too low for Avarest to hear, but the Sith could guess what was being said. Jaz Darbin did not respond to the boy's question, but Colonel Capiston did. The old soldier sighed. For those of you who have been with us the longest, you know that reprisal for our actions is part of the war we wage. He looked at Timon. Your grandfather, when the Empire had him hunting us, did some pretty bad things in his day. The reprisals he used against us. Timon shook his head as Zay stepped back and to his side. You told me, the boy said, doing those things, some of them, he was ordered to do. It was the reason he left the Empire's service. What has been done is unfortunate, Avarest said, and it means we will have to do better to shield those who are on site when we take action. But if we stop now, we hand a victory to the Eternal Throne. Arcan wants to stop us, making us think about collateral damage will do that. The Sith is right, the Colonel added. I hate to admit it, but she is right. What happened on Veldora, and the item that Avarest and Shira recovered. The reports they gave about what that item did, I think we will all agree that we can't let these keys fall into Zakuul hands. Who knows what they might use them for? Coop, Jaz Darbin said, turning back to the hologram. We will need to know more about this Zakuul knight that attacked Veldora. We also need to step up our efforts to find the remaining keys. I trust that you can help us with that. I will do what I can, buddy, you know that. The old smuggler replied. I have a few sources within Zakuul control space. I will find out what I can about this Linux goal. As for these keys, the Sith artifacts you are hoping to find, I have some news on that front. Don't know if I would call it good news, but... Avarest felt her heartbeat quicken. She still felt her almost unreasonable dislike for Captain Cooper, but if he had managed to find more of the keys. These things you described, these keys, my agents have been hunting them, and I think I might have a line on 2 of them, at least. The description matches the artifact in question. The Dark Lord almost giggled. 2. Cooper had found 2. Yes. The smuggler turned to Jaz. If these things are as dangerous as you claim, Jaz, wouldn't it be better just to destroy them? If they are to be destroyed, co-op, they will need to all be together when that happens. According to Avarest, destroying one would just make the other stronger. If the Zakuul managed to get any, we would be handing them an even more dangerous weapon than they would possess normally. Believe it, Captain, Shireville growled. I have seen what one of these keys can do. I would not wish to make any of them more powerful or unstable. Captain Cooper nodded. He still didn't seem happy about it, but he seemed willing to help. Again, Avarest thought, excellent. One of these things is in Hut space, Cooper informed them. An item matching the description you gave me showed up on an auction listing. The date for the sale hasn't been set yet, but it will be soon. Avarest considered that. The price would be high, the Hutts likely didn't know what they were selling, but... Shireville cursed under her breath. If your people found this, it is likely that Arcan's agents will know about the sale, too. They will send their own bidders. Or simply wait for the sale to conclude, and take the key by force, Agony said. I doubt the Eternal Throne would attack the Hutts directly, but that doesn't mean they would waste time trying to buy it. Do we know who the seller is? Avarest asked. Maybe we could buy the key before the sale, save us time and risk. Coop chuckled. I doubt you have the kind of credits that the Hutts would ask for, Sith. Avarest gave him a cold smile. Cooper would be surprised how many credits she had. Yes, Acina had frozen most of her accounts within the Empire, but Agony's father had set up dozens of numbered accounts in both Republic and Hutt space. She was not as wealthy as she had been when she first sat the Dark Council, but she was sure she had enough to satisfy the greed of a Hutt. No sellers were listed, so contacting them directly is impossible. When a date for the sale is set, we will know more, Cooper said, but I will put my guys on it, see if they can find a name. He again turned to Jaz, the 2 of them seeming to share a deep rapport. The second item is going to be a bit harder to come by. My people noticed it in a listing of a private collection, one belonging to Kivin Abando. You remember that name, don't you, Jaz? The Jedi Master nodded grimly. Avarest guessed that whatever happened with this man, it wasn't a pleasant memory for the Jedi. Abando is not the type to part with anything, Jaz said. His collection of Force-related artifacts is something he guards more viciously than a Cyborian battle dog. It is worse than that, buddy, Co-op continued. Abando's collection is currently off limits to everyone, the guy is. The door hissed open behind them. Avarest turned, suddenly drawn by a familiar sensation in the force. She could not help but smile. Finally, she thought. He is back? She turned, reaching out through the force. Finn was here. Finn coughed into his hand for what felt like the 100th time. The dizziness had passed, mostly. His throat was still raw and he could still taste the bitter taste of Kolto, but at least he could breathe normally again. He looked up, his eyes finding Avarest first, feeling their connection through the force. The joy she felt at seeing him was heartening. The sensation, that warmth, it lifted him up, his throat seeming much better for being in her presence. He welcomed the connection, and her presence and emotions. It was nice to know she could feel joy. He looked at his gathered allies, and at the flickering hologram of Cooper. He guessed something big must have happened. He had felt the disturbance in the force, the death of many beings. He hoped that they were coming up with an answer for that. He stepped into the room but was still a bit unsteady. He stumbled once, but Avarest's friend Agony was quickly at his side, steadying him. Thanks, he murmured as regained his balance. The blonde Sith smiled shyly. He remembered both she and Avarest visiting several times while he had been floating in the tank. It felt strange to feel concern from a Sith. Avarest caring was something he knew from their many meetings and their dreams. To feel it from another of her people was surprising. Sorry to interrupt, he croaked, again covering his mouth and coughing. Dr. Tag had warned him that it would take time, but he felt he had needed to be here for this meeting. He could rest more after. Master Jazz smiled, pleased to see his student back on his feet. It is good to see you, lad. Feeling better, I hope. Finn nodded, though he was still a bit unsteady. He was sure it would pass. The parasite had put him down hard, but the soldiers that had shared his fate had gotten him worse. Still, he was not worried. They would recover, and so would he. Between Dr. Tag's treatment and the Force, he would be back to full strength in no time. What's this about Abando? Jazz said, turning back to the hologram. Why is his collection off limits? For one very important reason, the old smuggler chief said. The man is dead. Master Jazz frowned. Finn felt both annoyance and anger ripple out from the Force. He also felt his master's eyes upon him, though Finn was not sure why. He didn't know who this Kevon Abando was. He didn't remember his master telling him any stories about him. The man is dead, Avi said with a shrug. So what? If anything, that should make finding the key even easier. Perhaps we can even purchase it from the man's heirs, or from those that hold his estate. Gave Cooper chuckled. You've never heard of Kivens holding, I take it. The Abando family are some of the richest beings in the Republic, so rich that Kevon Abando purchased his own moon. That moon, Kevens holding, was almost completely isolated before that. The people were primitive, more interested in survival than discovering space travel. When the first Abando ship arrived, the people believed that gods were descending from the heavens. A belief that Mr. Abando never denied. He built his vaults and reliquaries across the moon's surface, protected by both guards and some top-of-the-line security systems. Some in the Republic accused the Abando family of exploiting the people of the holding, Jazz added. There was talk of sending delegations there to inform the people of their place in the galaxy and allow them to grow beyond what their new gods offered them. Avarest smiled. I'm guessing that didn't happen. No, Jazz said. The people chose Kevon as their first magister. He served as a god king in all but name. He encouraged that worship and squashed any dissent. And since the world was privately purchased and colonized, the Senate had little ground to raise a finger, Co-op added. Jazz shook his head, lost in some old memory. He also made his vaults, temples which only he could enter. The guardians of those vaults will fight to the death to prevent any entrance. Avarest nodded, as did Finn. He could see now why the man being dead was a problem. So, if the man is dead, the locals won't believe it, even if they see Holos. They will hold those vaults and await their lord's return. We have no way of accessing the vaults, Co-op said. We could try a direct assault, but without having access to the Abando family's computers, we would not know which vault contains the artifact. Avarest growled. Finn could see the glow in her eyes flare. We will need to do something. As soon as the Zakuul learn of this, they will not hesitate to attack that moon. They will lay waste to all to find the key. Jazz shook his head. We can try contacting the Abando family. Perhaps one of Kivin's children or cousins could grant us access. Or... You remember how paranoid the guy was, buddy? Coop said. He would never let his treasures be taken by anyone. No, with Kivon dead, we're going to have to try something a bit more sneaky. It was at that moment that Finn thought of something, remembered an encounter he had dealing with Avarest years ago, before the Cold War went hot again. He smiled. Maybe there is a way to have Kivon Abando help us, Master. Jazz looked at his student. What is on your mind, lad? Finn turned to Avarest, who gave him an arch look. What? She asked. He smirked. Tell me, Avi, do you know anyone who might be able to convince a dead man to help us? Avarest blinked. Finn sensed a moment of hesitation, but that passed quickly. Through their connection, she sensed what he was getting at, the idea he had. His dream friend smiled. Perhaps. I can't raise the dead, but I might be able to recruit this man, or rather, someone who looks like him, can look exactly like him, in fact. Finn nodded. It was worth a shot, and better than bloodshed. It would be tricky, but it could be done. Chapter 27. So, you said this was a pleasure station. Finn sighed and shook his head. Doesn't seem very pleasurable to me. Avarest nodded. He was not wrong, sadly. Her eyes narrowed. The station had seen better days. Yet, one more thing that the Empire had lost. This way, she had said, not bothering to acknowledge him. There had been no reason to answer. What they were seeing was answer enough. All she wanted now was to meet up with Commander Holly and get out. She hated seeing the old place like this. It had not been hard to contact her old friend. She had reached out to General Glask, and through him, to Lana Benico. She would be able to locate Holly faster. Finn's idea about using the changeling to gain access to the vaults of the dead antiquarian was inspired. Unfortunately, it had forced Avarest to rearrange some of her own plans. She looked around the cantina where they now found themselves. It was mostly empty, with the exception of several dock workers and one or two women who might have been pleasure slaves. This place, like the station itself, had seen far better days. Like the Empire, she thought morosely. This is not how it is supposed to be. They had come aboard in the survivors' Imperial shuttle. Avarest had suggested this place to meet because she had thought the crowds would be good cover. She had been here twice before, after she had first left the Academy Fury 9, and again before going to Corbin for the first time. She still remembered the chaotic, yet intoxicating nature of the station, hundreds of young acolytes reveling like mad, the feeling of pure and unfettered emotions filling every fiber of the force. This station had been a paradise, but now, that was all gone. While on approach, she had seen how one of the station's two command towers had been destroyed. Its orbit tilted at an odd angle. They had docked with little or no challenge, and when they had come aboard, Avarest's world had been stricken again. She couldn't believe it. No. The station's main promenade had been all but empty. Many of the pleasure centers were closed, their doors sealed, and the windows dark. One of the walkways where Sith troopers had watched over the reveling acolytes had collapsed and been pushed up again the front of several buildings. The few establishments that were open serviced only station workers and crews from the various ships that had docked. The Dark Lord was shocked to find no acolytes here, but then again, why should there have been any? The sacking of Corbin, first by Revan, and then by the Zakuul, had broken the Academy system. Avarest had heard nothing of Butcher's Clearing or Lord's Reach. It was unlikely they still functioned. At least 3 of the Fury Academies had been destroyed during the war, with the rest left in a state of lockdown. The last she had heard from Master Adaz, Fury 9 had become an Imperial fallback spot. The few hopefuls that remained were now part of a garrison, holding the world against enemy incursion. She didn't consider any of those reports as good news. Now, seeing the old pleasure station like this. Intolerable. This place had been a dark paradise, but now, it was broken. She and Finn had made their way down the street. The Sith couldn't help but wonder what had become of all the acolytes that had reveled with her that first night so long ago. Most likely dead, she realized. Darth Avaryss and Darth Angro had restarted the war before the Empire was ready. Many Sith had died since, both in the fight against the Republic and the war against the Eternal Throne. Now, the Order was in shambles, chaos reigned. But Avarest almost smiled. There was opportunity in such chaos. She hated seeing the place like this. Whether it was because of the war with the Republic or the Eternal Throne, she didn't care. I will see such Imperial bastions restored, she thought. They will be bigger and better than before, and more importantly, they will be mine. The thought brought some comfort, that in the desire to destroy the Empire's enemies, her enemies. Finn looked over at her. Hopefully your friend finds us quickly, he said. We shouldn't linger with so few people around. Holly will be here, Avarest promised him. She has never let me down. He nodded and looked around again, taken in the disrepair and despair. Avarest frowned. I wish you could have seen this place when it was still fully functional. It was amazing, young Sith exploring their powers free of control, many for the first time. Her eyes glittered beneath the heavy black hood she wore. It was glorious. Did you enjoy your time here? He asked, clearly not as taken with the memory as she was. It was the first time I was truly on my own. Fury 9 had been harshly structured, but it needed to be to maintain order. I enjoyed the chance to cut loose and revel in my powers. She found herself thinking back to the fighting pits, to slaying several slave gladiators to the roars of the crowd. She didn't mention this excitement to Finn. She didn't think he would understand the joy she had found in that moment. Those beings had been Republic prisoners after all. He would not understand, not yet. She gave him a sad smile. It was enjoyable, but... He gave her an arch look. But... She reached out and touched his hand. I thought of you that night. Wondered what you were doing, if you were even truly real. She lowered her eyes. The thoughts, they were not innocent, but unworldly. I had not come to truly understand what the galaxy was yet. All I knew was that I was alone, and wished to share my good fortune with someone. She moved her hand over his, a gentle movement, but it sent electricity up her arm, and through the force, she could feel that she was not alone. Finn was feeling it too. Success, it should not be savored alone, and I have been alone for such a long time. Finn turned his hand over and took hers. He squeezed her fingers gently. It was a good sensation, a positive one, but again, she felt him holding back, felt him pull away in the force. She frowned. It was frustrating. What? She demanded. Have I said something wrong? He shook his head. No, Avi, but... Her eyes narrowed. What was it now? What had she done wrong now? What? He did not release her hand, though she was tempted to pull away. This is the first time we have ever truly been alone, he said. I know what you want, and He sighed. I know what I want, what I wish would happen. Yet, you pull away from it, she hissed. Why? Finn pursed his lips. It was not quite a frown, but... I suppose I'm still trying to figure out what is really going on here, Avi. What you are really up to, why you are here. She tensed. In this very moment. She asked. Why you sought us out, he answered. Why you are with our group. You know why, she replied. I was lost in hiding on Ambria. I needed help and... He gave her a knowing look that stopped her cold. Again she felt the stirring of anger, of a deep frustration. Why couldn't he just accept what she was offering? Why couldn't he just go along with her? She had had hope that this place would be as it was when she was a young acolyte, that they would not only get lost in the crowd, but that Finn would get swept up in the emotions. There had been many places for a young couple to find privacy here, privacy they could not find among the survivors, but time had robbed her of the atmosphere she had wanted. There was nothing here to sweep Finn up in surge of darkness. That, and his constant stepping back both annoyed and excited her. If only he would give in, I think he would enjoy what I have to offer. Why can't he just accept his desires? Why won't he dance to the tune I call? Because he is smart. The realization stung, but reminded her why she wanted him. Their connection was important, but it was his will that drew her like an insect to a flame. She wanted him to not only be hers, but accept that he was hers. She didn't desire a sycophant to share her life. She welcomed an equal, and he had the potential to be her equal. He would be useless to me if he wasn't. It wasn't easy to accept, and part of her wanted to let go of this desire and pursue the keys without any further distraction, but that would deny her something she wanted for far too long, something she needed. She was done denying herself anything. Finn gave her that shy look she had known since they were children, that look that told her how much he wanted them, but that he knew how hard that would be. He gave her a sad smile. "I know how clever you are," he said. "You're not lying to us, per se, but you're not being entirely truthful either. These keys you're having us chase. I think there is more to this story than we know." Something twisted in Avar's gut. It wasn't fear, but I wish to see the Empire restored, and to become the leader that Jazdar Ben believes I can be. And when it is done, he said, when you know the keys are out of Zakul's hands, you will just turn them over to us, just like that. It is what I promised, is it not? Finn didn't answer, which, in many ways, it was worse. If he had called her a liar, that would be one thing, but the silence. Her hand tensed in hers. "You don't trust me," she growled. "If I didn't trust you, I wouldn't be here," he said, shaking his head. She knew he wasn't lying. She could sense it in the Force, still. "Then what is all this?" He sighed. "As I said, I do trust you, but you are not without ambition, and that worries me. Ambition blinds people, Avi. Despite what you say, when you have all the keys in hand, part of me wonders if it will be a temptation that you will not be able to resist." Again, she said nothing. She could have denied it, but he sees so much, she thought. And that is why you will lose him. She could hear Darth fear in her mind, see her old master's disappointed scowl. "Love is a distraction, my child. The boy will never be what you want and need. He will come to resent you, and your passion for each other will fade, just like mine and Sinestra's did." She could almost see her master's cruel smile. "That is why you were lucky your pure blood boy died on Korriban, why it was best he was taken from you. It freed you up to seek your own destiny, and look where you are now, at the cusp of final victory. Let the boy go, play the role, seize the keys, and destroy the Jedi. You have no need for love and family. Power is the ultimate reward." She considered that, but then again, who cares what her dead master thought? Finn was smart, he knew her, and he suspected what was going on. Yet, he remained at her side. Some might call that foolishness, but it wasn't. She understood what was truly going on. She could feel it in her bones. She smiled, not the cruel grin of Darth Avaryss, but the one of a girl that had known Finn Shadowstone her entire life. "You care about me." He smiled, and nodded slowly. "Shire believes that you are lost, that you can never find your way back. I disagree. There is still good in you, I feel it even now, and have seen it in your actions." He squeezed her hand gently, his touch sending electricity arcing up her arm, warming her, and making her mouth go dry. "Your caring for Zay, your friendship with Agony, and your willingness to do what is best for your people, whatever Darth Fear hoped to create when he trained you, he failed. You are not the student he wanted, but a chance to finally end centuries of conflict. Master Jaz is right, you could very well be the leader that the Sith need, someone who will help them let go of their hate and embrace a new future for all, light or dark, Jedi or Sith." Avarist considered what he said, yet she was smart enough to not deny it. Finn. Their connection filled her, nearly taking her breath away. She could feel it, hope. He truly believed in her. Their connection blazed with hope. A shiver ran down her spine. It was sweet, that hope, but it would not find purchase, not in her. She cared about him, desired him, but in this, his feeling about who she was. He was wrong. Zay and Agony were both useful. Avarest didn't discard things that were useful. As for her caring about her people, he was thinking about Avi the apprentice, or Kira Lilas. They had both sought the betterment of the Empire, and they had both been wrong, weak. Darth Avaryss had destroyed them. She still remembered that moment fondly. She could almost see herself seizing the two weaker aspects of her will and crushing the very existence out of them. It was a murder that satisfied her above all, that final letting go of the weakness of youth. That Avi and Kira were gone, and good riddance. Darth Avaryss still had their memories, but they were seen through a filter. She acknowledged their desires, but no longer shared them. What had happened to them seemed to have happened to two different people. The Sith Empire, its people meant nothing to her. They were tools she would soon possess, after she had completed her mission and destroyed the Eternal Empire. Zaquil would die, down to the last child. She would tolerate no survivors. The mongrels that her former emperor had catered to would be wiped out. The Empire would be warned. She suspected that many Sith would die under her rule, but that was fine. The dark side was better when focused through a smaller number of vessels anyway. As for reunification of the Force, of Jedi and Sith, she had a plan for that too. The Jedi would be crushed. She would finally bring about the revenge the Sith had sought for centuries. Finn would be spared because she desired and needed him, and after he fell, he would be the perfect consort. Zay would be her apprentice. Master Jazz and the others would die. She would take no chances with the survivors. They had to die. If anything, her experience working with them had assured her of that. For them, Shire Veal especially, their relationship was personal. They had come to know her. For that reason, they all needed to die. Of any of her enemies they posed the most risk, they now knew each other, which invited the discovery of weakness. She needed that knowledge. It was yet another reason why she had sought them out. She had learned their tricks and their weaknesses, and when the time was right, they would be destroyed. Then, nothing would stand in her way. The galaxy would be hers. Once all was done, she would rebuild the Empire in her image. She would accept no resistance. She would conquer and destroy without fear or mercy. A new age would begin, the age of a new galactic empire. Avarest and her progeny would rule for the next 1,000 years. First thing was first, the keys. Then she could claim Finn and Zay, and then the galaxy's final judgment could begin. She welcomed the cleansing that was to come. A noise at the entrance drew her attention. A Rodian and a spacer's jumpsuit staggered into the cantina. Plainly drunk, the creature would never have lasted on the streets had this station been at the height of his power. Some young acolyte would have killed the alien for fun. It looked around, his green cup-like ears twitching. Its gaze fell on Finn and Avi. It began to approach. She stared to pull back her chair, to free herself, so that she could deal with this annoyance, but Finn stopped her. He tightened his grip on her hand. He sensed what she had been about to do, and didn't wish the drunken creature harmed. To keep his hope alive, she allowed it. It would be an intriguing game that she would need to play, to sour Finn's hope and awaken his anger and rage. It would be fun. There were faster ways, of course, certain Sith poisons that could fire the blood and lower Jedi's inhibitions. Avarest had learned of such things from an old craft treatise during her student days. The Sith which Lima was said to have used such potions to ensnare Ulic Quildroma and set him on the path to becoming a Sith apprentice. She would not do that to Finn. Her own history with Sith poisons that had nearly crippled Avi the apprentice, those memories remain. She would not do that to Finn. She would not risk it. When he broke, and he would do so willingly, his hope for her would be his undoing and guide him both to the dark side and into her bed. She didn't need poisons to draw him in. Their connection and the physical desire on his part would be enough. The Rodian lurched forward and found their table. It suckered like fingers finding the edge of the table. It gave them a blurry look and tilted its green head slightly. My apologies, gentle beings, it croaked in highly accented basic. I'm as unsteady as a Talz on Hoth. The alien's words immediately caught Avarest's attention and awakened a memory. She smirked. It seemed that Finn was right to stop her after all. She had been a fool not to think that this meeting would be anything but straightforward. "I don't know," the Dark Lord replied. "I worked with the Talls on Hoth once. It was quite skilled, almost as skilled as an Imperial engineer. An engineer that proved herself most valuable that day." The Rodian nodded. It still seemed unsteady, but his eyes no longer appeared glassy, and a small black stain appeared on his green cheek. A stain that slid up to his forehead. "She will need to work on that," Avarest realized. "We can afford no slip-ups when we go for the key." Avarest glanced over at her dream friend. She let him feel trust and affection through the Force. It was not even a lie. She had missed her old friend. "Finn, allow me to introduce Commander Lujane Holly, the one who will deliver the second key into our hands." Avarest laughed lightly. "I almost didn't recognize you, Lujane, even through the Force. A most impressive featuring." The Rodian gave a chuffing sound, a laugh. "I think I told you once that I play the Rodian role well. Even natives have trouble detecting me." Finn Shadowstone looked at her. Even he was impressed. Avarest could feel it. "I believe we have met before, Commander," Finn said with a hint of a smile. "You look different then, but helped Avi escape my custody." The Rodian Holly nodded. "I'm pleased we both made it out of that alive," she said, Holly's real voice blending with the Rodian's buzzing tones. Avarest nodded. She was most pleased. She was taking a risk bringing Holly here. The changeling's role in the rest of her plans was important, but if they dealt with this matter swiftly, it would not matter. Holly would be back on station before anyone would miss her. "We can do this," the Dark Lord thought. "I can do this." Finn, Zay, the galaxy could all be hers. She was sure of that. She had faith in her skill and in the dark side. She and Finn had something in common, and it was not a weakness, not in that moment. Everything would be all right. She had hope. In a hopeless galaxy, it was odd, but in this, necessary. Hope. Chapter 28. The survivors and their allies all watched as Kivan Abando made his way into the galley. The dead antiquarian paused briefly to flash a winning smile, one that seemed so familiar after watching so many holo recordings of the man swaggering into this galactic event or that. Finn couldn't help shaking his head, a hint of a smile on his face. Unbelievable. Avi had told them how skilled her changeling was, but to see it in person, and after only a few weeks of preparation. Incredible. The group sat around a large table, where the ship's crew took their meals. Captain Cooper sat at the head of it, nodding thoughtfully. "Not bad," he murmured, "not bad at all." The changeling Abando gave them all a familiar smirk. The man turned, striking a pose as if before a holocam. He chuckled arrogantly. "I assume that I need no introductions." Finn almost laughed. The changeling even sounded like the man. He had hoped that this might work. Avi seemed confident, seeing what he was seeing, hearing Abando's voice. Avi was right. The girl was good. Finn glanced over at his dream friend. She was grinning wickedly, proudly, like an indulgent parent watching a young child perform. In her mind, there was no doubt that the changeling was more than up to the task of getting them inside the antiquarian's vaults and finding the second key. It was impressive. Finn couldn't deny that, but would it fool the locals of Kiven's holdings? Would it be enough to convince the people their god had returned? She caught his glance, and the grin changed. No longer that cruel smirk, but something softer, gentler. Finn swallowed hard. They had spent the last month together, working in close proximity. He had been charged by Master Jazz to watch Avarest and her changeling, make sure that nothing passed between them, nothing that would harm the survivors. Finn had thought such a task was unnecessary, but his master had insisted, and he had done it. Using both his eyes and his connection to Avarest in the Force, he had kept a close watch on the two. Perhaps too close. He brushed such thoughts away, or tried to, at least. They were on mission now, no longer holding at Cooper's safe house. The mission. He was trying to stay focused on that. They were currently aboard the Co-op's Folly, Captain Cooper's flagship. The freighter was moving through hyperspace, still about 2 hours out, the vault world used by the dead man standing before them. After almost a month of preparation, they were finally ready. Coop would have preferred that they do another week or so of training, but they didn't dare wait any longer. Coop's agents in Zakuul's space had heard rumors of Kivin's name in government communications. The invaders were talking about him. It was only a matter of time until a Zakuul ship headed to their destination. They were out of time. If they didn't move now, they would likely not get another chance. Finn glanced over at Captain Cooper and the others at the table. Colonel Capistan and Master Jazz had trusted the man to oversee this mission. He had had the most experience in dealing with the Abando group. He would have the final say if the mission was a go or not. Coop looked at their companions, the men that had joined them aboard the Co-op's Folly, and had been with them this last month at the safe house. What do you think? Will our friend here pass the test? Avarest frowned at his question. You see for yourself, Captain. What more do you need? It looks good, Sith. I won't deny that. But our friend has to be more than good. The people on the Holden worshipped Abando. He again turned to the other men at the table. What do you think? Any thoughts? There were 3 of them, men with cold eyes, and even colder presence in the Force. The men were mercenaries, men employed by the real Kivon Abando. They had seen to his security before his demise. They were also agents of the Cooper organization, and had served as spies, his eyes and ears for the last few years, some of them, even longer. They had known the man if they thought their Abando was ready. Then, he was ready. The oldest of the 3, a man named Oleg Remick, nodded thoughtfully. Dark of skin, with a bald head, and short goatee, the other 2 looked to him for leadership. Not a bad show, boss, he answered. If I didn't know better, I would say this was Abando. The old merc smiled cruelly. This might just work after all. The man to his right snorted. Also dark-skinned, but about 20 years his superior's junior. Yet familiar in look, with the same eyes. I don't know, Dad, he answered, looking like his holy grace is all well and good, but fooling the priests and guards at the central tower, that is going to be something else. The leader turned to the young man. That is where Joseph comes in, Terran, he told his son, motioning to their companion, a pale-skinned, wiry man, with short grained brown hair, and data goggles, on his forehead. He'll make sure our Abando knows what he needs to know. The third man, Joseph grinned. You don't have to worry about a thing, Terran, he said. I've tested our Abando here, the codes, and stories we have fed him. He seems to have already memorized them. He'll pass inspection, I think. In response, the false Kivon Abando chuckled. No need to worry, he said, flashing that winning smile again. I'm a fast learner. Finn nodded, and looked at Avarest, who also nodded. They both turned to Captain Cooper, who sighed. Looks like we're ready, though. It is kinda late to back out now. The smuggler chieftain rose from the table, looking down at the 3 men, and the 2 Force wielders. Coop nodded. The mission is a go. The Folly will drop out of hyperspace near the edge of the Abando system. You will take the shuttle in from there. Know that you have the stolen heart on standby. If things turn sideways, you can count on Terra Valentine to provide support. Any questions? Yeah, Terran Remick said, glaring at Avarest. Why do we need the Sith along? Finn felt a slight shift in the Force, his connection to Avi. He glanced her way. Uh-oh. Finn knew Avi. He knew how she responded when someone challenged her. They didn't need this, not right now. He glanced at his dream friend, reaching out, hoping she would understand. Strangely enough, she did. She smiled at Terran. Finn felt no sense of anger. If anything, he felt playfulness. Before she could respond, the false Abando chuckled and waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about her lordship, dear boy. I assure you, she comes with the Abando seal of approval. The comment drew the attention of everyone. To anyone who had seen recordings of the real Abando, they would recognize the phrase and the movement used in stating it. Oleg Remick snorted with amusement. He turned to Captain Cooper. Where did you find this guy? Cooper shrugged. It wasn't easy. Finn nodded thoughtfully. He was happy to see that Cooper was keeping to the deal they had struck with Avarest. She had agreed to find Holly and have her to do this. All she asked was that they keep the fact that she was a changeling a secret. Many cultures in the galaxy viewed changelings as untrustworthy. Many tales, from many worlds, cast the beings that could change their shape as villains or liars. The threat of a changeling replacing a loved one and causing harm was a story known to most in the galaxy. So far, Holly had not shown that bent. She was loyal to Avarest, and his dream friend considered her not only an ally, but a friend and confidant. For Finn, that was enough to keep the woman secret. She had done nothing to warrant distrust. Even her rescue of Avarest years ago had been motivated by a desire to save a friend. She had harmed no one in the attempt. Everyone had survived it, including Finn and Shira. As for Avarest, her attention remained focused on Terran, not willing to let go of the fact that he had questioned her. She continued to smile at the man. "What's the matter, big boy?" she said playfully. "Don't like strong women." He looked at her. The force around him still vibrated with a sense of hostility, but his expression showed an equally predatory smile. "I happen to like strong women," he confessed. "It is backstabbing Sith that don't impress me." Avarest chuckled. "Mr. Remek, I have many skills that could impress you. Alas, we are on mission and there are others present." Her posture changed into something more seductive. She leaned forward, giving him a better look at her figure. "We will have to discuss such matters later." Finn blinked. "What?" Alec looked at his son. The predatory look on the young man's face matched the one on Avarest, and through the force, Finn sensed excitement. He blinked. Desire. Lust. Finn looked back and forth between the mercenary and the woman he had known his whole life. He didn't understand. A flicker of something ugly rose up inside of him. He looked at Taran Remek. Part of him it wanted to wipe the smile off the mercenary's face. How dare he look at Avi like that? Alec Remek laughed. He squeezed his son's shoulder with the fondness of not only a father, but a confidant and brother-in-arms. "Down, boy," he said. "There will be time for celebrations later, after we have concluded this business." "Sure, Dad," he said dismissively, but his eyes remained focused on Avi, and she held that gaze, smiling cruelly, but gamely. Finn looked back and forth between the two. What was happening? Avi had never responded like this to another man before, not around him anyway. He took a slow cleansing breath, trying to center himself, to focus. Yet, even as he closed his eyes, he could still see Taran's face, and the expression of playful excitement on Avi's face. He didn't like it. He didn't like it one bit. "Stop it." He shook his head, yet, even when the young mercenary broke eye contact with Finn's dream friend, he still stole glances at her, even as Co-op outlined what would happen when they exited hyperspace, when they reached the world of Abando's holding. He didn't hear everything that Captain Cooper said. He kept watching Avi and Taran. He was forced to hold his tongue. "Stop looking at each other." He took another cleansing breath. Yet the look between the girl and the mercenary remained. "Stop it." The crew broke up to finish up their duties. The Remeks headed down to prepare the shuttle they had prepped to fool the locals who worshipped the dead antiquarian. The man Joseph remained at the side of Holly, informing her of what she needed to know to complete this mission, the information that those on the planet would expect their lord to know, and so she could respond accordingly. Finn had gone back to his quarters to meditate, to prepare for the mission, and to find his center. Avarest smiled slightly. If what she was feeling from him was true, finding his center would not be easy. She almost laughed. "What you are feeling, my love," she thought, "is jealousy. Enjoy it." She had followed Captain Cooper back to his quarters. There were a few matters he wanted to discuss before the mission truly got underway. She had been grateful for that. It gave Finn time to stew in the throes of his emotions, and that was not a bad thing. She had hoped he would give in to his desires for her by now, especially after being in close quarters for as long as they had. Yet, he remained distant, and that distance had started to frustrate her. She had needed a new plan, and thanks to Zen, and the presence of a certain young mercenary, she now had it. "Jealousy is the key, Master," the fallen Jedi had assured her. "Finn is a true Jedi, which means that the masters have never taught him how to deal with possessive emotions. He views your past together as something special, eternal. You have to show him that others have caught your eye, that they can catch your eye. Zen had smiled wickedly then. I know what that feels like. I felt it myself when you first freed me of the Jedi shackles. I was unused to the concept of competition for a male's attention. I was a bit harsh on that competition in the beginning. I remember, Avarest had said, I saw what was left of several of the bodies. Zen shrugged, never losing that cruel smirk. I guess I went a little boy crazy. Avarest had not responded. Boy crazy was not the word she would use to describe Zen lure. Maneater felt more accurate, which was why she had disapproved of the girl's relationship with Barrick. Still, the Dark Lord could not fault her former student's advice. Finn, he did not know how to deal with seeing another man looking at her. She had felt it. She could still feel the hurt, the confusion, and most importantly, the anger. Anger was good. She would simply have to make sure that it got directed at the correct target, and that it turned into a chain that bound he and her even tighter together. Avarest could do that, though she was used to having men pursue her, as many of her previous suitors had. She was not ignorant of the game to get a man's attention. No, she knew how to play, and Finn seemed willing to play along. Again, perfect. She was most pleased. For now, though she put such thoughts aside, she still had a hostile world to infiltrate, and a key to recover. To that end, she needed to deal with their host, a man she hated for some reason she didn't know. Captain Cooper. The smuggler offered her a drink as they arrived in his small cabin. She refused, though she did pause briefly, breathing in the air, the scent of this place. Somehow it felt familiar. The cabin was cluttered with papers and data pads. What that clutter was not messy, it felt somehow in harmony with the room. It seemed like a form of controlled chaos. The cabin, like the ship itself, felt more like a home than a trading vessel. The very bulkheads here seemed to radiate with emotions. This ship, like its skipper, had a long history. Much had happened here, many years of life. Cooper's life. He gave her an evaluating look, cool and intelligent. You are sure your friend is up to this? He asked. Again, Avarest felt that strange sense of dislike for the man, dislike bordering on hatred. She didn't understand it. If anything, she should have been comfortable working with Cooper. She had always enjoyed dealing with roguish types. Mr. Rink, the bounty hunter Calo Nord. She was unsure why Captain Cooper prompted such hostility. She was unwilling to accept it at face value, especially since she needed Cooper's aid in acquiring the second key. She was not a slave to her emotions. They were tools to access her power and bend the galaxy and its people to her will. She bowed to nothing but the dark side and her own ambitions. She would not be a slave to emotion. Holly will do her duty, she assured him. Lou Jane has never failed me before. She would not start now. Cooper nodded. He leaned back in his chair, his eyes falling on a projector on his desk. Avarest glanced at it. Interesting. The images changed every few seconds, most of Cooper in years past, him, and with this person or that, all at different times in the man's life. Surprisingly, she noticed Jazz Darbin in many of those holos, many of them appearing decades old, when the old Jedi had been a boy. Most interesting. Getting into a bando's holdings will be the easy part, Cooper said. Getting out will not be as simple. Your three mercenaries seem confident, Avarest said with a shrug. They are good men, he replied. After Jazz and my earliest dealings with the bando, I made sure to find people in his organization, people that could watch him and make sure he tried nothing new against Jazz and his family. Cooper shook his head. Alec and Joseph were there first. Terran joined up after he got discharged out of the Republic military. It was he that confirmed Bando's death. News that didn't disappoint me, that is for sure. Avarest smiled. So you and Jazz had trouble with the man? Coop nodded. James did, but considering what happened, I took the matter personally for many reasons. The Dark Lord laughed lightly. Oh, now I'm just curious. You can't say something like that and not expand on it further. You're right, I can't, the captain said, and I'm going to tell you, so you know what to expect going in. Abando was unpredictable in life. A world that he set up himself is going to be equally so. We can only prepare so much with what we know. The unexpected will happen. You, Finn, and your changeling will have to be ready to adapt. What did the man do that was so unpredictable? What did he do that have both you and Master Jazz so jumpy about this mission? Coop poured himself another drink. He looked again at the hollow viewer on his desk. An image of him, a woman and 2 small children were there. The captain sighed. Abando was curious about the dark side and the Force in general. He wanted to see how far he could push a Jedi, how far one would bend before they broke. Yet, he had needed to be careful. Your people had just returned, and the war was in full swing. Finding the Jedi wasn't easy, and most didn't have buttons to push. They were not easily manipulated, not when they were focused on the war. Most Jedi have the order, and they have their duty. That is it. Master Jazz was different, Avarest said. You could say that the man answered. Unlike most Jedi, Jazz had a life. He had things he loves, things he had given up. He would have done anything to protect them. The holo changed again. An image showing Cooper, Jazz, along with a pair of women, and their children. What could only be their respective families? Avarest knew Jazz had a family, of course. His intel file had contained several documents on that fact. It was part of the reason the Jedi Order had looked down on the man. He had given in to attachment. He had people he loved. What happened? Avarest asked. Abando poisoned Jazz's son. The boy was only 7 at the time. Ori survived, but James couldn't let that go. He paused his efforts in the war to hunt the men who did it. Kevon had planned that, of course. His agents had left clues to draw Jazz in. Jazz pursued. We hunted the men responsible. Everything they did was tailored to drive Jazz towards his anger. Abando wanted him angry, wanted him to hate him. The hunt ended on an AR Shatta. We killed the men responsible, and found ourselves facing Abando himself. Avarest blinked. What? The intel file had said nothing about this. She frowned. Knowledge was power in this galaxy. Such a happening should have been found out by Imperial intelligence. Hopefully, someone had died for not discovering such information, for losing track of a Jedi on the hunt for someone who would harm their child. The Sith Lord frowned. She remembered what Cooper had said. We? You went with him, didn't you? Cooper nodded. James is my clan brother. His son is my godson. I love the kid, just like I love my own. Of course I went with him. A shiver ran down her spine. I love my own, the man had said. Her eyes narrowed. Liar. The thought came unbidden and was very strong. Avarest shook her head. Something about Cooper and his kids. She wasn't sure. She felt anger. Disappointment. Why? She tried to imagine Jazz Darben, lightsaber in hand, standing above a cringing Kevon Abando. What would have he said? What might he have done? Avarest's eyes gleamed, a sly look came to her face. Abando poisoned Jazz's son, and yet, he died only recently. Cooper nodded. Jazz didn't kill him, he was still a Jedi. The smuggler shook his head. He insisted that Abando be turned over to the Republic courts. Both Jazz's wife, Tara's aunt, and I advised him against it. The law couldn't handle something like this, we warned him. Abando was too powerful, and the Republic was caught up in the war with your people, a war that Abando helped fund. The law did its thing, but nothing came of it. There were 4 trials, 2 of them in the Supreme Court on Coruscant. Nothing came of any of them. Kevon Abando walked. Cooper leaned forward, his expression cold and serious. This man was willing to risk creating a dark Jedi, just so he could see one up close. He risked his own life, not caring about the consequences. That is the man whose world you are about land on and try to steal from. Even in death, Kevon Abando has a long reach. That is why Jazz didn't come along on this mission. There is too much feeling here, too many dark memories. Avarest said nothing. What could she say? One man's tragedy was another's opportunity. No wonder the key had ended up in Kivana Bando's collection. He had probably been drawn to it. The man would have made a good Sith. Jazz and Cooper had every reason to hate the man. It is a shame that they didn't give in. Such hatred led to great power. Cooper sighed again. Watch your back down there, girl, and Finn's too. Avarest smiled. You have nothing to worry about, Captain, she promised him. Her thoughts turning to jealousy and hate. Bando had tried with Jazz and failed, but she would not. Finn would know the darkness, and he would come to her. You have nothing to fear. I have everything under control. Chapter 29. My lord. Why, what it is happening? I don't know. Avi, can you hear me? She could hear them, the man and the woman. She thought she knew their names, but, at that moment, names were irrelevant. In that moment, all there was pain. Avarest lay on the floor of shuttle, writhing in agony. Her thoughts disjointed, the pounding in her head eclipsing all else. She would have given anything in that moment to stop the pain, she who had come to see pain as an old friend, but this was different. It felt like someone had taken her into hyperspace and slammed her head first into a wall, again and again. She gasped, struggling to pull herself back into the here and now. But she was struck again. And again. Avi, hear me, the man's voice said. I'm reaching out to you. Follow my voice, my will. She felt a hand in hers, a gentle squeeze that drew her in, despite the pain. She blinked. Come back, now, Avi, the man said. Come back to me? She reached out, and found it again, the place where only she, and one other existed, a place between the light and the dark, and with finding that place, the pain receded, like flood waters, to float away, leaving her, giving her a chance to crawl back onto the shores of the now. Avarest took a shuddering breath, and with the pain's absence, her mind began to work again. She remembered the names of the man and woman. Finn. Holly? She shook her head, tasting blood in her mouth. She had bitten her tongue. The physical pain helped her focus, and allowed her to pull away from the chaos that she had been lost in. She lay back and opened her eyes. Finn and Holly stood over her. Her dream friend was dressed in the armor of a bodyguard, Holly in robes far too big for her slender frame. She looked like a child. The garments of the dead antiquarian looked ridiculous on the Imperial engineer. Avarest took another deep breath. The pain and confusion were all but gone now. What was that, she wondered. What had just happened? Her thoughts, they were still a bit jumbled, but with Finn's hand in hers she felt the last few hours come back, and with it, a realization. Both Jazz and Cooper had warned her, do not underestimate Kivana Bando. The man had had many tricks up his sleeves in life, and in death, who could guess what he had set up? Now, the Dark Lord understood. The two men had been right. They had been traveling through hyperspace, now riding in the shuttle that Co-op's mercenaries had provided, a ship that would be recognized by the natives of Kivin's holdings, and would be acknowledged as their master's transport. It was a gaudy-looking thing, pale chrome armor plate with bright gold and silver trim. Not the type of ship Avarest would have chosen, but necessary as part of their deception. She had been meditating, her mind and will deep in the Force. She had reached out their destination, trying to sense their prize, the key that Bando had hidden among his trove of stolen Force-related artifacts. She had not found the key. What she had found was something else, something impossible. She shook her head and tried to sit up. She started to fall back, but Finn was there, bracing her head. Easy now, we just got you back. Take it slow. She nodded, though she didn't like the condescending nature of his tone. It is not condescension. It is concern, her conscience chided. Don't let your ego take you down places you don't wish to go. She reached out, let Finn and Holly help her up into a sitting position. As she looked around, she understood where she was, what was going on. The ship had emerged from hyperspace. She could no longer feel the rumble of the drive engines. The sublights felt different, which meant they must be closing on their final destination. What happened? Finn asked. I heard you scream, felt your. A shiver ran down her spine. Yes, She could guess what Finn had felt. It had been no picnic for her either. I found the planet in the Force, she informed him. I was trying to find the key, wake it up, but... She looked into Finn's eyes, trying to make sense of what she had felt. His gentle gaze did much to order her thoughts, his presence soothing. There is something wrong on Kivin's holdings, Finn, something very wrong indeed. His brow furrowed. Through their connection she felt him starting to reach out, trying to find what had hurt her. Wait, she warned him, her hand going to his shoulder. He met her gaze again. She felt the shimmer bond between them. He had not connected much with her since leaving the Folly. He had kept his distance, distracted by his emotions, and what he had observed between her and the young mercenary. Yet, in spite of that, he was immediately drawn back when he felt her pain. Interesting. I will guide you, she offered, but slowly, carefully. He nodded again and closed his eyes. Holly remained where she was, watching them. Avarest took a deep breath and once again submerged herself in the Force. She didn't rush ahead this time. She stayed with Finn, their minds going forward, finding the planet. What they found gave both of them both. "Wah, what is that?" she heard Finn say distantly, his voice echoing out. I've never sensed anything like it." The Dark Lord nodded. He was not alone. She could feel the planet before sense the life that moved across its surface, feel the many minds that made up the people that toiled on its surface. But there was something else, something that should not have been. Bubbles. Gaps. That was the only way she could think to describe it. The Force was everywhere. It flowed through all living things. But on this world, something was amiss. The Force was like a sea, that is the way she had seen it in the past, and Finn had described something similar. The waters that made up that sea should be everywhere, but not here. There were huge bubbles in the Force. They were pushing it away. Some large, some small, but they littered the surface of Kivin's holdings. She was not sure what to make of it. She had never heard of such a thing. Avarest opened her eyes. Finn and Holly remained at her side. Her dream friend gave her a concerned look. "You felt it," he said. She frowned. I've never heard of anything like that," he said, his voice filled with disbelief. "What do you think it is? How is it even possible?" "What is it?" Holly asked. "What is going on?" When Master Jazz and Captain Cooper first mentioned what Kivon Abando did, keeping Force-related relics hidden, I wasn't sure I believed it, but now, I think I see how it was done. "There are breaches in the Force on Kivin's holdings," Finn informed Holly. We can sense nothing from within them. They are simply dark spots. It should be impossible. The Force is everywhere, but... Yet, the man found a way to do it, Avarest said, struggling to her feet. Tai is how he hid his prizes from both the Jedi and the Sith. He hid them in vaults where the Force is pushed back. The items within cannot be sensed, and, I suspect, used. Abando found a way to block the Force from his treasures. These blank spots, they cloak his toys, not only from prying eyes, but the ability to feel their presence. Hidden from all who would claim them. The Dark Lord shook her head. It was brilliant in its own way. She turned to Holly. "You will need to convince the man's followers to remove the key from his hiding place. I had hoped to use the powers within it to aid our escape, but..." Holly nodded, but her expression remained worried. She turned to Finn. "Master Jedi, can you check on the pilots, please? Inform that we should wait a bit before coming in for a landing. We may need to figure something out." Finn nodded, but his focus remained on Avarest. "Are you sure you're okay?" Avarest smiled. "I will be," she promised. "I should have been more cautious. I expanded my senses without any forethought, and my mind crashed into those blank spots." She shrugged. "It felt like someone was slamming stones in my mind, or like I had ran into a door that was too small and cracked my head in the process." "It seems that Captain Cooper was right," Finn said. "We need to be careful here." He rose without another word, leaving the Dark Lord and the changeling alone. "What is it?" Avarest demanded. "Why did you want him to leave?" What if we have to enter one of those dead zones, my lord? The ones where the force is blocked. What will happen? Avarest shook her head. Finn and I will have no powers in that place. We will be blind and deaf to the force. No lightning, no telekinesis, or enhanced reflexes. What about your disguise? The changeling asked. The Dark Lord frowned. What about it? Will it still function if you are cut off from them? Avarest's eyes widened. No. Her hand went to the pendant around her neck. No. Holly was right. No. In that one brief moment, she felt something she had not felt in years, panic. If the force didn't work inside these dead spaces, then he'll see. She swallowed hard. He'll know. The realization struck her. It would all fall apart. Finn was not ready to accept her, not yet. He would blame her for the death of a friend, for the life she had taken from the Jedi whose body she now wore, and what was worse, he would know how she intended to keep the keys for herself. Finn was not stupid. He would be able to put one and one together, and when he solved that, I'll never see the rest of the keys. Plus, the survivors would find Sanctuary Base. It was not yet ready to resist an attack, not by the survivors, the Zakuul, or anyone else. Everything she had fought for, planned for the last year and a half would die stillborn. The galaxy would remain on its course towards oblivion. She would not be able to save it. She would be a failure. The realization paralyzed her for a moment, but then, she watched the Holly. The changeling was going into the small pack she had brought with her, the one that had come from her hiding place. We need to hide your face, my lord, she said. We can't let your plans be stopped because of this. Avarest took a breath, willing her heart to slow down, and to hold the panic in check. She had no desire for Finn to sense it and come running. No. He could not be allowed to see, not yet. You have something in mind. Holly nodded and pulled a certain item from her pack, a familiar-looking item. The Dark Lord smiled. Oh, Lou Jane, she thought with the slightest of chuckled. You shouldn't have. I made some modifications, she said. Reinforced the faceplate, even used some parts from your original artificial arm. The plate's altered by, what did you call it, alchemical means. Avarest held out her hand and took it, looked down into the smooth mirrored surface. Perfection. The mask had once belonged to one of her Darth Acina's battle ragers. Avarest had killed him shortly before killing his master. The mask had saved her life back on Ardana. It had kept her alive after the shard of the Emperor that had hidden inside her mother's soul had tried to drain her life away. She had worn this mirrored faceplate when she had fought Darth Fear. It had been damaged during that battle, but Holly had repaired it. While it had been in the engineer's care, she had worn another battle rager plate to all council meetings. Her fellow Dark Councilors had gotten used to seeing her wear it. It had hidden her sickness, and then hid her new face from them. It was not just a tool or a disguise. It had become a part of her. She saw her distorted reflection in the plane of red chrome. The mask was flawless, showing nothing, no features, no eyes, no nose, and no mouth. My true face, she thought, the face of the Dark Lord. The face of Darth Avaryss. The face so many of her enemies had come to fear, that, and their own distorted reflection seen in that mask, their last sight, as they died, violently. It felt good to feel it in her hands again, a gift she had needed. She turned to Holly. Thank you, my friend. The girl bowed her head. It is no problem, my lord. What are friends for? Now, Avarest did laugh, a good-natured chuckle. You have never thought less of me, have you, Lou Jane? You have always been so loyal. The changeling shrugged. We have been through plenty of battles, my lord. We have shed blood and saved each other's lives many times. The girl lowered her eyes. I've seen what the galaxy is becoming. I grew up seeing the chaos of the Outer Rim, and how the Republic ignored it, and now these new invaders come promising little more than the same. Avarest reached out and touched her friend's shoulder, giving it a friendly squeeze. I appreciate your faith in me. I know what kind of woman you are, my lord. I want to see what the galaxy looks like after it is yours. I want to see the peace you will bring. Avarest nodded. She could have reminded Holly that peace was a lie. There would always be conflict, and there should be, but that would not be a problem for the known galaxy for much longer. Let new threats try to take away what was hers. They would learn the lesson that Avarest would soon teach to both the Republic and the Sith Empire. Avarest rules. And if anyone questions that, all they will need to do is look at what she would leave with the Zakuul and their empire. Dead star systems, gardens of skulls staring up into the heavens. A warning to all that the Empress of the true galactic empire was on her throne, and that soon they, like everyone in the Republic and the Empire, would all be a part of her, and together they would be perfect. Perfect and eternal. Avarest stood back and slipped the mask over her features, the crimson metal turning her vision to blood. "You should get changed," she informed her friend, her voice rasping out of the mask like the hiss of a venomous serpent. Kivana Bando will be needed to greet his subjects. As she watched Holly expanded into her robes, her features once again becoming that of the dead antiquarian. "As you say, my lord," she said in the dead man's voice. Avarest nodded, and once again reached out with the force. Once again she felt the blank spots, the hidden vaults of Keevan's holdings. "Once we know what is causing the force to be pushed back," the Dark Lord added, "I will need you to do what you can to turn off these defenses." "I will do as you command," Holly promised. "And then what? We escape?" "Eventually," Avarest answered. "Yes." Yet, she wanted more. How dare these peasants try to hide from her the very treasures that were hers? The galaxy and everything in it belonged to her. She was the granddaughter of the Emperor, his one and true rightful heir. The mundanes of the Holden would pay for their arrogance. The whole planet would pay for seeking to deny her power. The thought sent a chill down Avarest's spine. The old excitement was back, the one she felt before a mission where she would leave no witnesses. She felt Finn touch her mind. He didn't understand what he was sensing. He sensed her determination and excitement. He thought it just battled nerves and sent common emotions back to her through their bond. Her smile widened. How little he understood, but he would soon. Yes, soon. This was going to be fun. Chapter 30. "Come here, fair one. There is something I would like to show you." Avarest complied, gently flipping her cape to her other shoulder. She put a little extra sway into her hips, moving seductively. "Something," she said with a playful giggle. Holly, disguised as Kivana Bando, smirked as she drew closer, as she sidled up beside the late antiquarian. Avarest felt a hand on her thigh. She did her best to ignore it and not be offended. Holly was merely playing a role and doing a good job of it. The fact that Avarest was annoyed proved that. "Sorry, my lord," the false Bando murmured under his breath. Avarest replied, leaning into the touch, pretending to enjoy it. Surprisingly, it wasn't hard. She just had to imagine it was Finn doing the touching. She leaned in closer, wishing that Finn would be a bit more brazen. Her previous lovers had not held back when she offered them her charms. He was one of the few men she would allow to touch her so, but for now, she needed to tolerate such affronts. Maybe she would need to work on that, find out how best to awaken the beast within. For now, she had to tolerate her servant's false attention without feeling anger about it. As Holly's friend and leader, Avarest needed to play a role too. They were currently in a speeder, heading out to one of the Bando vaults. Word had been sent ahead to bring out several artifacts that they had identified in the antiquarian's log of treasures. One of those treasures was likely the second of Darth Acida's keys. It looked like one, but with the force cut off, the dark side offered no confirmation. Hence, the multiple artifacts that were being brought for their perusal. Below them, one of the many fields of the planet stretched on for miles. The Holden was a world of fields and forest. Great trees dotted the landscape, trees filled with strange animals, furry snakes with legs. This world had once been mostly forests, she had been told, before the Bando group had arrived, and Kivan had made himself their lord. In the years since, he had converted the agriculture of this world to fill galactic interests. The soil here was quite rich and could handle many forms of plant life from several different worlds. Plants and produce that were well sought after in the core and mid-rim. Yet, another form of exploitation by the man, still Avarest had to admire his sense of control. If only the Force worked here, this place would be a perfect supply base for the massive army she would soon possess. She tried to focus on that, the army, the plan. Yes, the plan was what mattered. Everything was proceeding as she had foreseen. She simply needed to be patient a while longer. Sadly, the Force offered no advice, no assurance that they were closing on their goal. She shook her head, trying to free herself from the silence. No luck. She turned just slightly, trying to catch Finn's eye. It was so strange, not being able to feel his emotions, feel him when they were so close together. It was so quiet here, completely cut off from the Force. The Dark Lord suppressed a shudder. How did the mundane fools of the galaxy live like this? Stuck in their own heads, blind to the galaxy itself. How did they not go mad? Her connection to the Force had vanished as they had first entered the atmosphere over the small capital city. She had tried to fight against it, will the Force back to her. She had looked over at Finn, trying, in vain, to touch his mind and will. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. A chill ran down her spine. This was not good. It was wrong. Simply wrong. She willed herself to be calm. These people, those on the planet, she thought, gritting her teeth, to dare to live outside the will of the Force, to try to hide from the power of the Sith. The mere idea enraged her. These mundanes, these filth, they deserve to suffer. No sooner had they touched down at the spaceport, the group fell into their various roles. Captain Cooper's hirelings behaved as if they still worked for a bando, that the man was still living. Finn took his place near Avarest, serving as her bodyguard. As for the Dark Lord herself, she played the role that many women had played with the bando, the enchanted female on the man's arm, come to admire his collection and offer him pleasures that his toys could not provide. It is what the people of the Holden expected. Their lord and master had brought many femmes here, and recognized how the game was played. Joseph and Alec had explained what the natives would expect on their arrival. A bando had often brought his mistresses to his private world. The Holden was not only a vault world for his many treasures, but a place to escape the trials of his existence in the wider galaxy. The natives, a small dark-skinned race of humanoids with long blonde hair, worshipped the antiquarian, and were honored that he had chosen to descend from the stars and bring them into the greater galaxy. Not that they left their home world, oh no, but they were now aware that they were not alone, and working towards the betterment of their galactic neighbors. Whether they understood that a bando was not the deity he professed to be on other worlds didn't seem to affect their desire to serve him. They simply labored on, providing him with what he needed, without any understanding of what he had taken from them. To be cut off from the Force, it was profane. Separated from the Force, as they were, it was unlikely that they would be able to become one with the Force upon their deaths. The energy of their lives would dissipate in the nothingness that had smothered their world. Yet, another crime that a bando was responsible for. As for the locals, they welcomed their lord with song and debasement. Holly, in her guise as the antiquarian, responded as he had done on the recording provided by Alec. Joseph and Terran stayed close, as his guards always did in the Holos. Avarest followed behind in her hood and mask. For this journey, she had chosen the name of Countess Livnef of Chandrila, a well-known identity she had used in the past. Countess Liv, Finn had said when she informed him, her face now hidden behind her mask. Who was that? A noble woman obsessed with her health and beauty, Avarest replied, that in remaining young. She would often journey to other worlds in a full hood and mask. She feared she might contract some alien ailment, or that the sons of distant worlds would age her prematurely. Avarest grinned behind her faceplate. Hence the mask. Finn had nodded, not realizing that the real reason for her wearing it was to hide her real face once they entered the planet's atmosphere. The glamour she cast would not work in the dead zones down there. Is this Countess a real person? Finn had asked. She was, the Dark Lord replied, She was lost when her ship was destroyed during the early days of Darth Angrel's failed revenge against the Republic. My master's agents, who had interests on Chandrila, confirmed that loss, which allowed me to step into her identity from time to time, for mission purposes, of course. Finn nodded, but was likely not pleased to know that the Sith had infiltrated the nobility of a Republic world. Not that it mattered now. Avarest had used the Countess' identity on several worlds, both before and after her master's death. The last time had been to acquire a component for the ritual she had used to transfer her essence into her new body. She had been hooded, masked, and in a hoverchair then. The Countess' excuse to all who asked was that she had been healing from a back surgery. None of the nobles had questioned her, and she had left the world without incident. A very successful mission, to be sure. Avarest glanced around the speeder. The locals had provided them with guards, a pilot, and the chief magistrate of the ruling body had chosen to accompany them. Quite the party for such a mundane task. Strangely, the magistrate had brought a pet with him, one of the strange furry snakes she had seen scattered through the city, and in the trees beyond it. Interesting, she thought. Perhaps the animal was some kind of common pet, or a mascot for their world. Abando's crew had not mentioned the creatures to her. She would ask Terran about it later. He seemed open to her advances, despite his early hostility towards the Sith. She glanced his way, and he gave her a slight nod. She smiled. Yes, he would be useful. Is this normal? Finn turned to Terran, who, like any good bodyguard should, kept watch on their perimeter. Is what normal? He replied. For them to make us wait so long, Finn said. We've been here for almost an hour. You think with their lord and master here, the people would move quickly in finding what he wanted. Finn sighed and looked around. Abando's vault was not quite what he expected. Kept in the middle of an open field, a lone single-floor bunker of ferrocrete was the only marker that the vault existed. The place certainly didn't seem to suggest an ancient relic treasure trove. Not that any force wielder would sense it. The strange dampening effect on the force was strong here as well. He still had no idea how it was accomplished, and to be honest, he had other things on his mind. Troubling things. Finn glanced over at Avi. She was currently lounging in a large campaign tent at the side of Holly, still in her form of Kivin Abando. He hated to admit it, but the changeling knew her stuff. Looking like the man had not been enough. She also had managed to pick up many of the man's mannerisms and speech patterns, and all from watching a few hours of recordings. Impressive, to be sure. She had played her role well, first, as they passed through the city, and then again, at Abando's private residence. Joseph had stood at Holly and Avarest side as they had searched the antiquarian's massive catalog of Force-related artifacts. Once they had identified the one that best fit the description of the key they sought, the group had started out for the vault, sending a request to have it ready for Abando's inspection. A common enough practice, both Joseph and Alec had informed them several times during their employment with the man. He had gone to this vault or that one, pulling out several of his toys and letting some non-affiliated force wielders show off what it could do for his audience, usually an attractive female. But how, Finn wondered. He could still not feel the force, whatever Abando was using extended out here as well. If it was an artifact, did Alec or Joseph know how to turn it off? If they did, it would have been nice if they had told Finn and Avi in advance. If not, well, it made the chances of getting out of here that much harder. We've had to wait before. Finn blinked, realizing that he had been ignoring the other man. The mercenary continued. Abando's vaults, I've never been down there, but they supposedly run pretty deep underground, all manned by droids. Terran shrugged. Maybe the clankers are having trouble finding what we are looking for. Maybe, Finn said, still wishing that he had the Force. The thought made him shake his head. Though he had never been cut off from the Force before, it should not have crippled him. Master Jazz had always tried to teach him not to use the Force as a crutch. Yes, it was part of him, but it was not everything. He had his own mind, will, and instincts. They were powerful tools as well. And right now, he was feeling a sense of unease. It was coming from deep in his gut. He couldn't shake the feeling something was wrong. Avi's laugh drew his attention. Though he could not see her face, her every motion suggested that she was enjoying her time at Kivin Abando's side. If Finn didn't know that this was a ruse, he might have felt. Interesting lady, your countess. Finn nodded in this. Taryn was not wrong. That she is. The mercenary looked at him. What is her story then? Why is she helping you? Finn shrugged. We have common interests and a common enemy, he answered, trying to keep his voice down. The magistrate and his 4 guards were not far away, and all were armed with blasters. Finn had one, but would have preferred his lightsaber. Not that he had access to it right now. Both he and Avi's weapons were in a box that being held by one of their local guards. That box was supposedly going to go into the vault when this visit was over. It had been the best way to smuggle their weapons in, just 2 more artifacts for Kivin's collection. Normally it would not have been a problem to retrieve them, but with the force cut off. We just have to work around it, Finn thought to himself. Master Jazz hoped that they would be able to get away without needing to draw them, not that they would be as effective without the force. Still, Finn still found himself wishing that he had his weapon in hand. Yet, his weapon was only one issue that concerned him, Avi, and what was going on before him occupied his thoughts more and more. Taryn's attention didn't help little to change that, or Finn's mood. He sighed. She is on our side, Finn assured the mercenary. I can promise you that. Good to know, the young man grinned. Wouldn't mind getting a little closer with that one. Something more intimate when the job was done. Finn could not entirely kill the frown on his face, nor the flicker of annoyance at the other man's presumption. I thought you didn't like or trust Sith. I don't, Taryn said matter-of-factly. What I have in mind, has nothing to do with it. Despite years of training and control, Finn felt his hands curl into fists. A hint of red tinged his vision. How dare you, he wanted to say. You know nothing about her. Nothing. For the briefest of moments, he felt that old anger. The anger he had come to know quite well years ago, when he and his friends had fled the Jedi Temple. That anger, that darkness, had kept him alive back then, but... He took a deep breath and let it out slowly. He had thought he had dealt with this. It would hold no power over him. It was surprising to realize that, despite of everything he had done in the years since, the rage was still there. I wouldn't bother, he advised the other man. That one's heart belongs elsewhere. Taryn chuckled at that remark. It isn't her heart I'm interested in. Again, that flicker of anger reared up, and again, Finn forced it down. What is happening, he wondered. What was wrong with him? Was it jealousy? He didn't like to think so, but he was smart enough to acknowledge the fact that he was not above such feelings. Despite his training, his acceptance of the Jedi Code, he was still capable of a range of emotions that most Jedi Masters would consider unseemly. Maybe that was why the Order had had so much trouble in dealing with the Sith, and why so many in the galaxy had quickly gone over to the Empire's side. The Republic had never been perfect. Corruption could be found in any advanced system of government. The Jedi did what they could, but it was not so easy to erase greed and ambition from the hearts of powerful men and women that included members of the Jedi. Master Jazz's own brother had fallen into that trap, and had paid for it. Finn could only try to avoid it as well. Again, frustration threatened to overwhelm him. What was taking so bloody long? Was the vault here so vast that item couldn't be found? A sudden giggle from Avi drew his attention. She had slid closer to the false Abando, teasing him with her fingers, moving them seductively over his chest. Even from a distance, he could tell that Abando was blushing, another point for Holly. If he didn't know the truth, he would believe what he was seeing. As he watched, a thought came to him, unbidden. Finn couldn't deny that he wondered what it would be like to be where the changeling was sitting, to be the object of his dream friend's attention. Avi was far from innocent when it came to matters of physical pleasure. She had admitted that to him. She had had lovers in the past, and even had considered marrying once. She was far more worldly than he, yes, he knew that to be true, not that he was entirely innocent of women. The memory of a night not so long ago came back to him. It had been during the Regionist crisis. He had been working closely with his old friends True and Mox, using their freighter as a base as they hunted a Regionist cell hidden among the Republic army. He and True had been working undercover, disguised as a young married couple. They had spent 2 weeks working out of a small apartment on a mid-rim world. Living in such close quarters, not to mention their mutual history, things had come up, conversations about the past, and other matters. One thing had led to another, and then it had been a frenzy of sorts, one that had washed over the two of them like a heat storm. One minute they had been in the middle of a heated conversation, and the next. He remembered it, the taste of her lips, her skin, the smell of her hair. Her legs wrapped tightly around him as her moans turned to throaty cries of desire. It had been incredible. Once the mission was over, they had parted. He went back to the Jedi, her to her ship. They not really discussed it. What had happened had happened. True had had no regrets, and had sent him on his way with a kiss on the cheek. Think nothing of it, Finn, she had said. I needed a moment's comfort, and I think you did too. She had smiled warmly at him. I will treasure this memory. You should try to do the same. And so, he had done so. He felt no shame. He would tell Avi about it, eventually. Given her own history, she would understand, at least. He hoped she would. A loud chime sounded from the bunker, drawing the attention of the party. The heavy blast doors irised open, and 6 stick-like droids emerged. They came 2 by 2, each pair carrying a containment case. Finn also noticed that one of the droids was fitted with a nutrient frame on his back, and on that frame, another of the furry snakes that seemed so popular here. Avi abandoned her place beside a bando, and only just managed to restrain herself from rushing up to view the artifacts that had come up from the vault. She wisely waited for Holly to catch up. Then, together, they went to inspect the treasures. Alec and Joseph joined the pair as the droid set down the cases and opened them for their master's inspection. The first contained a metal crown with long horns. The second held a wrist guard with gems and gold fittings. Finn recognized the design as old Sith. He had seen other such objects during his dream meetings with Avi. The third case contained. There were 3 objects within, crystalline shapes. They could have been holocrons, but the one in the middle was not. Finn recognized the markings and shape from the one that Avi had brought back from the doomed colony. That's it, she purred. Even with her mask, he could hear the desire in her voice. That husky sound only seemed to come out when they kissed. You sure that this is the item? Joseph asked the false bando. Holly, in her guise as the antiquarian, risked a glance at her master. Avi nodded, a nod that was barely noticeable. Holly grinned. That is it, she said with a smile. Yes? Joseph smiled, something dark flickering in his eyes. That is all I needed to hear. The mercenary didn't hesitate. He moved swiftly. He drew his sidearm. He drew it and shot Alec in the throat, right above his armor. The older mercenary fell without a sound. Dad! Terran tried to raise his own blaster, but found himself being covered by not only the guards that had accompanied them, but the chief magistrate as well. The man shouted, ordering Terran and Finn to raise their hands. Raise them or die. Holly, as a bando, hissed in surprise. What are you doing? The antiquarian demanded. What is the meaning of this? Joseph laughed. The meaning, sir, is that you have been sold out. He walked over and backhanded Holly, sending the changeling spinning to the ground. Before she could rise, she found Joseph's blaster in her face. The changeling froze, staring up at the man, a look of cold anger on the dead antiquarian's face. Yet, she was smart enough not to move. More guards emerged from hiding. They held a collection of blasters and slug throwers. 10 in all, they fanned out, surrounding the party. Finn felt one of the guards remove his blaster from his holster, a blaster that was now pointed at him, Avi, Terran, and Holly. Gone were the looks of worship from the locals' face. They all had determined glares directed at their late lord. The chief magistrate sneered, while Joseph wore a satisfied and smug smirk. Finn almost cursed. Surrounded by enemies on a world without the Force. Damn it. They have us.